real quick, but it's gonna take 2 seconds.
Oh, you already live, girl. What's going on, y'all? Sorry for the little tardy for the party. We was having the private after show, honey, which is a whole meat sausage fest, girl. Oh my god, the private after show will be a whole nother level of action, baby. Okay, welcome to the platform, you guys. We're not gonna do no music because it's already late as hell, and everybody already hanging on to their sleep. But I definitely wanted to make good on my promise and come to you guys tonight because I know a lot of you all joined us today,
baby.
Black Man Unfiltered Network for a discussion about, what was the discussion about? The emasculation agenda, honey. Okay, which is it's probably a Siamese twin to the gay agenda. Okay, and that conversation went on for almost 5 hours, and baby, it was straight hood from top to bottom, straight slaughterhouse. It went all the way down, so it's definitely not. It's not like the discussions we just had with Mandrell and, you know, his show. This was a whole different energy. It was a whole different type of situation. But of course, you know, there's nothing that Black queer people are not prepared for. But we'll get into all of that, honey. So before we get into that, thumbs up the video. You're thumbs up, up. I can't stress this enough. This is almost more important than subscribing. So please thumbs up the video, whether you are a Bush baby, whether you actively participate in the chat, whether you are a part of the replay gang. Please thumbs up this video. It helps with the algorithm and it helps to trigger up the notification system. Also, if you are new here, please press the subscribe button, which you guys are doing faithfully, child. We at an old nasty 42.8, honey. We down upon 42.9 and bam, 43K, honey. Arshawn, hit the link. You're not gonna be just chatting around and not hitting no motherfucking link. Hit the motherfucking link, Rashawn. Matter of fact, anybody who want to join tonight can hit the link. The link has just been dropped. I know you guys wanted a space to vent in and to talk in about everything that took place. So we're going to provide that space for you all. Also, make sure that you have your notification bell set to all, because just like right now, baby, you never know when the hell we're going to be out here doing the Lord's work, baby. It may just be at 3 a.m. in the goddamn morning, okay? And last but not least, please share this stream out. You know, sharing is caring. We are a polygamous and polyamory community, girl. There's enough CTV to pussy pop all around the world. And with no further ado, let me go ahead and run an old nasty intro, and then we're going to push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, we are back. We already got some guests. We got our Sean, our sweet patriarchal our patriarchal sweetheart. Okay. Welcome to the platform, Arshawn, and of course, welcome Crucial to the platform. Before we get started, those of you who are content creators here, please shout out your platforms and where people can find you before we dive in. Starting with you, Reckless.
What's going on, y'all? Welcome to the Land of Reckless Logic. Please make sure you guys pop that like button, hit the subscribe button, and please smack that notification bell so do not miss any of my posts from us. Please, everybody, please thumbs up. It really does help out with YouTube's algorithm. As you guys can see my name, Reckless Logic, or you could see my name, Reckless Logic. That is the name of my YouTube channel. It's Reckless Logic, but the logic is spelled with 2 C's instead of 1. In my YouTube,
we got some audio issues, right?
Oh, I do?
It went out.
It went out?
For a second, you did.
For a second? Okay, got you.
It might have been the powerful intro of another real man on the panel aside from Arshawn, which is Mandrell. You know, that incredible Hulk energy.
But yes, my Instagram is Reckless Logic. But however, when it comes down to the logic, instead of an O, it's an X. Period. There we go.
On period. Arshawn, let them know about critically drinking.
Hello, everybody. I am Rashawn. My channel is Critically Drinking on YouTube or Twitch. I am currently on a little small hiatus this week, but next week we will be getting back to some shows. I want to thank you two gentlemen for, letting me know that I can no longer be a black man. I don't know what I can be. But I cannot be that. I cannot be associated with that.
Okay, we're gonna get into all that, Arshawn. Please make sure you subscribe to Critically Drinking, you guys, on YouTube. Amazing intellectuals, have fun, game shows. I mean, there's nothing that Critically Drinking does not do. He brings it motherfucking all. Mandrell, also amazing content creator. He has been the one to officially usher us in to the Black Man Unfiltered multiverse of it all. Okay,
it is. Look, it is a multiverse, but here's the thing about barbershop conversations that we do on Fridays. Friday nights, and I tried to warn you guys earlier. I said, it's full. Just so you know, it's full contact over there. Okay, on barbershop conversations, it's full contact.
You did say, but I literally go over my head. I know you did say full contact, but going forward, you probably want to be a bit more descriptive.
True. Talk that talk Tuesday, not like that at all. We actually do stick to the topic, but Wednesday night is my show. Thursdays is you got the Dustosphere. Now that I think you two would be interested because it's an improv show. Like Scam Likely Dusto, he's the host. He'll come up there playing a character. And
I saw that show.
Yeah, and people would just come up, click and come up, right? And they'll come in a character and just go with the flow of it. There's no script or nothing like that. You just improv, that. Right? And it's hilarious. So it's comedy,
I just saw one of those shows yesterday. I was like, wow.
It's like my sister did one where she was Kendra G. And people were calling in and talking, making crazy requests and talking crazy and stuff.
I was so confused. I was like, why is Kendra G there? But she looked like Mandrell's sister.
Right. She was playing Kendra G, So, but Fridays, but barbershop talks, there's been times where we're talking about something real serious. Next thing you know, we're laughing about like some of Dave Chappelle's comedy or maybe Eddie Murphy Raw, something like that, right? And we start joking and carrying on. Then, hey, y'all remember this song? And then Black Man Unfiltered start playing a song. We're like, yeah. And next thing you know, there's a whole freaking concert. We spent an hour listening to song and song, reminiscing about stuff. So barbershop conversations can go anywhere. You know what I'm saying? It's actually like, hold on. It's actually like being in a barbershop where you hear people talking, but then we jump from subject to subject to subject to subject.
And this is why the hell gay people cut their own damn hair now.
Probably so. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Leah, how you doing?
So let me ask you this question, man.
I'm well.
Hey, Leah, I just want to ask you one question before we get into the thick of it. So what was your... Well, no, I'm going to ask you that after I get everybody else in. Crucial, are you there, love?
I was here.
All right, welcome to the platform, babes. Are you going to stick around for the discussion?
Yes, I wasn't there for the whole nasty 5 hours, but I was there for like the last hour. And when I tell you we was windmilling in that chat, okay,
I saw it. It was apocalyptic.
The chat was. It was apocalyptic. The chat was. I was like, good Lord.
It was intense in every direction, from the live chat to the panel. It was like everybody was in battle. Everybody was battling.
And then they tried to act like we wasn't still there when y'all had left from the front page. We like, don't come out and pop out now that y'all don't see them, okay? Because we're still here.
Crucial. I thought it was you. I thought it was Russia invading Ukraine. Like it was
bombs everywhere.
It was a crazy takeover.
I just want to say that you guys did so great. And it's just so, I'm telling you, it all goes back to they think that the queer community is unconscious. You know what I mean? They think that the queer community is not smart. They think that we don't know that we Black. Like everybody knows that everybody's Black. That's not the conversation. But then they want to say it's the conversation and then turn that conversation into a queer community conversation. And it's like, Okay, but we black. No, we're not. You guys stop saying that. Please stop saying that. But I just want to commend you and Reckless for standing 10 toes down, because when I tell you we was windmilling just like y'all was windmilling, and I'm just so happy that I am also like, you know, I was at first like, why are we here in these ghetto back streets of the barbershop, you know, with
it's not
wow.
It's
so
more,
that
it's normally more civil. It's normally much more civil than
okay. Because I was going to ask you this, Mandrell. What was your like when you invited me and Reckless? So like with you knowing what the barbershop is, what exactly was your expectation? Like, would you like? Did you?
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. My expectation and what Black Man Unfiltered's expectation. Our expectation was this: he wanted to bring up the subject, and he wanted to hear you guys' perspective on it. He just wanted to hear the perspective from the gay community on the subject. Like that's literally what we wanted. Because I asked him, I said, okay, if okay, so you want me to send them an invite to barbershop? He said, yeah. So he sent me the link to the thumbnail. He said, what do you think? I said, it'd be good to get their perspective on it, see what they think. You know, he's like, all right, look, invite them, see if they can make it. I said, okay, cool. So I sent you the invite, and we were honestly looking just to hear the perspective of the LGBTQ community on what you think about like imagery and the whole thing with you know, making black men look, you know, painting black men in a feminine light. Do you think it's true? Do you think there's something to it? Do you not? You know what I mean? And if so, why or why not? You know, we want to see what you see through the lens of your eyes. You know what I mean? We're heterosexual, so we're like, okay, we know what we think, but we have no idea what you guys see. And he's with me. He says, okay, clearly they see through our blind spots. So he's like, so we got to have that. He said he told me it was a good idea to have you guys on. He said, because now he sees that you got the queer community sees our blind spots. So they see what we don't see. So it'd be a good idea to have them and get their perspective. Because again, you guys see what we don't see. So we have to learn from you. It's in our best interest. So that was his intention of inviting you all up there, just to get your perspective, not for you to go through and for the thing to turn into what it turned into. You so black. We're gonna get into it. We're gonna get into it.
I wasn't scared for myself. I was scared for them.
Right. It was like I think you saw Black Man Unfiltered's reaction. He was like, "Oh my god!" Like he was sitting here texting me. He was like, "Brother, what?
There's no way. There's no way. Because Black Man Unfiltered know exactly who he had on that panel. He knew why that panel would go to shit. Here's
the thing. He was hoping that it wouldn't go there. I said, listen, if it goes left, I told him before. I said, if it goes left, I ain't worried about those two. He said, really? I said, yeah, it's like because it's back when I invited you guys on my show. I said, if it goes left, I'm not worried about them two. He said, no. I said, nah. Believe me, I said they can try to bring the smoke to them if they want to, but they're gonna lose.
My question is,
that's what I told him.
Was the conversation ever just on black reasons why, like why white supremacy, other than the queer community, is the emasculation or contributes to that emasculation, or was the conversation for the other 4 hours the same thing? Because y'all could have talked about the prisoner pipeline or food pipeline thing, like just all these other factors of emasculation, but it's like, why are y'all focused on?
And before you answer that, Crucial, I just want to welcome the other hosts. I want to welcome Rumors and Tea, Leah, Lavon, hey boo, Non-Lovely Love, hey boo, and Rajan. Okay, so what we're gonna I'm gonna try to let the conversation be a free-flowing one, so y'all just kind of get in where you feel, you know, where you want to get in at. Crucial.
Well, to me, it's clearly. I'm sorry, Conscious.
Go ahead, boo.
No, to me, the conversation was completely unproductive. I felt like it was a whole shit show, because what is the purpose of? We know what the problems are. Like, what's the purpose of having you and Reckless come up there to hold the conversation that's not going to come with some type of resolve, some type of because it was just left the same way they came in is the same way they left out. There really was nothing productive about that conversation. Right. I mean, it became entertaining at some point when you and Reckless was reading the shit out of them. It was entertaining, but it was still unproductive. So I really don't understand how anyone thought that that was actually a good idea. And I'm calling Cat when it comes to black men, because there were moments where he was like low key being homophobic. Honestly, he really was. Like when the dude to you, Mandrell, the dude made a comment, was saying something about you coming out the closet or whatever the case may be. He was too happy to showcase, like he literally highlighted it and put it up there for us to see it, right? Even though we saw it in the chat. Now to you, it may have been like, no big deal, whatever. But that is a form of homophobia. It really is, because why would that be something to highlight?
Their rhetoric and their words. Oh, that's not what I meant. Like, no, you're using terms. Your whole lingo, your whole language that you're speaking with is speaking with a homophobic rhetoric and speaking with homophobic undertones. And so for you to say, "Oh, I got a lot of gay friends," that's just like all the racist white people that we know saying, "I got a black friend."
I got a black friend. Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
but the thing is, but here's the thing, and it's not to defend them, but it is in their defense. They don't know that, and this is something I had to learn. Like I would talk to my my friends who are gay, and I just talk just like I normally would, and they're like, "Listen, man, you can't say some of this stuff." I'm like, "Well, what can I say?" And then they tell me, I'm like, "Why not?" Because I got stuff like it's offensive. Then one of the things I said, he said, "Look, don't ever say that to me." I said, "Say what?" And he repeated what I said. Today I don't remember what it was. This is many years ago. I was like, "What is it?" He said, "Because you're challenging my manhood." I said, and see, I had to think about it. I was like, I don't know what I'm saying is offensive and what isn't. So,
Man, I'm going to put you off the call, Cat. I'm going to put you off the call, Cat. They knew what they were saying.
One of the things is, I had to learn.
Man,
I had to learn some of the trigger words and what not to use. You know what I'm saying?
That's your journey, and you have definitely evolved since the time I was introduced to you, based upon how you conducted yourself tonight, and also being informative, regardless if you agree across the board or not. What you had was a level of maturity. What I saw was some fake ass adult males that are still little ass boys. That's clearly what I saw. And what I want to say to the black women's community, like for the mammies, basically, to the mammies, you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all need to understand these men, like those men, they really mean us no harm. I mean, no good. They mean us harm. Their intention is to cause injury. It was repeatedly said over. They think nothing of us with value. They don't have any no high value in us. They don't think anything past themselves. And they're literally, every time one of them spoke, all I kept saying is, y'all really want to just point the finger at everybody else. You want everybody else to carry the weight of the decisions that you chose to make. Don't tell me a motherfucking thing about what happened with slavery. We all was in fucking slavery together. Slavery was a major fucking influence for the black woman, because guess what? Because of the things that happened in slavery, and then moving forward with the civil rights movement, the black woman had to fucking carry the weight, and we've been carrying the weight every fucking since. And y'all mad at us, and y'all want us to be, y'all mad because we're seeing depictions of what we already be seeing every day in our life. Y'all mad at us because now it's on the fucking screen for the whole fucking world to see that the black woman is the motherfucking queen, that the black woman is the motherfucking head of the household. She is the one that's been holding the fuck down. Y'all want us to be beneath y'all motherfuckers. So y'all want us to be out here destituted with you motherfuckers. Because that's what the real problem is. Yeah. Y'all mad at us in the queer community because we out here making it without you motherfuckers, and we don't pull y'all motherfuckers off the nipple, and now you motherfuckers got to get the fuck up and go to fucking work. That's the problem.
And then when we actually were supporting the actual logic arguments and debates we had, now here come the women trying to like it's an agenda. It's like, no, we were actually supporting real, actual, factual, and logical explanations to y'all bullshit, and now y'all don't ever want to hold yourselves accountable, which is what CTV and Reckless did, and we all saw actually how y'all don't hold yourselves accountable. And then now it's even when I can't remember his name, but he was apologizing to CTV. That other dude just came from the bushes to try to tell him
not to apologize.
Like,
but then he allowed Information Man to apologize to him though, and received it after he talked Information Man down from apologizing to me.
You listed off, you checked off every check bar that was on his quote unquote masculine list, And then all of a sudden now y'all dropped from the masculine.
Right. I didn't get
A
that
dropout,
either.
baby.
That's
A masculine dropout.
That's why I was
Man,
saying.
girl,
That's
can
what
you
I said
answer me a
when I said about it.
question?
Yeah.
Can you answer me a question? Why would IG was in the chat? IG was he repeatedly asked for the link. Repeatedly. Trey asked for the link and Trey got the link. Why didn't IG get the link?
Trey got the link.
Trey got the link. Trey was in the chat, literally going hard. He just wanted to come up there and cause even more discord. His whole point and purpose was,
I
he
didn't know
was
he
in the
made it
room.
on
He
the
was in the
panel.
chat.
I didn't know he
Trey
made it on
playing
the
nothing.
panel.
Trey was the one that was on the treadmill.
Yeah, he was one on the treadmill.
Yes. So
I
Trey,
ain't even
Trey.
make the connection. Okay.
I had no clue that IG was in the chat asking for
IG repeatedly asked for the link.
Here's the thing. Here's how that works. Like
he wasn't giving power bottom, and let's not act like Freezy don't give soft top. Like, stop playing.
Oh Lord Jesus, I got nothing to do with that.
Well, I'm gonna say it.
wow.
She's absolutely right. The hard one they got from y'all when he told you to suck a dick and you was like, I will. The hard one he got the grin. Every last one of them homophobic motherfuckers up there was straight up grinning and cheesing.
Because what can you say after that? Like the two of them took the whole power out of the insult. They took the power out of it. So it's like after they said okay, it's like okay, what do you got now?
And then even
it was giving trade.
There's nothing you can say. There's nothing you can say after that. It's like
because it was giving trade. That's what CT and Reckless do, pull the slips off of these motherfuckers, pull the cheeks off their asses, and reveal them in their wordest form and motherfucking nudity, and they can't help that shit. It hurts their feelings, but at the same time, they get a hard on every time. They like to be combative with y'all. They are the type of men that they like to beat on people to get turned the fuck on. They get aroused by that toxic ass shit.
So let me
And
ask
both
that.
of them, I saw they dicks from my motherfucking phone. They had a hard on for you and Reckless. I promise you they did.
So let me ask this question then. Could it be argued, since we know, according to research, that most homophobes and people with very strong same gender loving convictions are suppressed same gender loving people themselves? Can it be argued that those who are deathly afraid of the gay agenda or emasculation are afraid that it's going to actually work? That's why they so scared of it. That's why they're so angry about it. That's why they don't want to see that shit, because they are afraid that it's something in them that actually has the capacity to hold on. That actually has the capacity to become, to accept that part of themselves that they've been taught to demonize, they've been taught to combat. It has to be a logical hypothesis that's entertained, because what else aside from just pure hatred, which I also believe is a part of that for some queer folk, but I also believe that because of the issue of oppression of sexuality, that there's a lot of men who do not want to grapple with what they in fact may be in totality, whether that's bisexual, pansexual, trans attracted, etc., that there may be a look in the mirror that people don't want to see. And there's even been kind of these thoughts around people who bully queer people are almost symbolically trying to beat the gay out of themselves. That's what the bullying is that if I can beat you and convict you and talk you and out intellectual you out of your position, that the part of me that's also stuck on pussy popping and stuck on same-sex attraction can also be repositioned. What do y'all think about that?
I agree.
I agree.
And
Even
unfortunately,
said that straight men feel like they need to shut a gay man up or punch him in his mouth because they feel like themselves they might be gay.
That's what I feel, because I've met a lot of men that are masculine, that are safe, and they're cool with who they are. They know who they are, but it's always the ones that are a little, they haven't explored, or they don't feel comfortable with who they really are. And those are always the ones that are super angry in their tones, super disrespectful. Those are always those little trays, like I'm telling you. And it's like, why are you trying to degrade somebody for their lifestyle choice? And like, nobody is over here degrading you, but we're not going to sit up here and act like you're just like not slurring like disrespectful slurs to me. And why is that so bothersome? Why is my lifestyle so bothersome to you? And don't try to equate my lifestyle to the eradication of Black men everywhere. Like, how dare you? Like, that's just not a logical argument anymore. It sounds like one of those, like, oh, if you do this or do that, this won't happen. Like, no, like, don't try to make things equate to why your hate is logic. It's not, you know? And they was trying to make their own opinions facts. And it's like, your opinion is not a fact. Your opinion is just a fact. And just because you might have some type of research or statistic, they were saying something about 500,000. That's just so you can use that.
Crucial. Are you having some audio problems, Blue? Can you hear me, Crucial? It sounded robotic.
Her signal was like those
Can you hear me?
arguments.
Okay. She's gonna go out and come back in. Anybody else want to respond to that?
Well, was she talking
Yeah,
about?
I was gonna say that it happens more often than you know, and whether it's against DV, against a woman, or even children, it often ends up in some sort of horrific, violent situation where the person can end up in jail over it, because the person ends up so angry where they internalize it, whether it's violence against themselves or someone else, but they often end up in some sort of prison or psychiatric situation.
You know what I always consider, that these type of individuals, most homophobic people, don't ever take into consideration. You can have a child and you cause them injury by not being accepting of them. I was listening to, because when they spoke a little bit about the children thing and all the reprocreating and everything, I was just thinking of how sad it is for a child to have to grow up with a parent that is unaccepting, right? And how horrible for a parent who's supposed to love their child regardless if you agree or disagree, but love your child, and especially if your child is happy and being accepting of your child. These are the statistics, because they was talking about unaliving, people that unalive themselves or whatever. But the reality is a lot of that comes, and it's not just within the LGBT community, but it's across the board. A lot of that comes from being overwhelmed by the world and society because you're not being accepted in some form. And I just don't get why these gentlemen, I'm gonna be kind and call them gentlemen for the moment, I don't understand why they cannot comprehend. To me, I believe they understand 100%, but they're choosing to be ignorant because they're choosing to be ignorant because it doesn't fit within their agenda. They constantly kept trying to say, you and Reckless was bringing up, but mainly you, Conscious. They kept trying to say repeatedly that you were the one bringing up the LGBT community, like the gay agenda. But every single time, they were the ones that were bringing topics up. It was like you being indirect.
That's what I was telling Information Man, because I'm just like, when that question had went around, and Mandrill can attest to that. When that question had went around of what is emasculation, we answered that question without introducing sexuality at all. It was Frizzy who introduced that, and then JT jumped on the bandwagon, and then that's how that got inserted into the conversation, which is to my point on the previous panels, that every time there's time to talk about things like this and queer people, Black queer people happen to be in that space, the conversation will always get hijacked by sexuality. It's just something that polarizes the dialogue, and there is a real obsession over black queer people's sexuality and gender that the heterosexual community doesn't want to admit to. They don't. That heterosexual does not want to. A certain sector, I ain't gonna say all heterosexuals, but a certain sector of the, particularly Black men. Hell with that. Black cis hetero men are specifically obsessed with Black queer men's sexuality, gender, Black woman sexuality. I mean, Black trans people's, everybody's. And I'm just like, yo, but I'm gonna tell you what got me tight right off the back is when we got into that discussion around emasculation, because when men speak about that, they don't realize how inherently misogynistic and sexist it is. And I cannot imagine that men think they're qualified to talk about the strength of women not being there, when no man could probably handle even carrying a child a full term for 9 months and putting their bodies through what women labor through. Like, to talk about the feminine as if feminine entities are weak and docile, and women probably can probably more easily adapt to fucking pain than males can, because of just the biological differences that are there. So for men to constantly kind of chastise and slander the feminine is so wild to me, and it offends me, because I was somebody who was raised in practically a matriarchal family where women stood the fucking test of divorce, of being widowed, of being abandoned, of being assaulted, of being left dead, left to be poor, and persevered, got a fucking education, rose above, tapped into they black girl magic shit, they Wonder Woman shit. And so when I just hear men just assert themselves forward just because of their fucking genitalia, it just literally, like, it disgusts me. It disgusts me. So I'll let somebody else just jump in there.
Mind if I ask Mandrell a question?
Sure.
Mandrell, how do y'all go about picking the guests?
Well, me, when it comes to a conversation like we had Wednesday, very carefully. That me personally, okay. Barbershop conversation is kind of a free-for-all. Like, I don't even know who's gonna be on the panel. Like, okay. I never a Friday night show, Tuesdays and Friday night show, I never know who's gonna be on the panel. You know what I'm saying? Mondays, when we do reaction Mondays, when we react to a video or something like that, I kind of know, for the most part, I know who's coming. You know what I'm saying? The Fridays, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have very little to do that. But like I said, to be honest, what we honestly wanted tonight was really to get the perspective of Conscious and Reckless.
Ain't no way.
That's Mandrell. That was your intent, Mandrell. That was not your. I don't know what he is. I'm gonna call him your coworker. That ain't what his intention was. Okay, that was your intention. It clearly wasn't, because listen. Let me tell you why. Every time Conscious was disrespected, and even when Reckless was disrespected, every time he never came up as the host and shut anyone down. He never did it, not once. And that is the God honest truth. I watched him when the heterosexual men started to go at each other. He immediately came back on the panel, and he got everybody together. He put the little memes on the screen, and I guess he said something back there, I don't know, but the memes went up, and then it was back to business as usual. Not once. Because when he asked you, Conscious, why were you mad at him? I think that's how he phrased it. What did he do? Or something of that magnitude. That's for me, immediately, because you made it very clear. No one up there stepped in and did what brothers are supposed to do, because that's what black men are supposed to be, brothers. No one got up there and rectified and put JT in his place, because he was very rude. John the Busted was very rude, and so was Freezy. Every time Conscious opened his mouth, he cut him off. So then when Conscious returned that same energy, then everyone wanted Conscious to let whoever talk. It was the most, you're saying, well, this person, Conscious, you next, Reckless, you next, Mandrell, you next, and here you got Freezy jumping in. Then you got JT jumping in. And then it's just a free-for-all. So you cannot tell me that his intention was for them to come in and have an effective conversation. It wasn't.
And I just want to go on record and say, I love the Black Man Unfiltered. I don't have no I don't have no problem. I think the space is great, and I understand what Black Man Unfiltered is doing. You know, like to Mandrell's point, the barbershop is kind of a bit more like of a raw forum.
Yeah.
And so I get him allowing, because I kind of have done that on my own panels where I allow a certain level of debauchery. But to Mandrell's point, the reason why the Conscious Crew calling you out is because they're saying if this was supposed to be still yet a informative dialogue, and it was supposed to be a space where there was going to be information. And let me be clear, I only really harped on the issue because the conversation was around leadership. And I'm like, why should Black men lead when Black men are not even willing to call out another Black man who's clearly wrong in front of everybody? And y'all can't even start the accountability there, and yet want to be trusted as leaders and won't even hold each other accountable, and then wonder why everybody else who's Black aside from males don't talk to Black men or don't even care to even literally y'all be getting Cynthia G'd in sectors of the goddamn like y'all have no idea how severe the divestment and kind of the growing hatred and disdain is for cis Black men. And it's so weird because there are so many of us who are very hopeful about this thing and still see something kind of worth growing together, but it seems like Black straight men just want to prove you. They want to prove you right. It's like we be trying to prove us wrong, and then they're like, oh wait, here it is again. Here it is again, and here it is again. And then Freezy had the nerve to make discipline and self-control one of his definitions for masculinity, and here it is. JT jumping out of his blouse every time I am activated. He is jumping out of his damn flesh, and then not only was nobody willing to actually be a leader and to hold other Black men accountable when they're clearly disrespectful, out of fucking order, and just wrong as hell, but nobody was also willing to tell JT the truth that he was a boy and not a man by definition. So how are Black men going to ever get better if Black men don't give other Black men honest that you're being a boy right now, my nigga? You're being a boy. You're being a little ass boy right now, my dude.
You disrespectful motherfucker. You know what? You be so disrespectful. Yeah. I can't
he had a wild, crazy hair up his ass for me.
You know what I found? You want to know what I found very funny is the fact that literally me and Conscious literally answered what the fuck masculinity was, and then they had the nerve talk about you guys didn't answer it. I'm like, did you not hear anything that I said?
Yeah, I didn't. To be fair, I didn't understand that either. I'm like, yeah.
I was like, I literally just said responsibility, and I also talked about the character traits and qualities, and I also said responsibility is one of the characteristics. But yet, literally on this panel, y'all literally tried to blame all of your tribe members and your followers for the state of the community. And I thought you guys.
No, Rick, you didn't answer the question.
No, I did.
That part I didn't. To be fair, that part I didn't get either because
the responsibility part.
Yeah, no. You did. For them to say you didn't answer the question, I was like, yeah, they did. You know what I mean? Like in my mind, I was like, yeah, they did. I mean,
oh no.
But
not only did Reckless answer the question, Mandrell, I literally called out every masculine quality that fits any traditional definition, and a nigga told me I dropped out anyway.
Yeah,
told me I failed anyway.
Yeah, that's true. Especially like when you got into the whole thing, like what you've done for your family, what you've done for friends. What
I've done on this platform, what I do privately.
Right. When you got into that, I'm just like, well, if that ain't masculine, what the fuck is?
And the thing, and I want you guys to pay attention how I also called out the
honest
BS.
Question,
it was like, oh, all that stuff doesn't make you masculine. But I was like, how do y'all say that?
It makes you an adult. So now there's a middle space called adult. Okay, so now there's masculine, and then there's feminine, and then there's a thing in between called adult.
Right.
But y'all call women masculine all the time for doing the exact same things that Conscious is listing. So which one is it?
My thing is
that's what I wanted to say.
I honestly didn't think that part was fair
because he was determined to disqualify and invalidate our masculinity.
Because at that point,
I sort of feel like sometimes there's like an attitude around certain men where masculinity is sort of proven by making like sort of these jokes about gay men sort of like putting up comments about outing other people or sort of doing these sort of things rather than anything else. And maybe that sort of may have been what was going on rather than actually making the definition of what masculinity actually is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
My thing is like when there's so much to masculinity, like how do you put it into one definition? Like there's a lot that goes into masculinity, just like there's a lot that goes into femininity. And then the qualities of masculinity and femininity overlap. Like there are qualities of masculinity that females have. There's qualities of femininity that men have. We both have masculinity and femininity in us. Both genders do.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you know, it's
I'm
just
sorry.
men. It seems like men tend to lean more into our masculine traits than women do. You know what I mean? And I think it's more so out of necessity and survival of the species. Like that's why we do. You know what I'm saying? Because we have more bone density, musculature, things like that, and you know, of course, that's subjective. It depends on the person. You got some really skinny dudes out there who can't lift 2 pounds, but then again, you got some guys who can lift 500 pounds. You know what I mean?
You got some women out there who can whoop some men's ass.
Now, listen, the first time I saw that was wow. When I was in the army, I saw a woman whoop a dude's ass, like bad. And it would look all the guys, because the guy kept picking at her or whatever, right? And we just kept telling her, "Hey man, leave her alone, leave her alone." Everyone kept telling her, "Leave her alone." Even the commander and the first sergeant comes out, and this woman hauls off and slaps the spit out of his mouth, and then she scoops him and tackles him to the ground. Was like, this is a woman who had 2 kids already. Okay, she had popped out 2 children, and when I tell you she mopped the floor with this dude, it was a thing to see. Like we didn't stop it either. We let this dude get his ass whooped by this woman, and when she was done with him, we all laughed at him.
Mm-hmm.
You guys not gonna do anything about it? No, you should have left her alone. Like we were all. That's what I wish the black community were. Like we were all of one mind when it came to that. Yeah. You kept campaigning for that ass whooping, and now you're mad that you got elected. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like no, why would we do anything to her? You got what you deserve.
That part.
You know?
And before we move any further, I have to ask the entire panel this, and I definitely want the men to answer this. Rajan, Arshawn, Mandrell, etc. All the men on the panel, I want y'all to definitely answer this first. Now, I'm going to read off this very, 1, 2, 3 definition sheet. Masculine qualities: logic, reason, action, firm, survival, loyal, adventurous, rational, and strength. Do all of the men here agree that these are qualities that women can possess too? Logical, reasonable, action-oriented, firm, survivalist, loyal, adventurous, rational, and strong.
Yes.
Yes. No. Let's be fair here. Let's be fair.
100%.
Let's be fair. Women are not logical. They're not reasonable.
That's not true.
They're definitely not loyal.
Mandrell,
if we're talking about logic versus emotion, I would say that
he got an internet connection, y'all. Something happened to his Wi-Fi, y'all.
I'm trolling. Okay.
Oh, good. I was like, light that ass up.
No, that's what you hear in these. No, but that's what you hear in these red pill spaces, though. Men are logical, and women are not logical. I'm like, my girlfriend is logical as fuck. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what are you talking about?
How are women out here running whole salons, CEOs,
exactly.
whole entrepreneurs, and not damn logical and reasonable and firm and oriented?
And here's the thing: my sister's been in the acting business since she graduated college. You know what I'm saying? Like, how does she do that without logic? How does she survive it without logic and survival instincts and loyalty to herself and her family? And how does she even get into it without being adventurous? How does she navigate it without being rational or strong and firm in her conviction?
How was she successful at it?
Right? How is she successful in the movie industry, film industry, without every single one of those masculine qualities?
Okay, so in reverse, I want the women on the panel to riddle me this: feminine qualities. Intuitive, nurturing, healing, gentle, expressive, wise, patient, emotional, and flexible. Are those qualities that men can possess?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
So then,
wait. Which ones you name?
intuitive, light
Mhm.
conscious, nurturing, light conscious, healing, light conscious, gentle, expressive, wise, patient, emotional, and flexible. Can determine when it's time to disseminate ass whoopings and when it's time to soothe those asses that are whooped. Are those qualities that men can possess?
Absolutely.
So then, Black Man Unfiltered multiverse. What the fuck are we talking about, man? Because Reckless said it explicitly on the panel that males also possess these qualities too. So what is this emasculation shit? What is this? And this is why I brought up the female police officers, female kickboxers, female everything.
Well, Conscious, I don't know how long you were in the back chat, like after in the after show, but you were there when Tommy B showed up, right? And you hear what Tommy B was saying. He was going off on everybody else up there about that picture. He's like, what? Tommy, if you guys don't know Tommy B, okay, Tommy B he and I are very similar minds, right? He was going off like, what the fuck is wrong with you, insecure?
You niggas are crazy. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Right. He went off. He read him the right. He's like, what the fuck is wrong with you, insecure ass niggas? What's wrong with this
Hurricane Tommy?
Right. Like, why do you have a picture? Yeah, this shit sounds goofy. He said, you know what it sounds like? He said, what? When you meet this super conscious brother saying, see, the game ends when the white ball knocks the black ball completely off the table. It sounds like some weird conspiracy theory shit like that. He said, y'all niggas are goofy. Like, he was back there going off. Okay? And,
he sure was.
and right. And he went off. Like, when I left there and came here, he was still going off on him. So my thing is, right, you know what I'm saying? So not all of us with Black Man Unfiltered Network.
But as you can
the same
see,
way, you know what I mean?
Mandrell, though, the majority of Black men are not like y'all. The majority of men, period, think from a very left brain, masculine oriented,
shallow,
which is why they don't
that's caveman shit.
Which is why they can't empathize with women, which is why they can't but they can't really empathize with any goddamn body, really. I mean, you like it's so through and through. And when I look to the right side of this chart, I'm gonna tell you the men that I've seen demonstrate the right side of this chart in the most. Like, these are very grandfatherly type attributes. A lot of us have granddads that we love who are all of these things: expressive, gentle, loving, nurturing. Like, there's this sweetness to grandpapa, okay? And some of us, definitely have an iron fist ass grandfather, but like I've seen these qualities interchangeable. When I was talking about my own androgyny, I was talking about possessing both these energies and having the side of me that wants to nurture and cultivate, that's sensitive, that wants to be gentle toward animals and shit. And then there is the masculine part of myself too, that climbs fucking trees and builds blocks, and that's mathematic and logical and thinking, that like all these things are like. And so when we get into the conversation about trans and we get to the conversation about the effeminate men, masculine women, that's why it's weird to me when like the gatekeeping starts, because the reality is these attributes, these androgynous, feminine, masculine attributes, no one sex has the deed and title on. So why is there gatekeeping to begin with? Men do not have the title and deed to masculine qualities. Feminine bodies express, utilize, and they utilize masculine qualities. Masculine bodies utilize feminine qualities. These aren't things we need permission from anybody to utilize or to even have. Those are the things that are very innate to us. Now, I don't know what people's spiritual belief is, but my God is dual. my creator is both of these forces. It's like different sides of the same coin. And if we are birthed out of that creative force, then how could any of us also not have these qualities? The fact that every man and woman in the world has a mother and father, you're literally genetically made in the image of your mother and your father. I could extrapolate blood from any one of you on this panel and trace you to your mother and trace you to your father. And so for us to have these very weird, short-lived, as kind of ignorant assumptions about male and female, masculine and feminine, is weird. Because like men have mothers, they came from mamas. Women have daddies, they have fathers. Like we literally are physically made in the image of both energies, both biologies. We like men have estrogen, women also have testosterone. Now the proportionate of that is rationed differently, but both sexes have that. Like you have women, like I remember when Blue Ivy was born, they dragged Blue Ivy. You know why? Because Blue Ivy was a female that looked like her daddy. And because she had Jay-Z's features, they teased and dragged and made fun of this child all through and through and through because she looked like her father. There are men who have their mother's childbearing hips and ass. I'm one of them. Thick with it.
Hey, there's Tommy B down there in your chat.
Of it, baby.
There's
Okay.
Tommy B in your chat. You can send him the link if you want.
Who?
Tommy B.
Tommy, the one that was gathering them niggas in the background.
This is Combo and Chill with Tommy B. He's down in the chat right now.
He was gathering them. I was here for it.
So I don't understand. I don't get it. Does anybody else get it?
No. What I noticed with most men who want women to submit is that they say men are supposed to protect and provide, and it's all about the patriarchy with them. But the problem is with a majority of the Black community is that the Black men don't want to uphold their part, the protect and provide part. When women then respond to that and go out and make their own money and take care of themselves, then they're masculine. Then they're the reason for the breakup of the Black family, which is what we saw with the commentary on the Rihanna cover. But at the same time, when women actually bow to the patriarchy, then they're called lazy, good for nothing gold diggers. So it's like, which one do you want? Do you want women to depend on you? Or do you want them to take care of themselves? Because no matter what we do, we're masculine or we're gold diggers.
Yeah, I've brought up that argument too. On one end, if men want to be the breadwinner and men want to make the money and they want a part of their identity as men to be connected to wealth and possession of resource, then how is it that you can get mad at women for quote unquote being gold diggers and dependent on men for just that?
Like I said, they talk out of both sides of their neck. Tommy said that the studio is full.
Okay, so as far as the panel, I'm not going to make anybody get down, but if anybody does want to drop down at any given point to make space for somebody else who want to be up here, then but you don't have to get down.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and drop, gentlemen. Everybody on the panel, thanks for letting me.
Who's speaking?
Rashawn.
Oh, Rashawn, nigga, you ain't even said shit.
I know you got 10 people up here, but let me just say this real quick.
Yeah,
I don't understand why, Mandrell. This is my one point of contention, and I'm taking it with you because I talk to you. We be on Critically Drinking together. I have a problem with I myself could not continue hanging out with people of a certain character type. If I know somebody was hurting kids, I couldn't deal with them. If I knew somebody was hurting women, I couldn't deal with them. I quit hanging out with a guy because I saw him smoking around his baby. There's certain character traits that I cannot allow in my life. I just couldn't do it. So it makes me want to ask you, man, how could you hang, just hanging on the internet with certain types of people that carry certain types of ideologies? And I'm not saying you got to carry the banner for everybody and every cause, but it makes me wonder, because these dudes were extra. It wasn't just like, well, I don't really rock with the rainbow. I don't do the rainbow thing. It wasn't even that. this was some extra, oh, I really hate these people, and I'm trying not to say it, and y'all pandering, so now I gotta really come out and say I can't stand these people. Like, that's on some next level stuff. And so, I mean, I really want to know how you can hang with these people so consistently and be okay with that. Even as a hang, they might be cool people in some regard, man, but on a character level, like how? I need to know that for myself. As Rashawn, I need to know how you can do that.
Okay, here's why. Well, for one thing, when I joined the Army, I wasn't all patriotic and all that stuff right there, right? But when I joined the Special Forces, a lot of that changed. You know what I'm saying? When I understood what I was getting myself involved in, what my job was, and why, and meeting different people from different cultures and countries and stuff like that. And it started when I had to sit across from a warlord that had been butchering people, and I would have liked nothing more than to slit his throat sitting right there at the table. But I had to sit on behalf of the United States to negotiate with this guy and shake his hand at the end of it. If I could separate things with an animal like that, that's when I learned to do that. I can separate people's ideology here. Like, their ideology is different from mine, but I still learn from them, even if I'm learning what not to do and what not to say, or what to do or what to say. Like, I learned from you and your ideology. I'm like, okay, like, you've given me, you don't know it, but when I talk to you sometimes and I'm on your show and I hear the things that you say, I do learn things. Just like when I talk to people I vehemently disagree with. Now, there's some people, like, there's some places like Fight Club. There's nothing to learn there. That's just dust. You know what I'm saying? Like,
okay, Philander to Fight Club.
right. That's just dust. There's nothing to be learned there. Okay. To me, there's a difference there. But I mean, like, on the panels like that, I hear them, and even though, like, tonight, I disagree with like 98 to 99% of what was said. Like, I'm on the same side with Tommy with it. Like, I didn't understand what the big deal was. Like, well, she's holding his hand and he's holding his baby. I'm like, she's the biggest star. Why wouldn't she? And plus, they got paid a shit ton of money to take that picture. What's the problem? And then with the other guy, I'm like, okay, I wouldn't wear no shit like that except the jacket. I probably would rock that jacket. No joke. But just because it's not for me, it doesn't mean that person's not a good person. You know what I'm saying? Like, they may think something differently than I do on certain subjects, but it doesn't mean they're not good people. You know, when it comes to a lot of other things, it may be hard to separate, because I've had personal conversations with these people on and off camera, and I got to see their real character behind the scenes. And I'm like, oh, okay, got it. So, okay, you just feel this way about this, and your heart knows about it. And I talked to him like, I wish you weren't. We should be a little bit more open-minded. But hey, people are people, and most people are closed-minded. Most people have their ideas, that they grew up with or that they learned at some point in their life, and they stick to that because it's safe, because it's secure. They don't have to change anything, so it doesn't get complicated. They don't have to wonder. But for me, rather than me, I revel in shit like that. I like having my ideologies changed, because at any given time I could be wrong, and at any given time I'm prepared to be wrong.
And also at
so
the
there's
same
a difference
time,
between me and most other people. So I don't have to change my character because of the company I'm in. You know what I'm saying? I could be around the most horrible people in the world, and I have been in some environments that are the most hostile ever. But I don't go about here in the United States beating people up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I want to. Can I ask the two heterosexual?
Before you do, boo, I just want to tell Arshawn to stick around a little bit longer, because I want to ask you about something too. But go ahead.
I was able to get up. I'm here.
I was going to answer his question too. So Arshawn, like we didn't rock for a minute, so you kind of know where I come from. But I got partners that did pretty much the worst that you can do, and they still my partner. Because I don't judge them off of that one action that they did. I judge them off basically off the basis of our relationship. Now, when it goes past that, then we would have a problem. But oh yeah, that was bullshit. When they put that statue up there, I told them that get the fuck out of here. But yeah, I told him, I said, so every chick that take a picture with her arm up, I guess she trying to be the Statue of Liberty. Like, get the fuck out of here. But no, so I think I like the way I compartmentalize my friends is I basically focus on the attributes that made us become friends and not the ones that I necessarily disagree with them on. And I had to do that. You know, I'm 40, so that's, you know, I kind of got some life experience, but I kind of had to do that because I recognized that if I didn't do that, I probably wouldn't be friends with nobody. But like, I got friends that I know I probably can't take my girl around, but we still cool. I got friends that I can't, you know, do business dealing with or deal with money, but they cool in every other department. So for me, with friendships or relationships, I compartmentalize, and then essentially what I try to do is I just stray away from the shit that might cause friction between us, and then we generally have, you know, no issues there. So that's how I can, like I said, I mean, where I came from, bro, like we had people that, you know, pretty much did the worst you can do, and my brain had automatically turned into I can't fuck with them no more because our relationship was deeper than that one action that they did. The one action that they did might have been fucked up, but you know, our shit was deeper than that. So that's just how I look at it. I could be wrong, but that's just how I look at it.
Yeah, it's all about basically, Arshan, it's all about compartmentalization. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I said, I may disagree with people on this, that, and the other, but if they're a messed up person, like as a human being, they're just messed up.
Yeah.
Then no, I'm not associating with those people. Like I said, Fight Club, there's nothing to learn there. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing.
And Arshan, you got also recognize on these panels too, like when shit starts to get petty, people get petty. So it's not necessarily what they believe. They just try to hit below the belt. So if you fat, they gonna say, "Oh, you fat." This it don't mean they hate fat people. It's just they just try to they try to hit you where they think it's gonna hurt. So a lot of times on these panels, when you start hearing people go there, it's not necessarily what they believe. Is that you might you know, quote unquote, hurt them or hit them somewhere where it hurts. So now it's their turn to try to hit you where it hurts. So a lot, because I'm telling you, I talked to them dudes in the back, and it wasn't no hate. It wasn't like, you know, it wasn't nowhere near that type of level of shit.
Can I ask you guys a question? So then when you guys are with your friends, do you guys like defend like your other friends when they're not in the room? So then, for example, if you're with your friends and they say something maybe homophobic or something against women or maybe racist or something, do you defend your other friends and say, hey, that wasn't cool, you know, don't say that against women, or that was homophobic? Or do you check your friends and just say, hey, that wasn't right? Or do you laugh along with them, or don't say it at all?
I'm gonna be honest with you. If I feel like it came from hate, yeah. If I feel like it's joking just because I know the type of relationship that I have with my friends, then, I mean, cause I got the type of friends, dog, we'll be at a funeral and laugh at some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, we just kind of got, between us, we had that type of sense of humor. So if I feel like, because, you know, one thing like you hear comedians say is every joke comes from the same place, whether it's a good one or a bad one, whether it's a, what they call it, a one that offends somebody, or whether it's one that, you know, that's cool. It all comes from the same place. So for me, it comes from intent. I don't really operate in the space of hate. If you coming in with some hate shit, it's gonna make me feel uncomfortable. Be like, you know, I ain't with that. But if it's like a crack, then more than likely, to be honest with you, probably not. Because it's you know, if it's nobody around and I feel like it's gonna be offended with it, and we just talking shit, I'm not gonna say shit. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, like I said, they might say some shit about somebody fat, skinny, tall, dark, light. Like that's just most of my friendships, that's what we do. We just crack jokes. Like that's where we came from, staying on the corner just talking shit. I mean, where I came from, it was unfiltered. Like if you had a relative that was in a wheelchair, we'd crack on that motherfucker. Like we didn't have bounds, but it didn't come from a hateful place. We all knew each other, so we knew it was just jokes. So for me, it might be a little different than other people. Like I said, it just depends on where it came from. If it came from a hateful place, then I'm checking that off rip. You know, but if it comes from a place of, you know, you just cracking a joke or whatever, you know, I'll be a little bit more lenient than that.
Hey, but Tommy, let me ask this question real quick, man. Drill, you too, because here's the problem I have with. I get what y'all saying, and I saw Kansas in the chat. Hey, Kansas, I'm with you. because I have people of the same thing. I get you. Some people have bad ideology. I'm cool with that. Some people just are ignorant. I'm cool with that. Like, because Conscious and Reckless are constantly informing people who just don't know. So it's not about ignorance or just having a bad take. What I'm talking about, there was a point in the conversation where you could delineate the people who just did not know information or who were regurgitating bad information. But then you could all of a sudden notice the people who had a problem with just hearing a voice of a person that didn't sound the way they wanted it to sound. It became clear. It became visible on their faces, in their body language. As soon as somebody started talking, they started having gesticulations and twitches. It got really visible and visceral. So that's what I'm saying. All of a sudden, the intent becomes clear that you just don't like a person that you don't know based upon something about them. And that's what I'm talking about. I don't mean the people that just have a disagreement. I'm cool with that because, you know, on my panel, we be having disagreements, and I'm cool with disagreements. But what I'm talking about is when all of a sudden there's people that are constantly around you that have just a vehement opposition to somebody based upon who or what they identify as. Man, woman, black, white, whatever. Gay, straight, Christian.
I think the one cat that Tommy, stop. I think the one. So I got a house full of kids, so I was in and out. So, but I will say the one person that the only person that I did kind of see like that, and I don't even know dude like that. I think I want to say his first time I seen him on the panel was the Trey dude. He was just left field, and so even to your point, Arshawn, that's somebody I probably couldn't really fuck with because he was just on some weirdo shit. Even when he was talking about the cutting off, that's the first thing I said when I came in the back was, wait, he brought up, you know, I think it was Conscious cutting somebody off, and I'm like, nigga, you didn't bring up the fact that Freezy cut off the fucking host. Fuck anybody else, and this nigga cut the host off multiple times, and you never even said nothing about that. But you went straight to how other people was cutting other people off. And again, we're on YouTube. We literally see this shit happen all day, every day. Like, this is literally what YouTube is niggas cutting niggas off. So for you to feel so offended that somebody got cut off and nobody brought it up tells me that it's a bigger problem to it, you know, than what you're saying. So that was the only cat that I could really kind of gather that he was just on some bullshit and he wanted to come up there and just try to cause some bullshit. Because anybody that even seemed like they was trying to be understanding or whatever, he was just, you know, against them or whatever. But outside of that, like I said, I was in and out. So for me, I might have missed some of that because, like I said, I got a house full of kids, so I was running around, you know, with their asses. But from what I did see, though, the Trey dude is the one dude that I saw that he was just, you know, basically he had his agenda that he wanted to push, and that's what he came up with to do.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
For me, Arshawn, what was the first question? I'd like to address that.
Nah, it was just like, again, I understand what y'all were talking about. It's not the difference of ideologies and opinions, and you know, somebody just.
But when there's a person who's okay,
when the intent becomes like, and that was a constant thing in the chat and on the panel. When the intent became clear from certain people, nobody stopped it. Nobody stepped up. When people were just truly, you could tell they were just being vicious for the sake of being vicious. Now, like he don't care. He was being funny to be funny. I'm gonna be rude and crass, and I'm being funny, and I just don't care how it lands. But I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take it like I give it, and I'm cool with that. That's one thing. But there were people that when they gave it to be vicious. But when they got it, they got real in their feelings. And to me, that exposes something.
You're right, and
that is.
And my thing is to answer your question. Like, to answer your question with Tommy, Justice Tommy, for me. Intent is the root of all of it, right? All of our actions. What is your intention for picking up a pen? Is it to write or is it to stab somebody in the eye with? Like, you can be picking up a pen and with the wrong intent, you can do some harm, or you can write a nice letter. So for me, intent is damn near everything, right? So I'm with Tommy on that. Like, if someone says something rude or crass, if it's a joke, an honest joke, even if it lands on its ass and it's not funny, I'm like, okay, listen, I get it. That was a joke. You're not trying to be hurtful. Fair enough. But if you're telling a joke to be harmful, and like you said tonight, the people who were saying things to be hurtful, like with Conscious and Reckless, I wasn't worried about them at all because I knew what they were going to give back to them. The people who are being rude for no reason or trying to be hurtful, they were going to get a rude awakening. and that's what I like to see.
But
that's what I like.
but man,
I like to see them get that. Hey, you give it, they're gonna give it right back, and you ain't gonna like it because you ain't gonna have nothing to say after that. Like they said, "Oh, go sucker, go sucker," you know. And then it's like, oh, they were like,
as
okay,
if I'm not gonna do that. I'm a transgender loving man.
They're like, oh, okay, cool. So if you're offering,
Yeah, that's another part too.
So
Arshawn.
it just put water on the whole thing. Like they had nothing to come back with.
Yeah,
nothing to threaten them with, and I was like.
I think I was
started laughing.
I was on the panel with I think Reckless on Tuesday on Yellow's panel. And I think Conscious came up and corrected him on something, but me and Reckless had a conversation. So I knew that I was dealing with people that can handle themselves. So that that's another part of it too. Is if you're dealing with people that you don't think can handle themselves, then you more kind of might be assertive in that situation.
Exactly.
But if you're dealing with people that they can hold their own, then you don't feel like you might necessarily have to jump in there. And
now, if it got to the point, Arshawn, where I thought they were being bullied or something, I absolutely would have stepped in. I absolutely would have stepped in.
I'm going to be honest though, Amandrea, as somebody who was
Well,
there.
why does it have to get to that point?
As somebody who was there,
because again, they're grown men.
As somebody who was there, I am curious to know. I mean, it was clear. JT was pressed like a relaxed curl, and I was surprised that it didn't I was surprised it didn't polarize some of the other men. Like, okay, nigga, like, what really? What's your issue? Because like you got something else going on. Like this man can't even get 6 words out, and you literally like can't even sit in your what is happening in your body physiologically? Like something is you wrestling something going on. What is that? Like what is that energy? What is that?
Well, to be honest, I was wondering why he was so
tight.
To be honest, I was wondering that because I mean, I've seen him like that before, but not like for such a trivial reason. Like,
and I'm gonna tell you what's fucked up about that, Mandrell, because shit like this happens to queer people all the time. It happens right in front of people, and then people will say, I didn't even notice. I talk about overt homophobia all the time. I talk about the microaggressive body language toward queer people that's represented in the let me scoot over a little bit further just to make sure this nigga know I ain't with it, or let me not even look. Like I've literally walked into tattoo shops and had niggas like can't even look me in my eye. Specifically, can't even look me in my eye. I went to a cell phone store a few years ago, and the guy who was transferring my phone over said that he had a dude working there who was literally so homophobic that one day there was like this group of gay guys that came into the cell phone store, and the guy came and got him from the back and said, "Hey, can you serve them? Because I don't deal with I can't." And the nigga fired him. He like, nigga, you better go turn that damn phone on. Like, and he got fired. So like when it's straight people will see explicit fucking queerphobia and then still deny the existence of homophobia and queerphobia. Like, and act like queer people just sitting around making this shit up. But look at what the hell 2 queer dudes had to go through for 4 hours, but yet homophobia is not rampant and pervasive in the black community.
I think too.
They don't know
like
that
you got
homophobic as well.
Well, no, I think some of them you got to kind of know the personality of some of these cats, because I ain't gonna lie to you, the same thing y'all went through. We had literally just some youngsters go through the exact same thing a couple months ago, where some of the same dudes y'all got into it with was doing the same thing to some cats just because they was younger. So some of them was just their personality, just like they're agitators. You feel me? Like, and it's just kind of what they do. And I think a lot of times with us, we're just so used to it. It's like, okay, here we go again. Because we literally had the same thing where we was trying to have this conversation with, the older generation, the younger generation, and it actually went worse than what this went. Like it got ugly.
Yeah, we were on JT's channel. You're right, Tom. We did that on JT's channel. It actually did go worse than what happened tonight. But then I did one, and again, when I curated the panel, I carefully picked because I wanted people to get something out of the discussion. So I picked people, like I told you guys before, who are qualified to have the conversation. And so we did the panel. Everybody loved it. It went over like gangbusters. You know what I'm saying? And so when you're having a serious discussion, like I told you guys before, like before Wednesday, I said you gotta have people who are willing to come to that discussion in good faith and have if it is that discussion, the serious one, you want some people to get something out of it. You have to make sure the right people are in that room having that discussion. So but tonight, like I said, barbershop conversation is kind of like is more so kind of a free-for-all. So people just say whatever. And
But I have this whole thing about the personality thing. Okay, I can somewhat understand somewhat, but here's the thing. So at what point are we going to start to try to hold them accountable for some of their views and ideology? Because they say that I'm not homophobic. Y'all have nothing to be fearful of, but or I'm not homophobic. You know, we're inclusive, but yet say that we dropped out and we can't be part of the tribe.
Well, here's the thing about that.
That was part of being petty, though. To be honest, with you.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you, I got that just from having a conversation with him backstage. That was literally just for being petty.
Just being petty. That's all. Because the thing is, like you just said, Conscious. That's why.
Hold on for 1 minute, I'm sorry. Somehow Crucial had got blocked. I don't know whether that happened by accident, but she just had
that was probably by accident.
Cash at me and told me that she got blocked. So can one of the mods unblock a Crucial? I think her name starts with a K in the chat. Yeah, unblock her, please. Okay, go ahead, Amandrell.
Yeah, like Tommy said, that was kind of a petty, probably something being petty because again, like speaking about JT.
No, I'm telling you, Mandrell, like they literally spoke to that. They was literally just being petty. And again, and I'm going to tell y'all too, if y'all like them or not, I could give a fuck. I ain't trying to give them no cape or whatever. I'm just telling y'all what I heard. You feel me? If y'all to hate them to death, it don't change my life any way, shape, or form. I'm just giving you kind of like the behind the scenes conversation I had with them or whatever. Right. And so, like I said, that specifically came up, and that was just more of a like being petty kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean,
I want to. Can I ask y'all a question real quick, please?
Go ahead.
I want to ask y'all. Okay, what is the actual purpose of barbershop talk? Because I have some relatives that own barbershops and hair salons, and I've actually been in barbershops, right? And the men in my life, in my family, they didn't have no coof to them. So everything, nothing that was said tonight was literally like shocking to me, but it was alarming because just not taking accountability. But what is the purpose of barbershop conversation? It's just to talk. Do you guys not try to get a resolve? Is it just to keep talking and talking and talking? Like, what is the actual purpose?
The show or like real barbershop talk?
No, in real life. When men gather together.
So in real life, it's no different than like you in the salon. Instead of us.
No, it is much different because when we're in the salon and let me tell you about a woman. This is real talk. I don't care where we at. If we see another sister or person need help immediately, we talk to our girlfriends and I need that. We make it. I know this person, huh? Let me call my homegirl. Let me call my cousin. Let me call we actually, in every aspect of our lives, we constantly working, moving, doing something. Constantly. So I'm trying to figure out, and I really want, that's a real honest question. I really want y'all to tell me what is the purpose of men gathering together and having the same conversation over and over again. What is the purpose of that?
Well, I used to have like longer hair, so I used to get my hair done in the salon, and they just talked bullshit. It was just different bullshit than we talk. So the bullshit that we normally talk in a barbershop is probably sports, politics, and shit like that. But it's not necessarily to like galvanize and get together and do some shit. It's literally more than likely just to pass time. You getting your hair cut. Most of the dudes that's participating is in there either sitting there because they don't want to be at the house, or they waiting on their turn to get cut, yada yada yada, and it's just to pass time for the most part. And then for the barbers, they help them to pass time because they're there all day. So that's generally what it's there for. It's just to pass time. It's not because after this we're going to come together as a collective and do this and this. It's just to talk shit. That's literally all it is.
Okay, so when I was asking that question, I wasn't actually speaking figuratively, like, why are you in the barbershop and just, you're getting a haircut and you're passing time. No, I mean, when you usually say barbershop talk, right? Usually women get together and they talk and have conversations, all type of conversations, right? And basically for the conversation at hand that was for tonight, because this was barbershop theme, right? This was barbershop talk. What is the purpose of it if nothing is going to change? I heard men on the panel repeatedly say, even down to what information man, he has some logical points at times, and then he says some things that was just like mind-boggling. Like, how can you say something this insightful and then turn around and say something so like hypocritical? Prime example, when he was talking about the women in the home. I mean, women working. He was one of those that agreed, he didn't like the picture of Rihanna because she's leading. Is it a problem that is it the problem, the main issue that y'all don't want the world to see what the world actually already sees and knows? Did it feel like a slap in the face to see something that's actually going on? Because not women are actually the ones that's leading. So was it a problem, like the reality of like, if that's what's bothering you, like the truth being in your face, somebody holding a mirror to your ass?
I'll speak to that picture in general, and I'll just say in this space, it's a lot of insecure niggas in there, and it's literally what I told them when I was in the back. And I told them it's a lot of their views, and me and Jordan had this conversation. Like they had this conversation they always have about women having girls trips, and they had this big ass hang up about women having girls trips.
Yeah,
so
and
like,
for the longest time, I mean, I was the only one on the panel who was saying, "I don't get what's the problem. I don't get the issue."
well,
here.
yeah, and so
Yeah,
I told them the same thing. Like, you niggas sound insecure as fuck. If your chick gonna get fucked, she gonna get fucked. Whether it's a girl's trip, at work, at church, it don't matter. If she want to fuck somebody else, she gonna fuck somebody else. So you not having her go on this girl's trip ain't stopping shit. But they're cemented on this, on this thing of my girl can't never go on a girl's trip, yada yada yada. But so as far as with the ASAP Rocky thing, I think it's just an insecurity thing, to be honest with you. And I think it's just so like what I told them in the back is, they had this joke about like the super conscious dude, and like the cue ball hits the black ball into the thing, and brother, that's the problem. And it's like that's what it sounds like to me, because like I told them in the back, it's like, bruh, ASAP Rocky got a bag, so there's no disrespect to him. Right now, he has no motion right now. The only motion he has is he stuck his penis in Rihanna. That's it. Outside of that, there's no reason for nobody talking about ASAP Rocky. Outside of his case that he got pending, and it's pending, it ain't no motion going in there, so ain't nothing to talk about that. Rihanna literally just did the Super Bowl, and it was announced, I think she's doing what, the Oscars and Grammys or some shit like that. So, like, she's literally in the news. Then she got the Fenty shit. Like, she actually has motion going on right now. So it literally makes no sense to have him in the front. And like I told them, if any of you niggas see me in that exact same position as ASAP Rocky, y'all think I'm sweet, it's gonna be bad for you. So for you niggas to just to see this nigga in this situation, to see it as a situation of, oh, he's being feminine, or oh, he's just had nothing, cool. Walk around and think that, and you see me in my BM and she's holding my hand like that and think it's sweet. It's gonna end bad for you. Like, I think black people get hung up too much on this, on the visuals and shit. Because one thing I agree with was when he tried to say some shit about like we was respected more back in the 60s and now, and I'm like, get the fuck out of here. We wore suits back then and they still put dogs and hoses on us. Like, black people are so stuck on this image shit and it's bullshit, because I'll sag my pants however low I want to. Ain't a white motherfucker gonna call me boy, period. But they wore 3-piece suits back then and it was getting called boy all day and night. So
I'm talking about they literally dropped bombs on us, bombed our churches, destroyed Black Wall Street with warplanes when black people, to your point, were in tuxedos, black women were in dresses, black little girls were in borettes and in their Sunday's best, and at our so-called most respectable.
Shit, beyond
at
that,
the height of respectability politics for black people, the American government, the Ku Klux Klan, and all these institutions galvanized to destroy black efforts.
Good. They hung niggas and invited their kids and had a picnic to watch niggas get hung in their suits, in those nice suits that they want us all to wear to get respect. So my thing is, they focus so much on getting respect from some fucking people that just ain't gonna respect you, that you go as far as to look at every fucking image that's put out there, and you had this conspiracy that goes with it. Now, I might agree with them that I think maybe it is some of that going on, but I think the problem is, like much that happens in this society now, is everything's an extreme. So every fucking thing you see now, they have to go to the extreme with it. So you see a picture like this, and it's, oh, like he's kissing a baby. Oh my God, how dare he kiss his baby? Like I told all of them
I
niggas,
was like,
I kiss and hug my
what the
baby
fuck was
all
that?
day long. If you niggas think I'm sweet, come fuck with me while I'm kissing my baby. Like it's whatever. But I just looking at this picture, I don't see any. And another thing I told them about the picture is, what if they didn't have him in it and they just had Rihanna and the baby? You know what the first thing you niggas would have said? Oh my God, they promoting single motherhood. He's in the kid's life. Why he ain't on there? So it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't. You know what I'm saying? So for me, I just didn't really understand any issue with the picture at all. And then they said, what is he even doing on Vogue anyway? And I'm like, well, if anybody know anything about A$AP Rocky, them niggas been in fashion since they've been in rap. They've always been in fashion. They always went to the fashion shows, all that shit. So,
and I'm talking about so fashionable that A$AP Rocky recounts how like him and his niggas had to grow up because they was on this fashion shit so hard coming into the game that they would have to fight niggas because niggas thought they were gay because of the way they were dressing. Like they was that fashion forward when they were in these streets having to fight for their masculinity because niggas wanted to try them constantly because of the shit, the eccentric shit that they was willing to wear. Now, my thing about this photo is that it's very interesting because it doesn't even make like optic sense for A$AP Rocky to be in front of Rihanna. How the fuck would Rihanna explain why A$AP Rocky is in front of her when she's the billionaire in the situation and 10 times as famous as he is? And this is her goddamn cover. This is
I was about to say, you ain't gotta bring it up.
This spread is Rihanna featuring whomever the hell she feels. So how the hell was Rihanna gonna stand behind A$AP Rocky and then explain that to an American or global audience? Like, why would he be in front of her?
Yeah, that was my thing. You didn't even have to bring up the billionaire. Just the fact that it's her story. They're literally talking about her. So, like you said, optically, it makes no sense for this nigga to be in front. So that's why I said, like, as soon as I got into the back, that's the first thing I got on. I'm like, you niggas is weird. Like, this shit right here. And I said it even because Black Man had posted on his Facebook page. That's the first thing I got there. I said, these nerd-ass niggas, they got too much time on their hands. Because if you look at the picture that he actually posted on his page, I don't know, some of y'all might have seen it, where they got the green writing on it, and they just pointed out every fucking thing. And it was like, what is you niggas talking about? Oh my God, her hand is down there by his nuts. He's kissing a baby. This, and I'm like, dog. Like, I need you niggas to go outside and get off the computer because y'all doing too much.
This is
how it is.
I'm surprised men ain't happy. This is the age of the trophy husband. This is where niggas get to put a reversal and they get to sit down and kiss the babies and enjoy the luxury.
I'm knocking Rihanna down 10 times out of 10 and end up shooting that club up. Period.
But this is also something that Black women are complaining about because a lot of people have been criticizing Rihanna for, they claim she's dating down, but Black women, particularly successful, high-value Black women, constantly talk about how the dating pool shrinks for them because they outnumber the qualified Black bachelors in this area, and most men at the top don't even want to be married because they have the luxury of having their cake and eat it too. So marriage is just literally another option, and it's about optics as well for a lot of successful Black men. But why would men who if you let straight men tell it, naturally desire plethora and an abundance of options, why would they give all that up when they now have the financial incentive, they now have the social status in order to pull any woman that would outside of those circumstances be out of their fucking league, but now are fully accessible to them with their pot belly, with their goddamn fupa, with their missing hairline, with Black, like, men don't even have to even cosmetically come up the scale in order to have access to the most beautiful so-called exotic of women. So what are Black women at the top who still want marriage supposed to do? Not date at all, remain fucking single, or they're going to get their Rihanna on and make it what it do.
Well, I think they said one thing they said was part of their problem was, I guess, that started with Rihanna because Rihanna had said that she would never get married. But what I had told them was, it's funny to me because nobody would have a problem with the man that's a billionaire if he ain't have a female already saying that he wouldn't get married. And in fact, we'd all say he was smart. So for me, I'm looking at her saying that like, yeah, that's probably smart. You already made your bill. You ain't had no do while you did it. I mean, we see what's happening with billionaires right now when they get divorced. They having to split that shit. So, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I mean, you know, everybody got their right to their opinions or whatever. Just this right here didn't, like, for me, and I said it in the back when I was talking to them, for me, any cat that got an issue with this picture, for me, it comes off as a insecurity.
Well, let me answer you this, Tommy and Mandrell. Like, the issue is that black cis hetero men keep taking out the issue of emasculation on black queer folk and keep taking that shit out on black women. And that's why, and I guess to black cis hetero men who are in the system, because that's also been this theory, I think is a very brilliant theory around why DV takes place and is so common in between black women and black men. And it has to do with this idea that because black men do not have the power to actually hit massa, they hit their woman instead. And I think that theory could actually bleed out into why even black men are even aggressive toward each other when it comes to gun violence, when it comes to gang violence, that black men are psychologically fighting for territory and why they consider the block theirs, even though we know that it belongs to the goddamn state. But there's this like incentive to own and to claim and to be in this autonomy, and it's being manifested in very toxic ass ways, obviously. But I like when black men see these type of images, I think something on some type of a cellular memory, some subconscious shit is being triggered up that more than likely does have to do with some unhealed, deep-seated wounds within the black psyche that has to do with slavery and our lack of true recovery from that enslavement, because black people have not been given freedom. We've just been given a better hamster cage to exist within in this country. And that's very different from being truly self-actualized and having the means to protect and govern your reality accordingly, even if it means accessing defense to protect those values. Black people don't have that. They don't have their own government. They don't have their own land. They don't even have their own. We don't even have our own native language. We don't have our own native beliefs. We don't have any of that. Almost every part of our reality has been completely bleached and whitewashed. And so I think black men, more so than black women and even queer folk, show that anger about that more externally. And the heat and the sense of that emasculation and that domination is also present in everybody else, but we just try to be more proactive and kind of stay aware of who the real issue is in this. And it's not us, it's the same enemy that we've always had that is at war with us. But I need black cis straight men to understand black women are not their enemies. Black, gay, queer, LGBT folk are not their fucking enemies.
That's what I tried to say at the end of the show. Like when I had my chance to talk, you know, at the end of the day, we're all gonna need each other. Period.
Exactly. And I'm sorry, Mantra. Just really quick. Yeah, I just wanted to before the conversation switched, I wanted to just add on to what Conscious said about us not being your enemies, because I think that's what it comes down to a lot of the time. A lot of the time, black men see black women as their enemy so much that even when their daughters get to adult age, they don't want to like spoil them or give them too much because they feel like this black woman is getting over on him. It's always this thing that's like it's like black women are gonna get over on me if I love her too much, if I support her too much, if I give her too much, I'm a simp. But then you guys preach, when somebody is acting out or not being a good person, then it's like the father is not in their home. Where's your father? But then when you see actual fathers, you guys go after them. Like you guys go after Russell Wilson, who is everything that you preach that black people should be, that black men should be. He's everything of that. He embodies that indefinitely. And yet you guys will be like, oh, Future, we'll look at Future as the manly man and call Russell feminine. And ASAP, even though he's like a gangster or whatever, he's embodying what you guys say the black community needs, which is a father in the home, which is someone who supports their family. So I don't get it. I don't.
So
Well, yeah, to
can I be
me,
100 with you?
yeah,
I think we have to differentiate like the internet with real life. So I'm gonna be 100 with you. A lot of this shit I don't hear in real life.
me
A lot
neither.
of these complaints I hear in this fucking manosphere, I don't hear a peep of this shit in real life. And this fucking picture right now, I guarantee you, I got a motorcycle club meeting tomorrow. If I took that picture to my motorcycle club meeting, which is full of fucking macho masculine niggas, ain't none of them gonna say none of the shit that none of these niggas said on this panel. I promise you.
Yeah,
Like I think we just in a space where niggas just think way extra hard on shit that really ain't even that deep. And just keep it 100 with you. We're on panels and we're asked to dissect shit that in real life you just ain't even gonna dissect. In real life, we'll see that cover and keep it the fuck moving. We ain't really gonna think about it that hard. But now you're getting put on a panel and they're presenting you with this picture and you're going, okay, break this down. And then you break, like even with the Russell Wilson shit. In real life, I haven't heard too many real niggas just really talking about Russell Wilson. We don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? It's when you get on these panels and it's, hey, what do you think about Russell Wilson? Now you got to sit down and think about it. And that's when motherfuckers start nitpicking and shit. So I think we have to differentiate between people that are sitting on panels and being asked to pick apart shit and basically be petty compared to real life where I got bills to pay. I don't give a fuck about what this rich person doing. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's not even about that. What I'm saying is
yeah.
even in I was using them as an example because you guys don't know who I know in my real life. But I was just using them as an example of what happens in real life because even in real life, if whenever a man chooses his family and whenever a man is the embodiment of everything that you guys preach will help the black community, he gets knocked on. It's like, oh, she got him whipped. Oh, she got him that. Oh, she wear the pants in the household. That's what I'm saying. I know that people aren't talking about millionaires every day in real life, but they are talking about the people that they know that embody a lot of those characteristics. So I was using them as an example.
Gotcha. Like if I could respond to it, like when it came to Rihanna picture, I was like, okay,
And after that, Mandrell, I might want to address Arshawn.
No problem. Yeah, I was gonna say what I had to say was she was the biggest star. And that article was about her, right? So why wouldn't she be at the forefront? The article's about her. And what's the problem? She's a billionaire. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't understand what the hiccup was with the picture. Now, like I said, the other one, I see why they thought like, yeah, it's a guy being playing effeminate. And that's why I said, okay, when it comes to imagery, and imagery does play a part because that's how the government galvanized common everyday stupid white people to hate all black people because of the movie like Birth of a Nation. When that movie came out, holy shit, son. You know what I'm saying? And it was off to the races. But what I'm saying is
Mandrell, though, hold on. But to your point, Mandrell, if the black community never represents men like me, isn't that also going to reinforce queerphobia?
See, I was going to get to that too. That, like I said, when it comes to stuff like that, that's why I made the statement. I was like, okay, there's plenty of acting jobs out there. And I understood your point, your counterpoint too, Conscious. That's why I didn't give you any pushback. But if there's gonna be gay roles, gay characters in movies. I'm like, okay, well, there's plenty. That's why I said there are plenty of gay actors, both male and female, who are chomping at the bit for opportunity. Why don't you just get a gay person to play the gay character and give them an opportunity to move up in Hollywood or in show business? You know what I'm saying? And then why don't you just write movies for straight male characters and gay ones too? Give them more opportunities. So that way they have more representation, because having the proper representation is important, in my opinion, of course. It's how you get rid of negative stereotypes. It's one way to get rid of negative stereotypes if people see it for themselves. For example, white people didn't believe black people when we said, hey, these cops, they're beating the shit out of us. They're sticking dogs on us, throwing bricks at us and whatnot. But then at the Edmund Pettus Bridge, when the news cameras finally went there for this second march, they're going to march from Selma to Montgomery. The news cameras got there, and white people actually saw the brutality. They saw the cops beating the shit out of them. They saw the dogs getting sicked on them. And all these people are doing walking in church clothes. So then that's when white people are like, oh, wait, that was real? Oh, no. Look, that's messed up. That's too far. Let's do something about this. And that's when things got moving. You know, when people get to see it for themselves. So representation does have its place. The conversation tonight, like I said, I don't know about Buddy wearing them pants.
The seventh circle of hell.
Right. The pants, that ain't for me. And the boots, that ain't for me. But that jacket, hey, listen. Word up. I probably rock that jacket.
All of that shit is for a slick ass nigga like me. I
can see you pulling that off. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
and would and does.
Yeah, I can see you pulling that off, man.
I was going to say to that point, Amandra, because I had meant to say this on the earlier panel, was that when I think it was Frizzing in JT's simple ass who made the comment that they talked about the infamous Hollywood dress. I thought it was so funny that they brought that up, because, and then they used that as the emasculation receipt. Let's not act like black men in dresses in Hollywood is an actual attempt at femininity. It's actually a mockery of femininity. It's a mockery of black women. It's a mockery of feminine entities, from Shanae to Wanda to the female characters that Eddie Murphy has played, to Big Mama, played by Martin, that these are characters. So the fact that black men are exaggerating the issue and acting like what the so-called system is doing is actually attempting to put black men who really are personifying woman on the forefront, and then manipulate and brainwash black men's community into wearing a dress and shit is so wild to me, because it's a false fucking equivalency. Medea is how like,
well, but you know what, Conscious, you also gotta understand too, it's comedy. And what is comedy? It's over exaggerating shit. That's what makes it funny, is they're over exaggerating it. So and I kind of made that point too, is white dudes and did the same motherfucking shit, and for some reason
it's Doubtfire
donkey for them.
Carrie on Living Color, playing of the gym teacher of the lesbian gym.
But it's like Shanae was fucking funny to me. Like I mean, now motherfuckers is all conscious and want to act like it wasn't, but that shit was fucking funny.
Yeah, but that's to my point. So then, how are black men using these examples of comedians in female garbs as the receipt that black men are being emasculated, when black men are not even being sold those images to become those images? And then the men playing those characters are literally playing those characters and mocking females, mocking women. Like, it's not like, so the fact that translate to men's community as the emasculation agenda, they're trying to make us feminine. How did the fucking show ain't even for you? They're fucking offending black women. They're fucking poking fun at stereotypes. Like, so it's like, it just feels like a desperate reach, like a very weird ass reach for UFOs and galaxies to take that and make that the thing that they want to hold on to, that's contributing to the emasculation. And like I said tonight, None of the niggas on the panel should have even brought up all these high fashion ass athletes who are in different tax brackets and who live upper echelon lifestyles, because those niggas exist in a whole different culture. They exist in a whole different situation where clothes and fabric and garbs and fashion shows and all of that shit is an art form. It's about status. It's about things that to niggas at the bottom just look gay, just flat. Like that's their only context for it. Like, oh, gay. LeBron James with the man purse. That's just gay. But they don't know that in the upper echelon, wealthy ass men wear satchels and so-called man purses. Like that is a lifestyle change and a part of the culture of the wealthy, something that the men on the panel were not qualified to speak to, because none of them ain't fucking wealthy. None of them don't live the life that them niggas live. They ain't on private jets. They ain't in Belize. They ain't seen the world. They're not dilly dabbling in Hollywood elite spaces. Like, so you see the men at the bottom also like witch hunt against the men at the top who literally, like somebody said about Rihanna's model for her life is going to look very different from the average fucking woman. We're talking about a billionaire, hyper successful, famous woman. So her lifestyle is not going to look like the average woman going to community college who comes from, you know, an average Christian family. Like that, it's not going to look like that. It can't possibly look like that.
My example for that was if I get married to a woman, I wouldn't let her hyphenate her name unless her name was attached to a bag like a Beyonce. Why the fuck would I not let her hyphenate that name when it's attached to her brand? But if you ain't got a brand, nah, you take my last name. So like you said, different circumstances, you move differently. Right. I don't know why people don't understand that.
And also to like add on to both of you guys' point, I want to talk about what Conscious said about the black men actually mocking black women. It's the same thing as white people mocking black people. People who you deem lower than you and still are successful, they mock it. The same way those same black men who mocked black women also mocks gay people. They played in movies as gay men. They did over exaggerated and all this stuff. And all of these characters were more successful than them. Shanae was way more successful than Martin. Martin had to come, had to bail Martin out. I don't know how many times.
Whoa. We got to relax. Because when we talking about comedy, I think it's different because I don't think you can take comedy personal because you're
but
going
men
to
but they took it personal.
No, I know. I understand they're taking it personal as far as like them saying representation. What I'm saying personal is in like, I don't think Martin was coming up with Shanae as I want to mock women, yada yada yada. I think because when I say you got to be careful when you're dealing with comedians, it's because their brains operate. It's kind of like what you were saying with the money, with the different echelon. When you're dealing with comedians, you're dealing with a different brain than most of us. So when they're thinking of ideas, they're coming from a completely different space than us regular people. So
yeah,
I don't
but
think
in order for the joke to land, it has to have some reality to it.
No, 100%. And so the root of comedy is usually over
offense.
Yes.
A lot of people take comedy personal. Like when Lil Nas X did the whole pregnancy thing for his album, a lot of people took that whole thing personally. They got so confused saying, how are we going to explain this to our kids? We're so confused. When Arnold Schwarzenegger had a whole movie about him getting pregnant, no one was confused then. But now all of a sudden, everybody's confused by Lil Nas X when it was a joke. How are you going to explain this to our kids? I mean, the same way you explain Santa Claus and all these other movies that are going out there. What is so confusing now that Lil Nas X is being pregnant as if we never seen this type of joke before?
They don't want to have a conversation.
Well, now all of a sudden, now everybody's confused now.
Well,
now all of a sudden it's not funny.
Because Lil Nas X is a troll. And I'm not defending it, not, but I've told people this from the beginning. He likes to troll, and what he likes to do is play with black people's homophobia. And I kind of enjoy it because it's funny because he's throwing it back in black people's face. So the black people that are like the Boosies of the world that are just like over the top with like all the, like it makes their heads explode. And I think that's what Lil Nas X gets a kick out of, is making like when him and Boosie went at it, and he was like, Boosie, when I see you, I'm gonna give you a kiss or something. Like, he gets a hit out of playing off a lot of these black people's over emotional responses to gay people.
Right. It's because he's seen as at the bottom of the totem pole.
And after you, Presley, I want Marquez to follow up.
Okay. But what I was trying to say is that all of these black comedians actually got away with doing those jokes because they were making fun of people who were at the bottom of the totem pole when it comes to society. The reason that Lil Nas X got a lot of flack is because they see him at the bottom of the totem pole and they're like, you're below me. You can't be making fun of me. But yet, when these black men come out here and do this comedy, I understand it's comedy and all this stuff, but it's always making fun of women who are seen at the bottom of the totem pole in the black community. Like, Shanae, oh, she's ghetto, oh, she smacks her lips, but and also dark skin. And so it's like people make fun of those women all of the time. And so there was no pushback on that because you're making fun of somebody at the bottom of the totem pole. But Shanae also handled her business when it came to Rasputia. She's a fat, dark-skinned black woman. She's at the bottom of the totem pole. So there wasn't that much pushback on it because somebody who's at the top of the black totem pole is making fun of someone at the bottom of the totem pole. But when it comes to Lil Nas X in our black community, he's seen as someone who's towards the bottom of the totem pole, making fun of someone who's higher than him on the totem pole. And that's why he got so much pushback.
And I want to say that I consider comedians to be societal trolls. Comedians really oriented themselves to, poke fun at everybody. Now, I'm not one of those people who is hypersensitive. I can take a joke. I go to comedy shows. I listen to crude and dark humor. I would never say some of the shit that comedians say because they're comedians, and for a long time they were given, the green light to be kind of to take the edge off of the serious conversations, to take the edge off of things. But living in this climate where we are really recognizing that there's a lot of disenfranchisement, there's a lot of people who are hurt and unhealed, there's a lot of systems compounded upon people's lives that are destroying their lives. Comedians have found themselves in an interesting predicament now to figure out what they want to do, and there's still this big conversation over that. But
no,
it's a lot of selective outrage too. And let me give you a point. She didn't bring up Norbert. Norbert was also over exaggeration of what I would say a lot of these manosphere niggas is. But she didn't bring that up because that's somebody who isn't in a protected class. You also have Eddie Murphy who redid a whole family. He had the bald uncle. Well, bald people have their issues, but nobody brings that up because you see what I'm saying? And that's why I say with comedy, everybody gets it.
Tommy, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it's okay for people. Like I could take a joke. I can get somebody making fun of me. I don't get offended easily. What I'm saying is that when people punch down, people at the bottom, we take it. We can take a joke. But when somebody at the bottom punches up, y'all can't take it, is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, I got you. Like who are you to talk about me type shit.
And Marquez, I'm gonna let you follow up, and then I need to get into Arshawn.
I'm about to say I'm about to drop down. I'm about to get some sleep.
Yeah,
I got Brazilian jiu-jitsu tomorrow morning.
Oh Lord,
and that's another thing. That's another thing. I'm in an MMA school, right? No one talks about this shit.
He about to roll around with some men.
you know what I'm saying? Nobody talks about this shit, and nobody knows if anybody's gay in there either. And Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is probably the gayest martial arts.
You know why it doesn't matter?
You get involved in.
And the reason why it doesn't matter because even if they are, everybody is trained to kick ass. So
right, that's what I tell you. You've heard me say this before. I tell people all the time. Listen, when I go to the gym, gay people are in there. When I show up, they're in there working out. When I leave, and I don't work out for 2 hours. When I leave, they're still in there working out.
Man, Drew,
when I go to my MMA school, I'm quite sure they're in there too. That's one guy I know for a fact he is. But I don't ask. It don't come
Mandrell,
up.
you need to stand the fuck up, because I cannot imagine what goes through people's heads when it's time for you to compete or spar with somebody. Because to me, I envision you being built like Terminator.
Oh yeah. Here's the thing. When I do roll, when I show up and say, "Hey, want to roll?" People do this. Yeah, because in that school, I'm probably physically the most powerful person there as far as strength goes. Nobody wants to deal with it. You know what I'm saying? So it's just they do it because it's like, all right, I can't stand there just like, well, nobody wanted to roll with me. You know, no one wants to be that guy that hears that. Oh, well, Carlos told me not to ask me to roll, but you know, I said no. Nobody wants to be that guy. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're tired, that's one thing, but if you're fresh and you ain't that tired and someone has to roll, yeah, go ahead and do it.
And this is why.
But if I compete, you ain't got a choice. You got to deal with it. So, you know
and this is why the universe balanced you out. It gave you the power of Samson, but made you a gentle giant so that you could yield that power responsibly.
Whoa. I wouldn't say giant. He's about 5'2".
Kill a man with one hand.
I'm 5'8", not 2. They make short jokes all the time because I'm the shortest one out of all of them. I'm saying at 5'8", and I'm the shortest one. I said, Tommy, how tall are you? 6'4".
But you're built like a lumberjack.
Exactly.
Built like I cannot imagine.
Or roly poly.
Yeah. I'm not walking around with a big stomach or nothing like that. I mean, what you see is what you get.
Why don't you take more? Like, why? I don't understand why you don't have more pictures. You spend your time carving out this body for yourself, and yet you are the most pictureless individual. Like, why are you not going off?
You will. I got the memo on that. I'm gonna have to start.
Are you secretly on a scooter, Mandrell?
No.
Are you sure? Is this something you're hiding from us?
This is a chair. Of course, it's not a scooter. But anyway,
okay.
Anyway, yeah, I am gonna start posting pictures within the next couple of months. I'm gonna start posting on Instagram and Facebook. So I'll start posting something. You know what I'm saying? And then you get to see, especially workout shit, because I'm starting to record my workouts now, and I got to edit them with something and start posting stuff for that, because I'm gonna start my own YouTube channel one of these days.
Nice.
And then because I'm working on the construction of that, trying to figure out what I want to talk about, what it's going to be about, and all that stuff. So I don't know. I'll probably hit you all up and ask, give you some ideas.
You know, I help you with the editing and all of that ish. So
give me some ideas of what the channel should be about. I don't want it to be about dating and relationships. Like even on my own show, you notice I don't talk about dating and relationships.
We don't. But people who are doing it successfully never do.
That's true. That's true.
It's only the lonely, miserable, broken relationship folk like Kevin Samuels being the relationship guru.
Being a bachelor, the guy was a millionaire. He said, "Yeah, people like, yeah, see, I'm supposed to be the leader of the relationship, and you're supposed to do what I say." I'm like,
with one failed marriage and back child support.
2 failed marriages. Two failed marriages. Yeah. And so it's like, I'm like, okay, what marriages work like that you know of? You know what I'm saying? Like what marriage you know of that works that way, where the woman doesn't have any input or say so?
Ashley says that you ought to call your channel Surviving Black Man Unfiltered.
It ain't that bad. Jesus. All right, y'all. Thanks for having me.
All right, man.
And again, appreciate you coming on the platform. Again, I did not expect it to be like that. I really did.
Look, here's the reality. Like, queer people who are living out loud, like, I've been through real homophobia.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
This ain't no damn sweat for me. Like, this shit is this is
And like I said,
sweat.
And like I said, to answer the question, had I thought you guys are being bullied or something like that, yeah, I definitely would have stepped in and said something and tightened that shit up. But I mean, like, for everything they threw, y'all threw like 4 back. So it was like, oh, they got it. They got it. You know what I'm saying?
That part, yeah. No problem. It was great. It was awesome. Please hit the panel soon. I'm gonna be live on Sunday too, so you should definitely be in the building.
Okay, no problem. And we are gonna do part 2.
Yes,
of
definitely
episode,
will. Absolutely. You just some rest, Mandrell.
I will. See you later.
All right. Good night. Okay, Marquez, I want you to chime in super quick. Then I want to ask
Yeah.
Arshawn what I gotta ask him so that he can bounce.
I'm gonna kind of keep it like kind of short, kind of like a little bit short. But those guys on that panel, you know, me being a young guy, I think they clowns, in my opinion. I don't respect nothing that they say.
Oh wow.
Like, I didn't get the aspect of the whole Rihanna picture. I'm like, well, she did do a halftime Super Bowl. I get that. But then when I see Jonathan Majors, who we know for a fact, right, Conscious, is not a part of the community, wear those type of colors, and the outfit, Conscious, is not even based off of anybody from the community. It's actually from a popular anime. And the guy is actually a masculine man who actually fights in that outfit. So I don't understand the concept of you to say that that's gay when the whole aspect of that subject is that's nothing to do with the community whatsoever. So on that aspect, I think it was kind of corny on their end. And also, these group of guys are most likely from the manosphere. And the manosphere right now is a bunch of insecure dudes who, in my opinion, have been messed up by a woman they pass. And their tough enemy, the enemy is not these women, it's not the community. The toughest opponent is yourself. You got to look in the mirror and you got to figure out, and you got to deal with the problems on your own. Can nobody tell you what you have to do? I don't get it, but that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you for that, Michael. It's great talking points. All right, Sean, are you there? Or you are resting in peace with the Lord?
I'm right here, right here.
I wanted to ask you, what the hell is your issue with patriarchy? Because every time
we gonna go to the patriarchy.
Yes, because you never let me and Reckless slide. Every time we slide that patriarchal shit up in the conversation, you be the first one.
Because I hate it. It's like a red herring. The patriarchy is not the problem. It's not like you can't keep saying like so many men are at the bottom. Like the closest, the real word that y'all use a lot, or not a lot, but I've heard y'all say it, like the hegemony, whatever that word, hegemonic masculinity.
Yeah, hegemonic.
Yeah, that performative thing that we saw on display tonight, that is a problem in these conversations that we're having. The patriarchy is not it, because y'all all say we're disempowered men. So it's not really the patriarchy that a lot of people are battling. When women are excelling past men, women are running, like you said, women, we're off and running, and get LGBT, we're off and running. Well, then it's not patriarchy, because patriarchy will suppress all of that.
It don't mean that we have off and ran totally to the promised land, but we just on the path.
No, not the promised land. But if you have the ability to excel past men, if you have if it's a patriarchy, if you have the ability to excel past men,
but women
you would artificially, like in history, you can see it in history. Women, LGBT people were artificially suppressed by law or by force to prevent any ascendancy, ownership, agency. That's patriarchy.
Still are. That's why we still have discrimination in housing. That's why we still have discrimination in adoption. That's why we still have discrimination even in hiring. Like LGBT people are still fighting to death, and trans women are seeing that fight more than anybody else. I literally know trans women who literally cannot get a job even at Mickey D's. They're literally forced into sex work, forced to be cam girls, like forced to resort to prostitution because the people in charge of the hiring process don't want to process the application of that trans woman. Like, these are still issues that are very much so real. These are still very much so issues that are there. So, but let's talk about the patriarchy just for a little bit, because I just want to establish for me why America is a patriarchy. Okay, patriarchy is Greek, and it means rule of fathers, or less literally ruled by men. Okay, and loosely defined, a patriarchy is a society or government in which the male is head of family, state, country, nation, etc., and lineage is based upon maleness. The term may also include systems dominated by men where women leadership is excluded. The U.S. is patrilineal by the definition represented by the fact that the woman takes on the man's last name and the male children only being capable of passing down that name generationally, because men maintain their names while women adopt their male partner's name. Now, patriarchy does not mean a world in which men have exclusive power over everything and women have absolutely no power whatsoever, because even in ancient Greece, which was arguably one of the most patriarchal societies ever to exist, women still had significant power over the household. Even though women make up the majority of churchgoers, they only also represent 12% of religious leadership, while men represent 87% of all male pastors and leaders. Now, to your point about patriarchy, right? I more so speak, I mean, obviously patriarchy is legislative as well, which is why you have a mostly all male government that is controlling the reproductive rights of women, that also were largely in charge of the sciences and the psychiatric community of this country, that determined at points that Black people were 1/3 animal and or 1/3 human, or that queer people that queerness was a disease and convergent therapy was, you know, whatever, and this was a mental illness. Patriarchy, when you have a male society that is not even like nuanced within its maleness, which is why queer men get left behind, trans men get left behind, effeminate men get left behind, when the model only also caters to only a type of man. Now we know in this system it's a white man, and Black men borrow from that white patriarchy that they've observed from the beginning, and Black men hold that power still, irregardless of the fact that women out-educate Black men, and women also sometimes out-earn Black men. But that does not mean that they give up or they don't release the power back to men, because men still desire to be head of the household, and even Black men and even Black women who know that they can finance their way out of a man's life still allow men to ultimately govern the household and govern the finances. Monique is a prime example. She's the breadwinner in her motherfucking household, and she'll tell you and your generation that her nigga is daddy and he make all the motherfucking decisions. And even though she the bad bitch in the situation and she got all the fame and got all the motherfucking wealth, he runs the motherfucking household. He runs their life. That she still adheres, bow downs, and submits to him, irregardless of the fact that she is the breadwinner and she is, you know, the big honcho in the situation. And this is still the case. Like, Black women make up the largest church goers, but yet they are following Black men in religious leadership who determine what sin was right, was virtuous, was hoish, was not hoish. Like, we get mostly all of our ideals and taboos from men, which is why there's so many double standards, Arshawn. That's why we can go be hoes, and it's not considered hoes. It's not considered hoeing. That type of language is only preserved for the feminine, which is why we can indulge in things that women can't, which is why we also don't have to deal with the issue of sexism and misogyny largely. You know why? Because we created the goddamn system. So of course we're not victimized by it, or we're borrowing it really and just emulating it, and the feminine of the community are following what Black men are borrowing. So I don't know how Black men can ever denounce that this is a patriarchal society. Like, literally 43.1% of the US scientists are women, 57% are men, and majority white, while only 6% are Black, and even less than that are Black female scientists. Women only represent 28.6% of Congress, while men represent 70% of Congress. Women make up 50.5% of the US population, while only 49.5%. Somebody got something on their phone. Hold on. Okay. While 49.9% are male. So my question always is, why is the fucking why is the minority making the decisions for the majority? Because really, if we're going to do a numbers game, it should be a matriarchal country. But how can it be when male doctors make up the majority in fields of medicine like family medicine, dermatology, infectious disease, psychiatry, internal medicine, uh, public health and preventive medicines? The only place in medicine that make up the majority of women is in pediatric and OBGYN for obvious reasons. While women only make up 17% of active duty forces, men make up 84% of military personnel. So you have all of these essential elements of society that are profoundly male dominated. Male dominated. Men possess that equity socially, and they're literally in power in institutions to decide for the rest of us what the fuck reality is. And even though I'm a male and I have male privilege relative to my female and woman counterparts, but I'm also suppressed and don't benefit completely from that privilege because of my own femininity, which is oppressed under this patriarchal construct, which the violence of which represented on that panel for almost 5 fucking hours, where it doesn't matter who I am, what I do, this patriarchal black male privilege that black men lean into, and sometimes black women follow suit in because they don't know no damn better, turn around and invalidate a man like me. There's no place for men like me and reckless in that black male patriarchal structure. So how do we not live in a goddamn patriarchy? Yes, women have pockets of advances and privileges, of course, because once again, a patriarchy doesn't mean that women don't have access to just nothing, but patriarchy reigns champ, period. Like, this is a left brain country.
All
Government,
right.
military, sciences, all male led base.
Okay, now here's my thing. Like when I talked to Reckless, and I didn't get to articulate this just now with you because I didn't know we were going to go this deep on this subject. Now, when I talked to Reckless, what I explained is there are 2 separate levels that we're talking about. Now, you have the overarching country, the systems of institutions of what people call white supremacy, patriarchy, capitalism. All that is governed by a group of people who are not at the level that all of the conversations that I'm a part of are at. We're talking about within the multi-dimensional black community. That community, like you said, the men are borrowing, and borrowing is a very loose term. That I would say the men are subject to what you're calling the patriarchy. Like you said, we're powerless in that. So we're not borrowing anything. It was thrust upon us the same way it was thrust upon black women. So as we're equally subject to this system, it confers benefits onto who it will. It creates who are the protected classes. It chooses who those laws are going to protect and when and for how long. They get to choose that. It is not on us. Our respectability means nothing. Our proficiency means nothing in that system. We've proven that. We've talked about that this very night. That respectability in the suits did not protect people's lives. So in that avenue, black people, men and women, are outside the patriarchal system. We are subject to it, but it is not our system. The system that we are in, this subsystem that black people are in, is loosely governed on the inside by, as we saw tonight, by a bunch of loose ideas, beliefs, and biases. Now, we're subject to this larger system, absolutely. And we play within some of the parameters, sociologically, psychologically. Some of that stuff does influence us. But we see it break down, like on the panel tonight, where we don't even know what masculinity is, where we don't know where power resides, where we don't understand the dynamics of a relationship. Those things are codified clearly within a patriarchal system. Now, with us, we're so loosely governed by the actual system on our day to day that we play in a shadow system, a subsystem, a sub government, a sub, whatever you want to call it. I don't even care what word you use. But we do not play in the exact same system. Like you said, it's loosely modeled upon. We get to see what other people are doing and we play act based upon what we think they're doing, but we don't know. Our businesses are not the same. We can't produce the same outcomes at the same level. Our families, we can't produce the same outcomes at the same level. Our education, we can't produce the same outcomes at the same level because we're looking at the outcomes from the patriarchy and trying to mimic it, and we can't because we don't see what's going on underneath. We're playing as shadows. Plato's allegory of the caves. Now we can see we're in the patriarchy, but what we're doing is play acting, like children trying to mimic their parents.
But there's been real life consequences, regardless of whether y'all are playing or not, because the black community took that black patriarchal shit seriously. And when you talk to the older generation, that's when you really get to see the thick of that patriarchal shit in terms of how our grandparents' social dynamics were between black women and black men, and what was reserved for women, what was reserved for men, and who held the money, who held the power, who made the choices. Like that black male patriarchy was something that the black community was on code about.
Absolutely. Look what happened once they realized they had a choice. Once women realized, oh shoot, I don't have to do it the way we saw these other people doing it. Women started getting it for themselves, and they are excelling in every domain. They are starting to,
but they're still not
men.
out earned. But they're still not out earning black men.
Not the point. They don't
black
have to
women still earn 82 cents on every one black man's dollar.
But that today's not the
irregardless of being more educated at this point.
Yeah, but that's because of the jobs, and I think they've already clarified that. As far as we focus on quote unquote the best paying jobs being the ones that come from college, which in fact I'm a truck driver and make more money than a lot of doctors, and I have no college degree. And a lot of those type of jobs where you talk about truck driving, when you talk about iron workers, plumbers, etc., that a lot of people don't know make us a lot of money, and is overwhelmingly dominated by men, because men are willing to do it and a lot of women aren't. That's where a lot of that divide comes in at. And when it's reported, a lot of people report it as if we're doing the exact same jobs and getting paid differently, when in fact it's just a lot of jobs that women don't want to fuck with. A lot of women don't want to be a fucking plumber, but they make a lot of fucking money.
Say that. I disagree with that. Women are told that we are not supposed to be in these fields. It's not safe for us. Either we're not strong enough. Either we're not strong enough either we're not physically strong enough or we're not mentally strong enough.
So
it ain't that we don't want it. It ain't that. It's a lot of trust. It's a lot of women.
I was in the military, right? And I was going to bring this up to Conscious because this is one of the only things I disagree with him about. I was in the military, and you're right. There are women in the military. The standards that they're held to be in the military is a fucking joke. They got to do like fucking, and I'm not even exaggerating, like 6 push-ups. Like,
but that's not on the woman.
I understand but listen what I'm saying.
Even that's a patriarchal.
I was about to say
I agree with you, but you know why? Because if they were held to the same standards as me, and again, I'm a man, I was there. 90% of them wouldn't have made it if they was held to the standard that we were at. Because a lot of them were struggling. Hold on, listen to me. I was there. A lot of them were struggling with the standards that they were given. I was there. I watched it.
But women.
Tommy, doesn't that?
But set the bar equal and allow women to then have the opportunity to be historically conditioned to raise the bar, because women are Western women are new at this manual shit. Men have had a 400-year fucking start in the building and the architectural work and all these heavy duty areas. Women are being newly introduced into these fields. So I personally, I don't expect women largely and generally to be as effective collectively in these areas that men are, because men have had centuries of conditioning to.
Okay, but so to that point. So to that point, when I tell you about these jobs, and she makes the point that they can do just the same, you literally just made the point that we have a head start. So since we have that head start, that's why we can do these jobs that pay so much extra money that, again, a lot of these women either don't want to do or can't do. So again, I ask you, do you want to be a plumber? Most women will look at you and say, fuck no. But if you look at what plumbers make, especially if they make their own company, they make a shitload of money. I'm saying that because that's something I didn't even know until it was introduced to me.
Same
And said,
job.
oh shit,
The same job, but they're not plumbers and stuff like that. There is still a pay gap. Women still are getting paid 98 cents to the dollar that men are still getting paid, and that's still to this day.
Okay,
So
what I'm telling you is overall, when you look at jobs overall, now when you look at the same job, and this was explained by a woman, is because men will negotiate their pay and a lot of women will not. That was explained by a woman, not a man. So that's all. So and what I'm saying is it's a lot of what do you call that? It gets a lot deeper than just what the numbers say. It's not just as simple as they're just saying this. Yeah, exactly. It's a lot of factors to it. Again, I'm not saying that there's not some bullshit in there too, because of course we all know it's always going to be that. But it's a lot deeper than
it's
what
a
the
whole
numbers
lot.
say.
And because these areas are largely male dominated, women get taken advantage of when it comes to negotiating their salaries. Half the times they don't even know that they've been dubbed in their salaries until certain conversations happen in the workplace, until certain things. Most women working under men are taking their pay grade and all of that to the men in their life and saying, I want to make sure this is fair because this is what's being offered to me. And then Joe over here is earning this. And then there'll be some exceptional excuse for why the man, oh, it's because he has these extra badges and this extra or whatever the bullshit will be to justify why he is out earning her in the same position.
So well, it's like you said, because a lot of men have had the head start. So he might have qualifications that she didn't have the time to get. You know, and not making an excuse. I'm just saying, again, we've already recognized that men have had a head start in a lot of these situations.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So do you guys believe that there's a pay gap between black men and white men?
The pay gaps that you're talking about do exist. My only point, when I'll make this real quick, is that you can't come to me as the black man Rashawn talking about the patriarchy when if I also have a pay gap where I'm being diminished as well by Robert. And like when Conscious said, man, you change the standards. When the time he said something about the 6 push-ups, I can't change the standards. That's not our rule. That's not our patriarchy.
Actually, we can come to y'all about the patriarchy, because the thing about it, once again, yes, you may not change the laws, but yet we're talking about through societal and social equity, and we're also talking about through social interactions. That's where black men have a lot of and I'm about to use this trigger like influence within the culture about the way that they navigate. So yes, socially I can come to you. Now when it comes to laws and shit, I can't come to you, because most black people are not even within the government to make a huge change. But socially, yes, we're gonna have these conversations. Yes. In the church, yes, you are leading that church. So with that being said, yes, we're gonna have these conversations.
And yes, even the church, we're not even leading. Well, there's a hit, but the money leads the church, and the money's coming from women. The women get to choose.
But that's the thing you're talking about. Okay, here's the thing. Yes, because for one, I'm over here tired, so I can't really get deep when I want to, but fuck, I'm gonna do it anyway. So you also have to keep in mind too, you're talking about a group of people who have been oppressed. What you see in the church what you see in the church is a sign of oppression. The reason why you see queer people and you also see women mostly in the church, that's a sign of oppression, because when you strip them away from their identity and tell them that this version of patriarchy, aka this religious patriarchal book, is the only thing that you should know, they're going to cling on to it. That's the same reason why when you see women up in churches, queer people up in churches, even though patriarchy affects them the most, you see them mostly in those areas, and you notice that a lot of men aren't even in those areas. It's the same reason why when you see like a mirroring type of behavior that goes on when it comes down to queer people, and also when it comes down to heterosexual people with the heteronormativity and stuff. those are all just a sign of oppression because it's a mirroring type of effect.
Yeah, and also I wanted to say that that Black women and queer people, we use our oppression and whatever benefit we have to that to uplift our other people. And it seems like with Black straight men, they use whatever privilege they have to oppress us. And I want to give a personal example because when I gave an example of in pop culture that everybody knew that they kind of just saw it as, oh, we're talking about billionaires. It doesn't affect our personal life. I want to talk about something in my personal life. I have a side thing because I believe in multiple streams of income. I will never ever be, you know what I'm saying? And so I actually started I didn't start it. I have a company that does vending machines, right? And so because I knew that that the people who were giving out the initial loans, which was like about 3 years ago, were not going to give them out to Black women. I went to this Black man and I was just like, oh hey, we can start this business together. You can get this loan. They're not giving out loans to Black women. You know what I'm saying? Can you help me with this? And he was like, oh hell no, I ain't like no, which is no problem with that because you're not obligated to help anyone. But he was just like, no, but his reasoning is what I'm talking about. He was like, oh, what? So, so you can go ahead and make a bunch of money off of my name. That was his reasoning. It wasn't, I just don't want to help you because I don't want to do that shit. It was so you can make a bunch of money off of my name. I think not. And I had to go to an Asian man, and an Asian man was like, oh yeah, for sure, I'll help you do that. And an Asian man got me my loan. And I paid him back literally 2 weeks later because I had the money to pay back the loan. And he knew that. And so I paid him back right away. And now I make money without doing shit. Just fucking having fucking vending machines everywhere as my side job to my main job. But
in the machine business.
but the thing is like it wasn't that the Black men refused because anybody has that right. It was his reasoning. He said, you're not about to make a bunch of money off of my name. And I'm like, wait.
Yeah, you just sound like an idiot, to be honest with you.
You should have just said no.
Like a
Like,
dummy.
you should have just
But I
said
just want to
no.
piggyback a little bit because I think that's super unfortunate. But I also want to add the other issue with men ruling in places because of also like the sexist issue is also the sexual exploitation of women in the workplace. It's also the type of way, it's the ways that women are propositioned in order to have access to resources or to a certain rank or to a certain opportunity that unfortunately is governed by a man who's writing the checks or who's oftentimes the manager or maybe the CEO of the company, etc. There's a lot of shit that men don't experience, Black or white, because they're men. It's certain things that are literally just exclusive to women in terms of how they navigate what has been for a long time cited as a man's world as a feminine being.
So again, I was in the military, so I literally watched that firsthand. It's part of the reason why I got out. I told people when the Me Too movement came out, if I ever went to the military, we wouldn't have a military. Like the disgusting shit that I heard about and seen in that shit, it's beyond like repulsive. Like I had an ex-girlfriend, me and her was dating when we went to this school, and we got sent to different posts. And literally her first day coming on the post, she met her supervisor, and literally the first words this nigga told her was, when you gonna let me eat your pussy?
Jesus.
No hi, no hey, this is my name. Like that's literally the first sentence he said. Wow. I had other female friends and I would talk to them and they would tell me about some of the wild shit these niggas would. So I 100% see that shit. It's wild out here. So I can imagine, you know, what's going on in the corporate offices and shit like that. But the military, I'm telling you right now, from firsthand experience, that shit.
I can imagine because the military is a boys' club. So I know it's like women living equivalent inside of a locker room with men. Like it's essential.
Yeah, to like 1,000 degrees. Yeah.
And shade in the military as well, they have this thing called SHARP for like sexual assault and shit. When I tell you, baby, it's always somebody it's like this thing where it's kind of like, you know, when you report, it's kind of like when you report against the police or whatever, you can report sharp, but since it's typically high-ranking people, it usually gets swept up under the rug. I remember with this girl, and she had a situation with Sharp, and it never got handled. It literally they literally moved her.
And it's that way and that's why the issue is so fucking nuanced and not blanketed. I mean, it's Hollywood, it's the corporate space. There is a lot of grave issues. I remember even Rick Ross had got a lot of clap back because he pretty much said that he won't even hire a woman that won't lay down with him. A woman can't even work in any aspect of his business without giving up the goods. We know hip hop is dominated with this type of exploitative attitude toward women as well, which is why I always say we got to get it together. And this is why me and Reckless always say that respectability politics are not going to save anybody. Even when people use their brains and use their minds, people are after your body or after some superficial aspect of you for one reason or another. There's just a lot of predatorial behavior going on from the white upper echelon community onto minority people to black and brown people. There's exploitation happening within the community amongst other tribe members in corporations and communal spaces. I mean, it's a massive job, and we're gonna have to fucking figure out how to clean this shit up. And it's gonna have to start by being honest about conversations, understanding what each other is going through so that everybody can have their hands on each other's backs.
Let me ask you, like, Arshawn, and you a question about the picture. Do you think because society has become so civilized, that's the only reason why we're having this conversation? And I say that because I'm in my head, I'm thinking the reason why patriarchy in general is in place is because if you didn't have civilization, essentially the men could do whatever the fuck they wanted to do. Like, if you didn't have rules and laws in place, I mean, men are generally stronger if they want to do what the fuck they want. Like, my kid's mom is 5'3". I'm 6'4". It ain't much she could do with me. You know, you understand what I'm saying? So in an uncivilized world, are we even having this discussion, or is it just naturally going to be patriarchy because I'm going to need one of these bigger beings to protect me from these other bigger beings?
No,
I mean, but you kind of played into that, though.
No, hold up. This idea that women needing or codependent for men for protection and stuff, that is a man-made construct. Like, nothing in nature, feminine does not require a male to protect them. If to be completely honest, mostly everything in nature, for the most part, is matriarchal.
So, right. My kid's mom is 5'3". I'm 6'4". What could she do with me?
I don't know. Maybe grab a pistol, hit you with the car.
Yeah, because
that's what I'm saying. That requires civilization. When I say no civilization, I'm saying you take it down to the brass tactics of caveman days. It's me versus you.
With the caveman days, I'm over here falling asleep. We didn't program women to be pillow princesses either. We didn't tell them, oh, you must depend on a man.
I agree with you.
We didn't like
everybody was killing the goddamn
but at the same time, if I'm 6'4" and you 5'3", like I tell motherfuckers, you better not miss, because if you miss, it's a wrap for you. You see what I'm saying?
That literally plays into what we are complaining about. You guys see us as your enemy. If you didn't see us as your enemy, there's no need for that question, because why would she have to figure out what to do with you because she's
no. So listen to me, because this is
that means you're a threat.
Hold on, wait a minute. No, listen to me, because it's not even just against women, because I'm one of the dudes in the manosphere that I can't even stand these dudes. So we've even had this conversation with them, because they'll lose. Usually when they're losing the argument, they'll bring up their money, and one thing we'll tell them is, well, these laws are the only reason why you got that money, because if these laws weren't in place, I'll just take it from you. Ain't shit you can do about it. So it's not just a woman thing. It's just in the world. But I'm just saying, at the end of the day, we're all animals. At the end of the day, it's not about being being animals. I'm saying when you go all the way down to primal, instincts. That's what it comes down to. Is
Okay,
can
well,
I beat
well,
you?
guess
Because
what?
our natural instinct as beings is survival.
Why would the mother of your child need to worry about defending herself against a 6'4" man because she's
No,
hurt?
listen to me. I'm not
Why?
saying as a position as the mother of my child. I'm saying if I'm a stranger,
Well, to
you
be honest, Presley, whenever they talk about this, I'll be like kind of just laughing only because it's like, okay, so which one is it? Do y'all want to be animals or do y'all not want to be animals? Because okay, if you want to be animals, let's just take it all the way there. Because even in the animal kingdom, they kill children, and then they go over there and
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
the woman. So with that being said, do you want to be animals or do you want to be human beings?
Just the fact that he even
Oh,
brought up that
oh my
question,
God.
like,
Hold on,
like
hold on,
why
hold on,
would
wait a minute.
you?
Hold on. I just want to start. So I think a way that we can effectively help women as men. Well, I think it's going to take a concerted community effort. I think that once again the community is going to have to band together. I think that women are going to have to protect women as well, and I think that
No man
men
is.
can still traditionally protect women in terms of like just having more body mass and muscle, but the way that men can really help women is by driving out the sexism and misogyny within other men out of the community, driving it out of the male consciousness. So to Presley's point, men don't have to be a threat. A woman doesn't have to fear for her safety when she's walking home from the bus stop and she's have to cross paths with a group of men at the corner and think about, will I get raped today? Like this practical comfortability that women should be able to exist within when she's walking through the city to her local bank and she has men catcalling and not knowing if that would turn into some man following her home. Because I read about stories about women getting raped on the 8 train and getting raped in the parks and having some weirdo looking at them and stalking them on the train. There was even an incident that happened where a woman was completely sexually assaulted on the train in front of everybody and people recorded it. Nobody even helped this fucking woman. She was being literally sexually assaulted on the train. And so I think what men can do largely is hold other men accountable and stop allowing men to think it's okay to objectify women in this way. Stop reducing women to their genitalia. Stop valuing women based upon their titties and their ass and their external beauty. Actually humanize women. Men need to largely humanize women. And in those barbershop conversations, that's when you really get to see the animalistic aspect, the primal, predatorial, animalistic reality of men's consciousness, because men go ape shit on conversations around women, and there's no type of self-respect that's had when it comes to women. It's all sexual, it's all indentured servitude, it's all like superficial based. And so I think that can be one of the ways in which men can truly help women is by confronting the issue of misogyny in men's community as men. This is going to be the only real way for women to also not need men to depend on to navigate men's spaces when they're in men's spaces without us.
Yeah, I agree.
Man,
I
can I
agree
say
with that.
something real quick? I mean, because I hear you, Conscious. It's not that you're wrong. It's just that it stops short
It's
of
that
reality.
Arshawn has a pushback. It's not that you're wrong. I just got something to say, nigga.
It stops short of reality.
No, it
because
is.
like we saw tonight, like, okay, men, like what I said about the patriarchy, the white facing patriarchy gets to confer benefit on who it chooses. Black men do not have the autonomy to police their own community. Okay, y'all, we in La La Land. Okay,
Arshawn, no, I'm for real. Arshawn, if we as men, because black men can't have to control what they can, and what we can control is us. What we can control is the way we interact with other men. What we can make a priority is providing information and accountability to other men. And if we don't do that, Arshawn, every last single one of our nieces and our daughters are in fucking danger amongst men. If we accept that we are powerless and that men are the sexual purse that they fucking are, every woman in our life is fucking up for grabs, and I cannot accept that. So La La Land or not, I'm going to have to be the combative nigga in the fucking room to just take on all the fucking smoke when it comes to niggas who think that certain things are just going to be okay, that need to be confronted by the same black men who always want to argue like they did on a panel for 5 hours how they should be fucking leaders. So leaders are hopeless now. Leaders are not going to take on the fact that it's their responsibility to curve the narrative and to change the polls.
It's not that. It's just it's not gonna happen. Because I'm telling you, like I've been in this space. I literally since I came in this quote unquote manosphere space, I've explained to a lot of these niggas they weird as fuck. Like it's literally been like one of my catchphrases that they laugh at me about, because a lot of what they say, even just the projection that they give as if you're the leader 100% of the time in a relationship and she just follows you. And I tell them, like, no, there's sometimes she gonna lead in certain situations and I'm gonna lead. Like that doesn't make me, you know, whatever weird ass, you know, a pronoun y'all want to come up with me as. That's the reality of life. I might be down sometime and she might end up being a breadwinner at times, or even just a weird conversation that they have where they act as if they're going to be in a position to pay the bills, when we all know that the average salary in America is $45,000 a year. So most of you niggas ain't paying all the bills in the first place, but you're having conversations in a position as if you're paying all the bills. No, nigga, you're not doing that. So why you even in this conversation? So you can do that. It's just, especially in this space, there's so many of these niggas that's so programmed to think the right way. They just gonna look at you as like I'm the weirdo in this space. Actually, to be honest with you, I'm the weirdo.
You gotta be bold enough to be that weirdo. And you do a great job, Tommy, at being that weirdo, because the way that you Jerry Springer the goddamn room in the private after fucking show, we need more men. We need more fucking men that are aggressive, don't give a fuck, like gon' swing a chair at every motherfucker. Like if we had men on that type of energy and on that type of fucking time that you was on, if what you brought to that private after show was what you do when you out here in these spaces, then we gotta single-handedly protect niggas like you. Because
this is the nigga you supposed to man me for. This is the nigga you supposed to man me for.
Well, if you see me in these spaces, I don't have issues with none of the women in these spaces, like none.
I see why
but
because you actually hold men accountable. You call your
I'm confrontational, and I tell people as tough as these niggas try to be on these panels. Like I tell people, and I say this all the time. I don't say it to brag, but I had a point in my life where I was a bully. I know that most people aren't confrontational because I've been confrontational with people and they didn't want that smoke. So when I'm in these spaces, even though it's just talking, most of them don't want to be confrontational. So for somebody to take the stances that I take against what these niggas is talking about, you got to be willing to be confrontational and go against people that's not going to go for you. And most of these niggas ain't built like that. They ain't got nuts to hang like that. So they'll just try to go with the flow. And then I'm just not like a go with the flow type of nigga. Like I'm gonna stand on what I stand on, and I'm always open to being wrong on anything. Like anything I say on this panel, if I'm wrong, I don't have a problem with being wrong. But I'm gonna stand on what I stand on. And that's what a lot of these cats in this space that I notice they don't do. They'll bend, they'll flex to try to fit in with everybody, and I just don't give a fuck about fitting in with these niggas. I just, like I said, if I feel some shit, if I feel they talking some shit that's goofy or something, I'm gonna tell them this shit sound goofy. Like I said with the Rihanna thing, the shit just was goofy as fuck to me, and I'm not gonna just sit around because I know most of these niggas gonna think a different way, and I'm gonna just not say it. Like, nah, you niggas sound goofy. Like I said, another big thing was, the girls trip. Oh, my girl can't go on the girls trip. You niggas sound goofy as fuck. Like, the fuck I look like trying to put a leash on a grown ass person. Go ahead and have fun. I don't give a fuck. Because again, if you're going to do what these niggas think you're going to do, you're going to do it on a girls trip. You're going to do it at work. You're going to do it at church. You're going to get it done if that's what your plan is to get that done. You know what I'm saying? Which is their whole thing is cheating. So, but again, like I said, to get back to the point is most people in general aren't built to go against the grain. Most people want to be liked and want to be accepted and shit. I just so happen to be a person that I just never gave a fuck about all that.
Somebody got a question for you that was similar to the question that was posed to Mandrell. And then I want to ask Arshawn something again. Is Lorenza said why are you part of the manosphere if you acknowledge that it's toxic?
To be honest with you, I'm not technically part of it. I just happen to. So when Kevin Samuels went on his run, it's certain shit that I agree with. It's certain shit that I didn't agree with. So after listening to his shit and then stopping listening to his shit, it brought, because when I got on YouTube, I ain't coming to YouTube for this shit. I came to YouTube to learn how to trade stocks and shit. And then the Kevin Samuels shit jumped off. I watched a couple of his videos, and next you know, some of these goofy niggas popped up in my algorithm, and then I got sucked into this shit. So, to be honest with you, I built friendships with some of these cats that's in this space. Some of the, you know, not the toxic niggas, but the niggas that I can stand. And that's how I ended up in this space. But as far as like, quote unquote, being a member of it, I wouldn't call myself a member because I don't live by none of these. Like, I tell a lot of these niggas, you need to get off the computer and go outside. Like, a lot of these niggas end up hitting my phone asking where I'm at because a lot of times I just disappear because I actually live real life. And I think a lot of these niggas don't. I think a lot of these niggas just sit on this computer all day and talk shit about women all day. I'd rather go make friends with them than to be talking shit about them. That's just me personally. So technically, I'm not a part of it. I just, you know, I got friends that's in this space, and I just, you know, hop on panels every once in a while and shake shit up a little bit.
Okay, all right, Arshawn. So, our patriarchal prince. So then, what in the hell do you imagine we do if, to your point, it's hopeless? Men are bleak. Men are barbaric. Women are going to be assaulted. We don't have the power to change a goddamn thing. So what? Like, do we just lay down and take it?
See, now you're doing to me what those dudes did to you, where you say something and you take it 5 steps further in the direction I didn't go. I didn't say it was hopeless. What I said was that there's certain conditions, like Tommy said. Tommy said it. You was like, exactly, yeah, Tommy, yeah. So maybe I gotta say a real rah like Tommy said.
Well, that's because Tommy don't lead with, I gotta disagree. Tommy just says what he needs to say. You expect me to say, you let me down, Conscious. Now let me tell you.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. Like I said, you're not wrong. It's just I'm a guy, and I came from these spaces, so I know the things that you're prescribing are from the zone of what the woman needs. Well, what about what the guy needs? We're a person too, and we're subject and victim to the same system that you're complaining about. And you're complaining to us about this system that we're also suffering from. So then it feels like we're being blamed, so we're going to get defensive. That's just basic psychology. So then, okay, you're not getting any results from us because we're defensive, because you're coming to us with the complaint that the thing that we're not doing, but that we're suffering from. So then everything short circuits, and you get that panel like tonight. So what we need to do is understand that we're, like you say, you use this language all the time, Conscious. We're all a part of the same system that's fucking us all up. It's fucking us all up. Like you say this all the time. Well, then act like it. Act like we're also suffering. Act like we're going through the same things. Act like we're also. No, because you start making complaints like we're the ones doing it. Yes, your language is very accusatory. Your language is very like, you're the patriarchy.
That's
as
how
opposed again the language. And I'm
that's
telling
how
you how
black
lands
men
on me.
hear it, but that's not what CTV is saying. But that's how black. But I'll give you that. That's what black men think they're hearing, but that's not what CTV is saying. It's not blame. So
again, like I said, the language that you use is accusatory. I didn't say you accused us. I was being precise. The language that you use is accusatory. I'm not saying you accused black men, not you accused me. The language, the verbiage.
So it's a verbiage issue.
Yes,
it's a verbiage barrier.
Like so the same way trigger word. If I came in here talking about women need to submit, it's gonna sound away.
And it ain't no way to make that even sound better. And you know it, Arshawn.
Exactly.
So
there are ways to make it sound better. I say when I'm in the dating space, I meet a lot of people who are very contentious, and they do a lot of testing, as opposed to having the dialogue and the patience to get to know me over time, so that they don't have to do a lot of little testing and prodding and manufacture situations that they don't need to put shit in the water. I could say that.
Hold on, Preston. Allow Arshawn to complete.
I'm just saying we could be more collaborators. We could be more friends. We could be more in the same boat, rowing in the same direction, as opposed to what we come up with, which is a lot of combativeness and a lot of unnecessary challenge. Not challenge to see if I can prove my mettle and my character. Challenge just to see if I meet this patriarchal standard that you say is harming you.
I'm gonna tell you why because I took that route for so long, Arshawn. And you know what black men do? You know what I learned about black cis hetero men is that it doesn't matter how you romanticize your scars and your wounds that are given to you by them, irregardless of the fact that it may be accidental or it may be like whatever the context is. It doesn't matter because all black men here, no matter what, is that you're blaming them. And I have had panels for years that you can listen to my channel and you can hear literally it don't matter how I say it.
Now you sound hopeless.
Men don't want to be told anything at all. They don't want to hear that they are that they don't want to hear that you're hurting them because all they hear is you're telling me that I mean to hurt you. That's what you're telling me. Like it don't matter. Like that's all they hear in their head is that anybody is telling them that that they're doing it intentionally. But guess what? But once somebody makes you aware that you're hurting them, it doesn't matter if it's intentional or not, right? Because at that point, if the behavior continues, it is intentional. If black women say this is what makes them feel unsafe, this is what black men do. And then black men, because you know what? You could see it, Arshawn, tonight. And well, I wish you would have been at that backstage conversation.
Oh, it was crazy.
You would have thought what the fuck we're talking about. If like when me and Reckless had the nerve to say that we have had homophobic experiences and we've been threatened with bodily harm. At times we've had to employ our hands and feet and put niggas in the park. that you black men told us what was not happening to us at the hands of black men. Black men told us that we essentially have imagined this. This has happened both publicly and privately as it relates to conversations around what black men do that contribute to the oppression that's already there at a higher hand.
And when I tell you, we told that live up behind the scenes.
And that's why the dialogue always gets intense and triggering, because black men, out of some attempt to not feel guilty, then use denial as a way to soothe the issue.
It's hard to believe it. It's hard to accept it. It's hard. I've had this conversation with women, so I know exactly what you're talking about. I've walked that path, and you're right. Here's what I'm talking about to illustrate my point. What I'm talking about, understand that we're a victim too. Those same men that will attack you will attack us,
and that's what we be telling y'all, which is why we don't.
Some of us know that. Like some of us know that, but those of us that are under attack or that are threatened, or we also share the same pain, but we also cannot police those people who are more dangerous than us. It's like we talked about the whole dominance thing. Like Tommy talked about, I'm 6'4". What are you gonna do against me? They're 5'3" guys. A lot of 5'3" guys are not about to grapple with Tommy if Tommy was a bully and coming after somebody. So like
black men
we're still human.
Black men used to insert themselves in
not all black men did. Not all black men did. Because they've been doing that civil rights. There was not a high participation rate.
But the all has never been the case for any good virtue.
Even the majority.
But it was something that was a lot more prevalent where you saw black men get involved. There was a time in our community where if a black man saw a black man mishandling a woman that he knew nothing about and had no personal relationship in, it would be nothing for him to bring his ass over and say, hey brother, you need to back down, you need to calm down, irregardless of who that nigga was or how volatile he appeared in the situation. There was a time where black men stood on principle. Yes, this new contemporary black male is worried about getting getting a cat bust in his ass. And that's exactly also, and but then to the point, black cis hetero men then wonder why black women so-called emasculate them, because essentially black men live and accept the emasculation by deciding to be fear-based, by deciding to prioritize their individuality, but yet want to be the warrior class and the leaders. And you can't have both preservation and a protective role. If you choose to protect, it means that you accept that you have come to martyr for those you love, whether that's your community, whether that's your household, whether that's your marriage, your children. Being the protector is about essentially being the bodyguard of that which you believe should be preserved. And this current version of black man wants to have the title, but doesn't want to have the responsibility of actually protecting any fucking body, but want to be looked at as strong and sufficient, and want to be given the keys to everybody's lives and be trusted to be led into the promised land where there can be milk and honey overflowing. But how the fuck can how can any of us trust black men when black men are going to run from danger just like us?
No, I'm not. I've never told anybody to trust. But after you told me, I started this stream with, I am abdicating the black man title after what I saw tonight. So I know I'm not telling you to follow us. No, after what I saw tonight, no, absolutely not. No. As much as I have tried to stand up for black men, what I saw tonight was the worst thing.
Did you divest?
I
You divested, Arshawn. You divested.
I divest because I've seen a lot. I've seen a lot in the manosphere. I've seen a lot. I've seen real life cowardice. I've seen panel cowardice. I've seen a lot. I've seen a lack of intellect. I've seen ignorance. But what I saw tonight were men unwilling to listen, men unwilling to learn, men who had no ability to follow a concept from step 1 to step 2. I heard men who had such very vitriolic views say that they had 8 kids, which means that these feelings are going to be taught to a new generation of people. Yep. And there's no way for, like, even if I cared, I cannot stop him from imparting those views to the next generation. So that's what I mean about the powerlessness. And when I talk about the patriarchy, I can't myself as Rashawn step in and stop any of those guys. I know we talked about, like, we need Tommy to like read these guys the riot act.
You could have got on that panel and you could have let them niggas have it. You should have.
But you know what?
Because it's different, Arshawn. It don't read the same when it come from us. It don't read the same when it come from a black queer people. It don't read the same when it comes from black women. It only hits when it comes from y'all. When y'all get in each other's face and y'all handle each other, that's when niggas feel it. They already got a 400-year start in not hearing us about shit. So they're really dumb and completely desensitized because we have been the conquered. We have been who they've conquered. So there is no room for negotiation. Y'all have to negotiate on our behalf.
And when I'm in those spaces, because I was actually on that panel, I don't rock with Black Man Unfiltered's channel, except I went over there one time with one of the youth panel that Mandro had, because somebody backed out and he asked me over there. I defended this dude from JT. JT was coming after some young dude and getting defensive, and I was like, I spoke up and I settled the situation. And everybody's like, man, I'm so glad you were here, because I was able to speak reasonably. I could see what was going on. I could see people getting emotional. Everybody can't do that. And even when we speak to those people, what I was trying to say is they just go to another panel, because I spoke to people and I've corrected people when they come to my show, whether they're on the chat or that I'll correct them or stop them or will address the situation. And you know what they'll do? They'll just go somewhere else. They'll take their poison somewhere else because somebody will allow it. Somebody will accept it. Somebody will have another panel of Friday Night Barbershop Talk where it's okay and nobody says anything and nobody will moderate it. There's always going to be another place for it to steep. Like the same way we can't root out racism, because somebody will always make room for it because it's funny or it's clever or it makes money. So what I'm saying is, what is that Frederick
But
Douglass
there's
might have
always a
been?
certain, but there's always a certain pocket that's willing to learn. Because do you know how many people from Black Men Unfiltered that reached out to me? That lady
That's dope.
TJ reached out to me personally through email. So many of the men have DM me on Instagram, and also now subscribe to this channel and show up in this chat. And like people, like it's people. There is always people who can be saved.
Yeah,
and it's always worth it to make this shit as infectious as possible. If we walk away from it, we already know the apocalypse is coming, and it's coming sooner than later, because it has nothing countermeasuring it to any extent. And the rest of what you need to find out could be holes and hope for the best for the Walking Dead.
Listen, I'm with you. I understand. Again, I went in that space.
And you have a
I
brilliant
stood
ass
up.
mind, Arshawn.
appreciate that.
You need you somebody who need to be on the fucking forefront.
But what I'm telling you is, there are certain spaces, because I value my time and my energy, I'm not going to be in certain spaces for too long.
I understand.
Or with certain types of people. On that panel, I can't do it because I would have had to say something. Like, I mean, because you've even seen me here overstepping my, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm running stuff that I can't run. Name my show. You know, I can't tolerate certain things. So no, I would have spoken up if I was on there. I was speaking up from the chat. But you know, there's only so much you can do from the chat. But
And you
yeah,
was also trolling the hell out of my ass from the chat too.
Man, I was telling everybody. And again, when I run my panel, I'll interject and stop stuff when it's popping off, or we'll address it, you know, intelligently, because I think there's learning opportunities. We could have taken some of that ignorance and learned and shown people, but there was no leadership. I mean,
Well, let me ask you this question: do you think there was anybody there that got it, or that even
people that were open-minded? I'll say, bald head guy, Paul Bennett. He's an open-minded guy. Paul Bennett's open-minded. Mandrell's open-minded. Let me see. But a lot of those people are not really open-minded, or even if they're willing to listen, they don't have the comprehension skills. So it would take so many more conversations for them to catch on to something you were trying to teach 6 months ago. So, like, I mean, there's some well-intended people that were just so I don't want to say incompetent, but like deficient. They were just so comprehensionally deficient that the concepts escaped them, and they were basic concepts, which is another problem with like teaching men. Like, for whatever reason, in America, there's a 7th grade reading level, which means in the Black community, it's worse than that.
And also, I wanted to kind of add that this panel has been a lot more calm, and all of those straight men who are over on the other panel who said men need respect, men need to be leaders, men need to be listened to, weren't listening to the panel leader. Like, he was telling them to shut the F up, and they weren't listening to him. They were disrespecting him. They were just going on and on and on and on. But yet over here on this panel, the man, the feminine man, has everybody in order and everybody respects each other. I just wanted to point that out.
No shade, because I know at some time. No shade. I know at some time he was telling all of us to be quiet, but all them had me fucked up at some time, bitch.
Can I pose a question to the men and I guess Presley too, everyone on the panel? To me, I got a sense listening to that panel that there is a profound sense of insecurity, and that's why we keep having these conversations about what masculinity and femininity is, and that insecurity in identity. Like, almost like these men or incels, whatever, are looking for some sort of list to tell them who they are as a person. And I'm just wondering if you have experience with that, you know, the men on the panel, you know, was it that your father figures didn't instill a sense of identity in you? Like, where does this lack come from?
So I would say for me, I grew up with my mom and my dad. So that's where I kind of got like my balance. I also grew up in the Bay Area, so I grew up around gay people like my whole life. So I can give a fuck. It ain't never, you know, moved me anyway.
So you would never had to graduate from homophobia.
Exactly. Well, I mean, I will say, like, my dad ain't necessarily the most progressive thinking motherfucker, but he also, you know, didn't push hate in our head towards it. And for me, I'm also an individual thinker. So, like, me and my dad to this day, we'll clash about shit. But for me also too, I tell a lot of people this about, like, on these panels. Like, when I get on the panels, I'm not overly passionate about anything that we talk about. That's why I'm able to have these conversations and be calm and not be offended and not have these quote unquote beefs with people. Because if you don't disagree with me, I'm like, okay. But most of these people, if you disagree with them, it's like, fuck you, I hate you, and, you know, all of this weird shit. So for me, it's like, you know, if we don't agree, okay, cool. You go live your life, I'll live my life. I don't even have to, like, dislike you. It's like I don't expect to agree with anybody 100%. I think that's one of the biggest issues in this space is when they disagree, they act like now it's time to go to war because I disagree with you. Like, for me, I could give a fuck about half of this shit that we talk. Most of this shit is not life to me. It's just a conversation. It's literally no deeper than that, than a conversation. Once I click the X button on this shit, I'm back to my 3 kids. I don't think about none of this shit at all. And I think that's the problem with a lot of these cats is, like, they live this shit because I think a lot of these cats don't really have a lot of shit going on in their life. But one thing that you hit on is it is a lot of insecurity in this shit. And I think a lot of it is in the ego. It's in the ego of a lot of these guys, as far as, like, with the masculinity, and that's why I brought up the discussion that they have about the girls trip, because, like, whenever they even talk about it, they have to go to the extremes of it, you know. And, like, one of the conversations I had with them was, how often do you even think your chick is gonna be trying to go on a girls trip? Like, y'all talk as if she every other weekend trying to go on a girls trip. She might want to go on a girls trip once every other year. That's really that big of a deal if she go on a girls trip once every other year. And if you think she's waiting once every other year to cheat on you, then you out your fucking mind. You know, then they'll go to the, well, what if she's going with a cousin that's a slut? Well, I think you would know who she's going with. And if she's going with a cousin with a slut, you got bigger issues than her going, you know what I'm saying? It's just, it always got to go to these extremes to explain why, you know, they can't do this and this. Another thing that I noticed too is they put on these fronts as if, like this is my issue with the patriarchy thing, is like the way it was, like, I feel like I was raised under patriarchy, but the way my dad explained it to me is I run shit at certain times, and then your mom takes over certain stuff. So, perfect example, when they went and bought a new house, he said, my dad is a general contractor. I'm going to pick the house, but everything inside of the house, your mom's going to pick. That was his way of divvying up the power. So it was never a 100% everything is on me. It was, you know, I'll make this decision. She might make this decision. I think the problem I see in this space is these niggas think that they should make every single decision in life, you know, for them and their chicks or whatever, which I personally don't agree with. It's weird to me. Another part of it too is, like, and I've had this discussion with some of the women.
Go to the other part, Tommy, I want to ask you something super quick about that.
Go ahead.
If men in the patriarchy have identified or use money as part of their identity, what is going to happen to men's identity as women come into a space in a society where they can provide for themselves now? How are men going to adapt? Because I feel like men pushing against women's liberation and ascension to independence is causing such a big conversation and a lot of tension between the sexes, because men's identity are coming under subjection and confrontation, and they don't know now what it means to be a man, because men for a long time led from their money, and now that women have their own, I don't think men know where to stand. Like, so where's my sense of masculinity then? If she can buy the damn house, if she can buy everything in the damn house, if she can buy me a damn house, who am I then? What the hell she need me for?
But I think that's on the dude, and I say that because, like, when we was in that back chat, it was a guy on there, and he said, you know, I don't care yada yada yada. I would never deal with a woman like Rihanna because of how much money she got. And I told him, I said, yeah, because that's the personality standpoint. I know the guy. And I'm like, yeah, with your personality, I get it because she would run you. Me personally, and I could be wrong, but with the confidence I walk with, she can make all the money in the world. I still think in that household, I'm going to be the head of it. Now, when you say that, because of the way that some of these guys talk, it damn near sounds like I'm saying like you're my slave. Like, no, that's not it. I'm just saying I'm going to lead this, and you're essentially my number two. It's no different like on the chessboard. A king, can make his certain moves, but the queen, can make the most moves or whatever. So it doesn't make her any less important than the king. But, and I think that's like I was saying before, I had this conversation with women. I'm like, and maybe it's because I'm lost because I'm this type of person, but I'm like, it seems to me that y'all dating dudes that like will come home and see a sink full of dishes and walk past it. And they're like, we are. And I'm like, that's crazy to me. If I come home and see a sink full of dishes, I'm going to do the dishes. It's not that big of a deal. But it sounds like these niggas in their head think they should go to work, come home, and just kick their feet up and just chill. So in my head, I feel like I would still be in the patriarchy, but at the same time, it doesn't mean, like, perfect example, like he tried to give me, when I was in the back chat, he tried to be, well, what if they took a picture of you handing your girl, you cooking and then handing your girl a plate? And I said, the funny thing is, during the broadcast, I literally handed my girl a plate. What's the problem? Sometimes I'm gonna hand her a plate, sometimes she gonna hand me a plate. Like, I'm not hung up on this ego bullshit of you gotta serve me. The fuck you mean? I'm over here by the stove where I'm cooking tonight. I'm gonna fix you a fucking plate. What the fuck? But a lot of these dudes in their head will literally say that I'm a simp, which that's so overly used and misused, it's ridiculous. But say I'm a simp because I served my girl her plate today. It's weirdo shit. And that's why I said, like,
toxic to call your balanced ass a simp, because you remind me of my cousin. Him and his wife dynamic, and they have like 3 kids, is whoever gets to it first gets the job done. If he gets home with her and the house is fucked up, he starts putting away clothes. If she gets to the situation first, she starts washing damn clothes. Like, it's
so
they don't worry about man and woman. It's really just about being useful to each other. Like,
literally right now, as we speak, I am cleaning up behind my 2 little ones and their cousins. Their cousins just left, and I'm literally cleaning the house right now. And her mom went out with her sister out to go gamble. I don't give a fuck. It is what it is, because next weekend it might need me going out to go kick it and she cleaning up. It's not that big of a deal. I'm not about to walk into a dirty ass house and just let it be dirty because my slave got. It's just weird shit. But and again, and the crazy part about it is, I'm the one that make the most amount of money. I make 3 times the money that she made. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? So it's and I'm gonna just keep it a buck with you. Most of them niggas ain't gonna see me in real life. So as machos as these niggas talking yada yada yada, they can holler that simp this and simp that, but realistically, if they saw me in real life, they not gonna try me. So it sounds good on the internet, but you know what I'm saying, when you gotta actually imply that shit in person, then a lot of these dudes ain't gonna really stand behind that shit. But like I said, the way that I was raised, it wasn't no big deal to come home and wash dishes or vacuum or some shit like that. But like I said, the way that they push it in this space is as if like you just supposed to come home and just kick your feet up on the couch and just, where's my sandwich? And I don't see it that way. Like I said, now as far as major decisions, hey, we about to go get this house, yada yada, I might take the lead in that. I will also go to her to get her opinion on it and get her counsel. But in this situation, I'm probably going to make the final decision on it, but I don't leave her out of that decision. You get what I'm saying?
Tommy, I was listening to this discussion on one of my favorite shows called The Grapevine. I highly recommend it. I love their panels and their discussions. It's epic. But they was having this discussion too, and one of the guys named Carl. No, I don't know. Is it Carl? I don't think it's Carl. It's something else. But he was talking about him and his girl, and he was saying because somebody had said what you just said, like pretty much whoever makes the money, whoever makes the most money pretty much makes the final decision, basically. Like, yeah, I might give you input, but ultimately, you know, if I'm making more of the money, then I'm pretty much making the final decision. But he clapped back and he was like, look, there ain't no decision that I make without my wife and vice versa. And the shit that we can't come together on, we table it until we can resolve it. But I don't make a decision without her just because, and she don't make a decision without me based on money dynamics, because it's a partnership. So that the goal beyond money is also happiness, and once again being useful to each other. And if our real business beyond paying our bills is also being in a relationship that we're happy with each other in, then that involves very strong communication, compromising, and being equal in input, in etc. And like, he was super like passionate about the fact that like, I would never make no fucking decision without, like, if my girl was unhappy, and if she was unhappy with some shit or I was unhappy with some shit, then we would just table that shit until we can revisit it and figure out how to figure it out. But ain't nobody like pulling the trump card. Ain't nobody like, well, just fuck it, you know, like I make the money, so we getting I'm getting a Ferrari, or I'm getting a motorcycle, or whatever the case may be. How you feel about that?
Probably not quite as liberal as that, to be honest with you. Like, I'm not gonna fake it. Not quite as liberal as that, because I'm at the end of the day, I think I'm gonna just make the final decision. But probably similar to that, for the most part.
Now, why is it literally because the money, whoever holds the money holds the power? Is that the idea behind I'm gonna make the final decision?
Not necessarily that, because to be honest with you, if shit fails, I'm usually gonna be the one that's gonna be looked at, to be honest with you. Like, if you look at most situations, if shit fails or shit goes downhill, the first one that's gonna be looked at is the guy.
But also, based on what you said earlier, where you said like, oh, if you know, like if Rihanna's a billionaire, if I'm dating a billionaire, I'm still gonna be in control. That's what you said. So now you're saying it's because you make the most money. So like, which one is it?
No, I never said it was because I make the most. I just stated that was the position I'm in.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, wait, you said that even if you didn't make the most, like you would still try to be like in control. So I'm just like, wait, it's not adding up.
Clean up. But I also would if it was certain shit that I wasn't like proficient in, or that I was less proficient in, then that would be something that I would probably be more likely to take the back seat to.
You have no problem taking the back seat.
When it comes to what though? Like, I'm trying to understand what you're saying, basically.
I think he also multitasking.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, I was like, I was trying to follow him, and I was just like, wait, I don't. Okay.
Arshawn, are you still there? And do you feel like, do you like what you feel about what you're hearing?
No, I'm cool. I like Leah's question. It is insecurity. You can consider me like a reformed red pill dude. Like I'm a reformed one of those guys.
So you a yellow pill now too?
Yeah, I'm like pre-yellow. I'm like pre-yellow. So like a prequel to yellow. So, but basically what happened to me was I just happened to run into a woman that I had the longest relationship with that had a father. And what I got from her offset the lack that I got from not having a father. And it gave me a lot of the principles that I needed to overcome some of that insecurity. Because there's a baked-in insecurity if you've never seen what a man is supposed to be or what's expected of a man in a relationship other than sex. Like, so there's a lot of insecurity and a lack of knowledge. So you end up like when I talked about the patriarchy, like we're looking from a subjugated position onto patriarchy and trying to, from the outcomes of patriarchy, trying to figure out how we're supposed to move to get the same things, but everything is kind of deficient. You know, our businesses, our education, everything we do is not to the same level. The same thing with masculinity. We're looking with a lot of us without fathers at masculinity from other people's outcomes with no working knowledge of how they attained them. So we just make kind of assumptions to fill in those gaps. So we kind of Frankenstein monster of masculinity, which is what you all end up getting impacted by, like what y'all saw tonight. Like, so to project our masculinity, I've got to make sure I have no hints or semblance of homosexuality anywhere near me or in my speech. And I gotta say pause and no homo, and that's sus. We gotta perform. Like even when I'm on my platform, because Kawaii Bree wears pink wigs, is kawaii aesthetic. Well, to compliment her, I bought a pink wig and was rocking a pink wig, and the dudes in my chat got uncomfortable. And I'm like, dude, y'all don't even know me. Like I could wear pink wigs all the time. But y'all are bothered in my chat that I'm wearing a pink wig while I'm talking about something beside a woman in a pink wig. And it's like, why does that bother y'all? So like, but there's a performative nature to the masculinity because we're all symbolism. And there's no real actual manhood behind it. No substance of man, no character or integrity of manhood. It's all like, I've got to show this and display this and say it this way to be a man.
Yeah. Yep. Performative.
And also to compound on Leah's question, Arshawn, I wanted to ask that in addition to insecurity, do you think some men are just jealous that they didn't have their fathers around or didn't have that loving father around? Because I hear a lot of that as well.
Well, I think that because some men, and not all men, didn't have like their fathers around, didn't maybe understand what masculinity maybe is, or didn't have an example of it. So because they didn't understand what masculinity is, they knew what it wasn't. And knowing that, they knew that it wasn't femininity. So because they knew what femininity is not, they sort of, like he said, Frankenstein's what they thought masculinity was. So they know that it's not femininity. They know it's not, I guess, hair, makeup. They know what femininity is. So they try to figure out what masculinity is. So that's where I think comes in. I always thought like homophobia is not exactly homophobia. It's also anti-feminism. They both go hand in hand. It's a sort of a hatred against femininity. It's an attack against femininity, feminine qualities. And when you see that in another man, it's something to be a little bit afraid of. It's something to be, that makes you uncomfortable. You see that and it's like, oh no, that's not me. I'm totally against it. I got to make a big reaction. I have to show other men that this is something that I'm totally against. I have to do this whole performance and show the people that this is not me, because I know what femininity is like, and I'm not that at all.
Okay, and then I was also Levana. I was also talking like about the men who come down on men who are like good fathers and who are good loving fathers, not just good, providers and just I'm thinking of the word, but like enforcers, like providers and enforcers, and don't show any kind of love to their children. I see a lot of these men kind of go after them, and I was just asking, like, do you think it comes out of like jealousy? And then with your answer, you're saying no. You think that it comes because a man showing love to his child is something that they see as like feminine, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's what I was just trying to figure out, because I was just like, I don't understand why all these men are attacking these black fathers and then say black fathers should be in the home, but yet they're attacking the black fathers who love their children. And if the reason is because they see it as femininity, then that's like, it doesn't make any sense, because they're the same ones who grow up and be like, Dad, I wanted to talk to you about this, or I needed my dad for this, I needed my dad for that, and then we'll turn around and criticize the ones who are doing that. And that's why I felt that it had like a tinge of jealousy. I don't know how high the percentage is, but I feel like it's a pretty good amount.
or rather, I would say fathers who are more affectionate in a more, who choose a father in a more affectionate way.
Not yeah, that affectionate, but I would say more so accepting and non-judgmental kind of way, and who are like open. You know what I mean? Like all of those things that were listed on the feminine side earlier, I guess. So yeah, so what you said kind of makes sense.
You know what's so funny? I have no question or confusion around my femininity or masculinity, because I also feel like sometimes trying to contextualize it also makes it harder. What I don't understand is why most people don't think that, why most people aren't just using love. Because if you honestly love anything, you're going to be both sides of that chart. You're going to be both sides of that fucking chart if you love. You're going to seek to understand that which you love. You're going to seek to protect and provide for that which you love. You're going to seek to nurture. You're going to seek to love brings it all in, and it's not like compartmentalized in this mathematical structural way. It's just really about being and existing, which is why I thought it was interesting what Tommy was talking about, and I brought up my cousin because they've built their relationship on love. It don't have anything to do with the social constructs of male and female. They both work, they both pay bills, they both just make it make sense. They make it make sense. They both have chores. They both clean, cook, fold, wash dishes. They both are domesticated. They've been married for eons and they love each other. And there's no problem over whatever, because the only incentive is just to love each other. And you just get in where the fuck you fit in at. You just figure out how to be useful when you love whatever you're loving. And so it's interesting that we sit up. Hey, Tarus, a good morning. It's weird when we just sit and we make it like algebra. We make it like a trigonometry. Like I've never thought about, how do I love my friends, or how do I love my boo, or how do I how do I love my dog? I don't think about it. It's like it's a heart. It's nothing to think about. It's a being thing. It just is like I'm going to provide for my pets. I'm going to love my pets. I'm going to be sweet on my pets. I'm also going to discipline my pets. I'm going to have boundaries with my pets. I'm going to it's all natural. It's not. It's just weird. It's weird that we act like this is an intellectual walk. It's not. It's a love thing. It's just open your fucking heart to your wife. She opened her heart to you. It will make itself make sense. It doesn't need all of the calculations and all of that shit. It'll just be. But it's been completely hijacked by the love has been completely hijacked by the ego. And now sometimes when we're talking about community and relationships, it's like we talk about everything but the damn love. It's just like, what is a relationship? Is it money and power and position and all of that shit sounds so reptilian and mechanical.
It sounds like an alien trying to study human behavior.
That part. Yeah, so we've landed the probe on Mars.
You're not even part of this if you're thinking about things this way, because it's like you haven't even experienced it. It's like some sort of playbook from a study, because if you were just living you brought up that image of masculine and feminine traits, and I'm looking at it, and of course you have some on both. Obviously you can't be a functioning human being without both, but if you're just living like a normal person, this just comes to you. But I don't understand, or I guess I'm trying to wrap my head around this very reptilian idea of relationships and human behavior.
And this only happens when I listen to the feminine, whether that, everybody on the feminine spectrum, whether that's cis women, trans women, gay men who in touch with their divine feminine. I never scratch my head listening to the feminine talk about community. And I'm not surprised, because when we think about like the very communal aspects of our society, like women make up the majority of social workers. They make up they work very hands-on. Like women make up the majority of teachers. Like they're very much so like kind of like leading from that empathy and that empathic nature. And I think that nature comes just as natural to men. I just think that men have been grossly socialized to death away from that empathy. And so most men have just been desensitized and had their heart kind of sterilized, because having a heart as a man is taught in a patriarchy to be dangerous, because you don't need to be vulnerable. You need to feel vulnerable. You're not going to be able to serve your community if you got that sweet ass shit inside of you. You need to harden the hell up, and you need to, and so you just move further and further and further and further and further away from that heart thing. And that's why I said on the panel that women are better species than men. Like, because right now, like, if I had to vote, I'd rather live in a woman's world than live in a goddamn man's world. Like, if I could just change the players on the chess piece, I put women there, because I've seen women do both. I've seen women be masculine in terms of provide the infrastructure. When there's no man, they provide the house, they provide the wealth, they put their kids through college. And I've seen them be the nurturers, and they love, and they're gentle, and they're intuitive, and they're supportive. And so I'm just like, team woman in the world. And let Beyonce, girls run the world, let them run the goddamn world. Because
mind if I ask you a question?
Yes.
I'm about to say, to your point, I mean, because I agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
I just want you to know, it's like how men rejected the feminine aspect of even themselves, even though like genetically it's impossible, like based on chromosomes and genetics, it's impossible to withdraw the feminine from yourself, like just pure matter of factly. So if men so emphatically reject the feminine within themselves, if they can't love the feminine within themselves, how could they love it within another person? So they're already handicapped.
But it's because they can, because I'm a man too.
What I'm saying is, those men, the men who have chose to reject it within themselves, you have not rejected the feminine within yourself. So the people on the panel who are saying, nah, the men have no feminine in them, if that's your stance, and you can't accept any of the nurturing or the healing or any of the feminine attributes, if that's your stance, then you as that individual cannot also love those things in another person. You can't appreciate them.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah, you end up resenting them.
That I
is what you
question.
see. I was gonna say, like, I'm sorry, did I cut you off, Conscious? Okay, I was gonna say that most of the time they end up resenting those things, the things that got them through, the things that helped them get on their feet, the things that helped them survive. They end up resenting it and resenting the person that provided it.
So this is interesting that Rashawn said that. So Rashawn, my question to you is, so then so then is it true then that men also don't love women, that men are more sexually attracted to women but don't have any like inherent love for women? Because I was going to say that what makes me even like challenge those men who are like hard up on the fact that like I can't do that hard shit is the fact that like, no, but you are attracted to women, which means that there is a mirror experience happening, because you appreciate those qualities in women. You haven't been socialized to have those qualities yourself or to accept that in yourself, but it's still playing out in your desire to marry women, to have the softer element in your life that women bring to your space, to your internal space, etc. And so if men would just study that alone, for the men who are like hard up is okay, you ain't gonna consider it in your meditation session, you ain't gonna consider it in this or that, but maybe thinking about the fact that you are attracted to the feminine, even if it is external, is about something possibly much deeper. And if you travel that and explore that and go down that rabbit hole, then it may be one of the keys to get back into yourself and unlock that shit from the inside out.
I mean, that would be great. It's a hard sell with the way we're currently conditioned, because they're trying to still seek out that balance you're talking about. Because like that duality is the ultimate balance. And if men can't find it within themselves, because if they have to fully reject the feminine, which means that's why you hear so many men talk about the feminine friendly. So they have to find the fully feminine non-masculine to balance out their full masculine non-feminine. So they're still seeking out a balance of energies. They just don't understand that principle. But it's the wrong balance, because it makes both the man and the woman unbalanced. It's a fully feminized woman with no masculinity and a fully masculinized man with no femininity. So they're both still partial, but they're still trying to balance those scales.
Okay, well, do you agree that breeds resentment?
Yes, because everybody's being forced to deny a half of themselves. You have women who are listening to men tell them, deny part of yourself, because women are trying to celebrate both their femininity and their masculinity, their go-getter drive and their ability to take care of the family. We can do both because I'm a full person, but they're being shamed for being a full person.
Right, Rashawn?
You said, what was it?
They are separate. Like, one of the things I'd be trying to tell people, especially when I hop on BM's panel, is that one of the things that America is really bad at is separating the labor market from everyday society. We have a really big problem with capitalism leaking into our relationships, and in America uniquely, we can no longer tell the difference. So a lot of that is us inability to keep that barrier maintained.
So when you say that we can't keep capitalism out of our relationships, are you referring to men who can't hold up their end of patriarchy, or just relationships in general?
Both. So what I mean by that is, one of the things as it relates to the LGBT and then women in general, right, is if you remember infrastructure wise, utilitarian wise, one of the things that happened, I think during the 70s and 80s, was Title IX, which finally allowed women to go back into the workforce and get a job, right? Well, remember what happened, unfortunately, simultaneously, and it wasn't a conspiracy. That was the same time during the 80s that Reagan and the corporation slashed all the taxes, and that's when all of our blue labor jobs went overseas to like China and Mexico. So what ended up happening was you had a whole bunch of women enter the workforce, but then a whole bunch of blue labor jobs like factories and stuff drop and decline and go overseas. So now men basically is getting double tapped. They're losing the jobs that were traditionally masculine, if you will, and then now they're competing with women in more corporate environments. Well, guess what? You don't need a dick in order to type on a computer, right? And so there's a lot of these different issues. It's never one thing. It's a whole bunch of issues going on at the same time, and that's why one of the reasons.
Okay, so why do you feel like men couldn't just apply for those same jobs? I know that you said that because like men and women had to compete for those jobs, but why do you feel like that took away masculinity, because it didn't require physical strength to do those jobs?
Because men naturally, we like gadgets. We like using our hands. We like trying to put together things, trying to figure it out. And so when you take away manufacturing jobs or like, Intel computer-based, assembly jobs, you essentially like rob men's natural ability to just want to tinker with stuff. right? This is why things like shop class, wood class, mechanical class in high school, those were so important back in the day, because if you remember, our parents and our older parents, they had shop class in high school. So they can easily roll up into a trade and you wasn't forced to go to college. Now, in general, you're kind of forced to go to college if you just want your foot in the door, right? And so whether it's right or wrong, guys are going to be naturally feel defensive, because since we like working with our hands and not working with our minds so much frequently, it's a little bit uncomfortable, if you will.
So you're saying that
women don't have
masculinity
jobs
is
that work
tied
with
to
their
physical
hands?
strength?
The traditional sense of masculinity is tied to strength. Men right now we need a software update. This is why, like, again, I get yelled at, and I'm a straight male. I've been married 15 years, 2 kids. I get yelled at Black Man Unfiltered all the time by them guys, because I tell them, yo, this is not the 1950s. We don't storm the beaches of Normandy anymore, right? Nobody's yelling ready, aim, fire on the battlefield. Like, yo, we got drones for that, right? You get what I mean? Like, our drones are literally piloted by men and women in the Middle East that are based in Nevada. You don't need a swinging dick in order to fly a drone. You get what I mean? So, like, people don't need the software update because we're 2023 and a lot of our guys are still dealing with a 1950s mentality. And that's why we need the software update.
Do you think that software update is going to happen largely?
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I love social media. Because, okay, so my opinion, CTV. So real quick, I wanted to explain to you, by the way, thank you for inviting me to your platform. I think you're really cool, by the way.
Thank you.
The other day when I was asking you about the military, I know that was kind of like left field, the question I asked, but the reason why is because I'm more interested in solutions. Like, for example, I know that gay people and trans people join the military. I served with them. I deployed with them. I mean, for God's sakes, it was a lesbian that was, when I was doing convoy security, my second deployment, I was the gunner in the pace, and the gunner in the rat vehicle was a woman. Like, go ahead and tell me that that's gender specific. Like, women can't let that 50 cal rock like anybody else. I've seen that shit. You know what I mean? So the reason why I was asking you though is because the military, I know it has all its flaws, but when you think about it, that represents the best of America, right? It don't matter who you are, where you come from, what your story is. One mission. How do we all relate to get on one page, right? And so I was asking more of a solution, because the military is based on everybody being treated the same, again, in theory. And so when you have an extra benefit, such as you get the GI Bill plus gender reassignment surgery, something that's not available for, I'm straight. What do you guys call it? Cis? Like cis people or just straight people? Do you mind if I just say
natural born people? Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. It almost feels like, well, okay, now we don't have access to a specific benefit because we're not of a certain sexual orientation, which is not how the military is supposed to work. You get what I mean? And so that was my question. Is more of a solution to make sure that at least in one section of our society, it remains fair. Overall though, the software update is coming right now because of social media. This is why I love social media. Because unlike other countries, if you think about Germany, you think about Western Europe, you think about a lot of these other countries, it was war that forced them to have that gut check. Like in Germany, right, they take their middle school kids and their high school kids and they send them to the concentration camps and they teach them, yo, what we did was wrong and this can never happen again. And it's our job to make sure it never happens again. There was no country on this planet that was going to force the American people to have a gut check. Social media is forcing us to have a gut check, because now we can't just lie about our values. We can't just lie about who we are as American people. Everybody can fact check each other on the spot. Everybody now knows if you're full of shit on the spot. And so now people are like, well, okay, we market to the rest of the world that we're a melting pot, but in reality, we're still just a collection of demographics. That's why I like social media, because now we got to have that conversation.
And I wanted to add something, Terrace, about what you said about the military, about the GI Bill, and then the transgender people getting additional money. It's kind of the same as like affirmative action. You know what I mean? Like, uh, equal does not mean 50-50. Equal means we're on equal playing fields. Which is what the same as with the guy who was earlier talking about. Oh, women have to only do like 6 push-ups to be able. That's because that's her. You guys literally talk about the different physical strength between a man and a woman. So if you know that a woman doesn't have the same physical strength as a man, why would she have to have the same physical strength as a man? That doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? And so when it
So
comes to go ahead.
no. My bad for interrupting. I'll let you finish. This is good.
No, I was gonna say like so when it comes to, I think, with transgender people, I think it's the same as affirmative action, because they are they believe that they are born, like in the wrong body, and they want to be they want to basically start at the line in the right body, just like everybody else does. Because like cisgender people, we start in the right body, right? And so
Yep.
they don't start in the right body, so they want to start at an equal line with us. They want to start in the right body, the same way affirmative action works, where we want to be considered for the same jobs as white people, even though we're discriminated against. So we're just like, affirmative action is like, okay, we're starting at the same line, and our qualifications are going to get us to that job. You know what I mean?
Like a
So,
correct.
oh, sorry.
No, I'll just real quick. I'll just saying like a correction. I like the way she broke that down.
Yeah, and that was really good. And I agree with everything you said. The problem is that the military is not the civilian world. So you got to understand, when we joined the military, we're essentially government guinea pigs. We don't have rights, right? And so literally, you're the same, no matter what you identify with, whatever your sexual orientation is, the moment you hit basic training. You get what I mean? So it's like none of the sexual orientation or your race or anything like that matters. Can you meet this standard that says you're ready to go to a permanent duty station, or can you meet this standard that says you're ready to deploy? And guess what? Transgendered and women meet their particular standard just like a bunch of dudes do. You know what I mean? And so it's the issue isn't, for me specifically, the issue isn't the surgery. I love the fact that it's a benefit. I'm simply saying from that aspect of, if you look at the total cost of the surgery, and then you look at the total cost that you could possibly get from the GI Bill, if you're trans, you essentially double dip, and if you're not, you only get one. You get what I mean? And in a system that's designed for. Oh.
You sound like white people. And in the beginning, you said that it's a problem when capitalism comes into certain situations that it shouldn't be in. And right now, what you're talking about when it comes to cisgendered people and trans people is capitalism, because of the money.
Well, it's the benefit that we get typically when we come
capitalism.
out. Right?
You're talking about capitalism.
Do you get like health benefits in the military? Like, I don't know too much about that, but you were talking about that.
So you get TRICARE while you're in the military, which everybody gets. And then after the military, it just depends. It depends on your service connected. Like, for example, I overshare a lot, but I always tell the truth, because people on the internet gonna find out if you're lying or not. I'm 100% service disconnected for combat PTSD, right? So my healthcare is going to be covered. For transgender, for people that go through the gender reassignment surgery, that is considered a healthcare thing, because like Presley was talking about, that's why I said I don't disagree with her stance on why people go through the process, right? That's not the issue here. The issue is that the mentality and the system designed around the government is that so nobody has one extra benefit over the other.
I actually understood
So, for
why.
example, Leah, if you and I were to get out of the military at the same time, and you and I both were service connected at 100%, we're going to get the same rating and the same paycheck for 100%, regardless of how that happens. You get what I mean?
I actually understood why you asked the question in the Black Man Unfiltered thing, but I mean, obviously, I don't know too much about the military, but I think it'd be great if people in the military got both healthcare up to the amount of sex reassignment surgery and also the GI Bill to go and get education. I feel like you all should have lots of benefits for serving in the military. I mean, that may be like utopian, but that's just how I feel.
My thing is, I'm not necessarily in a perfect world, Leah. I don't care about the gender reassignment surgery. I view the LBGT like I view any other American. You're either a productive member of society or you're not. Like, I don't know any transgendered or a woman who ain't gonna pick up this rifle and start shooting in defense like any other straight male would. You get what I mean? My issue is that if there's going to be an extra benefit, then can we at least boost up the GI Bill benefit so it doesn't feel, at least, because we're always talking about feelings and perception, and really a lot of this comes down to people just being like grievance. And so I would like to not take anything away, but in the world we live in, sometimes I think maybe it's just better if it's optional. Either you could choose the gender reassignment surgery because of the cost, or you can choose
No, because that doesn't make it. I'm sorry, Charles. That doesn't make any sense because it's not like the extra money is going towards something else. See, if you got that extra money, you would probably use it to like take care of your family and things like that. They're literally just trying to be in the right body. That's all. They're not
Yeah, it's a
getting
healthcare issue.
an additional. But what I'm saying is they're not getting an additional benefit because it's going towards their surgery. So what that means is that you guys both have the same amount of spending money. For what you're proposing is that you have more spending money because somebody else was born in the wrong body.
I see
That's
what
what you're
Preston's
saying.
saying. That makes sense.
You have the same amount of spending money.
That
It's
makes
not
sense, but
addition.
I think the reason why is because the gender reassignment surgery is still optional. It's not a requirement. You get what I mean? Because
Yeah,
I understand
yeah,
that, at
it's
least
not
from
a
my
requirement.
limited understanding of the LBGT community, it's not black and white. Like, there's 1% who are trans women, there's 1% who are trans men, but then everybody exists between the spectrum, right? Nobody goes full transition. You got people who are in the middle. And
Okay,
I was
but
just saying, like,
the
it's still more of like an option, right?
yeah, but the thing is, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say this. I just want to make this really quick. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt anyone. But what I was trying to say is, your question would make sense if those trans people had additional spending money. You guys both have the same amount of spending money. So the same way that you have medical care and are able to take care of any illnesses or anything that you have going on with you, the thing is that their medical care costs more. So just because their medical care costs more doesn't mean that it takes away from you, and you guys end up having the same amount of spending money. That question would be valid if they got like a scholarship and they were able to, have more spending money, but they have the same amount as you because that money goes to their health care the same way you have money going to your health care. If you that's like saying, oh,
So
hey, if I don't have kids, this man who has kids and gets more money for his kids' health care, I should be able to get extra money because he got a kid and I ain't got a kid. That just
right, but the
it's it,
difference
it's
between that
literally just
analogy is
additional
that one
money
has an
going
extra
towards healthcare. It's
to
literally
be
just
fair,
money going
Presley,
towards healthcare.
Presley,
That's
to
all it
answer
is.
to counter your balance, the difference is one has an extra dependent, and we're still, and in my scenario, we're still talking about the individual here. The
Yeah,
thing is that,
but you
again,
guys still have
so
the
I
same amount.
understand if the argument is healthcare, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm talking about the optional surgery. Like, for example, I don't care that anybody has the same educational benefits, right? But if it's an optional surgery to go to get your gender reassigned, then can't I have the equivalent optional surgery like getting a bionicle arm?
But you
Then I
didn't
wouldn't
say
give a shit
that.
if you guys got
You
the
didn't
You
say
keep
that. You
saying
said, I
optional
want
surgery.
extra money. You said, I want extra money. You never said, hey, if
No, no,
they
no,
can
no.
have
I didn't say
optional surgery,
benefit.
I want
It's an
optional
optional
surgery
May I
too.
surgery.
please interrupt y'all real quick? May I please interrupt y'all real quick? 'Cause I know
You can't.
y'all going down a rabbit hole. I just want to get ready to slide out. I just want to peace everybody out. To Roofs, it's good seeing you again, because I know y'all did that. We were on that age panel not too long ago. Leah, me
Yeah,
and you were in the chat over Black Man's. I really enjoyed chatting with you. Reckless Conscious, thank y'all both for having me. And to the other 3 people on the panel, thank you so much.
I'm gonna be
This has
dragging your
been-
ass up here every time, so you better get used to it.
Man, I can't do
Have a
this,
good
man.
Like,
day.
I'm gonna be dragging your
In a couple
ass.
hours. Can't do it, God. Just can't
I'm
do
gonna
it.
be
Have a
dragging
good
your
night.
ass.
The
have a good
patriarchy is
morning.
holding me back.
Have a good morning, Sean.
Hey, y'all have a good one. Peace.
All right, Sean. Back down the rabbit hole, I guess.
But yeah, like,
Oh yeah, and
like,
so
like, like,
I
like
wasn't
I
trying to
was
get sucked
saying,
down the military. I was just trying to bring up an example of like a way
but
that we can make sure that we don't cause any more divide.
But you
You get what
said
I
if
mean?
they
Like,
get, but you said if they are able to get that surgery, then you want extra money. You didn't say if they get optional surgery, then I want to have optional surgery, because that would be a fair argument. But you didn't say that. You said I want extra money if they
no,
get
no,
money spent on them for
right,
their medical care.
but I just finished saying that, like, if I could get the option to have an optional surgery or like just period, that's
But
cool
that's
too.
not what
Like, for example,
you changed the point.
let's
That's
say
not what your
let's
original point
no,
was.
no. Okay, so let's say everybody transgendered and a woman gets the GI Bill, right? But a transgender has the option to get gender reassignment surgery. Well, wouldn't it be fair for a woman to have an optional breast implant surgery, right? Because we're
Yeah,
talking
that
about
would be a
feelings and
fair
healthcare and things.
argument. That would be a fair
That's the
argument, but
argument
that
I'm
was
making.
not.
Like, can't we then bring it
No,
up?
but okay, okay. You're moving the goalposts, because at first you said we should get extra money. That was the point I was arguing against. I'm not arguing
No,
against
I said everything.
optional
I was
surgery
asking
versus
if it was
optional
the
surgery.
optional. So again, I'm not
You
trying to take
said
anything away.
I
I'm
want
not trying to take anything from the transgender community. I was simply bringing up an example of why some people in the country feel like it's not extra protection, it's extra benefits. And I was just trying to think of a solution for a very specific and small problem, because the military is not the civilian world, of just
okay.
how we can, yeah.
I was arguing against your original point of extra money, and I think that I made the point with that. So that's all. You changed it, but you know.
Well, we'll agree to disagree, man.
All right.
So Taurus is arguing practically if you get an extra lollipop, I should have the option for some damn candy too.
No, but that's
Just
not what he said
again,
before.
just from the
Before he
sense of the
said, if you get a
military, like,
lollipop, then then give me $1. That's what he said. That was his original point.
nah, if you give me a lollipop, if you guys get a lollipop, yeah, I want a lollipop too. I don't see the problem with that.
No, that's not what you said. You said if you get a lollipop, I want $1. That's different. It's different.
Are you also
Okay.
saying, Taurus, that like because the military pretty much treats everybody like a damn number, that ultimately, like, you don't really get why the military is making really the exception? Because if you can shoot a gun, you can shoot a gun. If you can run, you can run. If you can fly a jet, you can fly a jet. If you can
CTV, I want you guys to have the surgery. Like, I don't.
Oh,
like,
I'm not
dope,
trans, so
yeah.
I don't need the surgery. But you know.
Well, I'll use you in the metaphorical sense.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I don't have a problem with the surgery. I encourage the surgery. I'm just simply saying that, again, since it's a very minority amount of people, there are some conventional, traditional, if you will, service members who then it seems like, okay, the transgender community gets an extra healthcare benefit over everyone else. It's just the appearance, the perception. Because unfortunately, you know, in America, it's not about what really happened, it's what appears to be happening. You know what I mean?
And that's
I'm making the
the
argument based on a lot of backwards ass thinking people in this country who vote.
But you keep changing it because at the beginning you said that when you bring in capitalism into things, it ruins things, and then you just demonstrated that. Okay, because before you were arguing, I want to stick to your original point. Before you were saying that it's unfair and that we should get extra money as cisgendered people because they're spending extra money on trans people. You were making it about money and not about healthcare.
Right.
And
So
then you
you're
changed it to
getting
something different.
you're getting the correct you're getting the correct statements, but you're mixing up the context. When I first made that comment, it was about the relationship between capitalism and relationships as it relates to the dating society, as it relates to what it means to be masculine and the leader of the household. When I'm talking
No, I
about the
get
military, that has nothing to do with capitalism. That is a
no,
completely different argument.
no, I know, I completely understand that that's a different subject. What I'm saying is is that when you bring capitalism into the military and the different people that it benefits, that also ruins things. That's what I was saying. I was trying to um connect your point when it comes to like a romantic and other kind of relationships to the point you were trying to make with the military. I understand that it's completely different, but what I'm saying is that when you bring that capitalism into the benefits that you get into the military, that also causes divisiveness, that also causes hate. That is what I was saying. I understand
And
that.
Presley, I'm glad you corrected me, and I want to thank you for clarifying that. And that's my fault because I didn't make it clear enough that I consider those two different issues. So, like for example, you trying to bring up the analogy for me, relationships and capitalism is not in the same realm as healthcare benefits in the military. I consider that two different things, and that's my fault for not making that clear. So I apologize for that.
Okay, but at the same time, you said that if trans people are able to have extra money spent on them for their surgery, then people who aren't trans should be able to have extra money. And then what I'm saying is, no, that's not okay because those people are getting it for their health care and that it's and that it doesn't make you unequal because you guys get the same amount of spending money. I would understand if they said, "Oh, you're trans. Let me just give you money because you're trans." That would make sense. But
Okay,
it's
I got
oh
you.
you're
So since you're saying
oh you're
it's a
trans. Let
more
me
of
give you
a health issue.
surgery.
So
Yeah.
since
So
it's
I'm
more of a
like, it's
health
not
issue, you don't consider it really an optional thing. Like you think it's
correct.
more of a requirement. I understand that.
Correct
Yeah,
in
I
healthcare.
understand if
Yes.
you like. Again, I'm learning here. I don't know a lot about my fellow Americans. That's why I hop on random ass panels and try to get to know. But if that's really more of a healthcare thing, then yeah, I fully support that. I was never against the surgery to begin with. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
I just want to be
I
clear
think
about
that
that.
you felt I think that you felt like you like like they were getting more money and you were kind of making it about money. That's
No,
what I was just like saying.
no, I don't. I don't care what necessary. I was making the money as far as just the equivalent of the operation or something, if you will. I don't care how much it actually costed to him. You know what I mean? Like for example, if I got two iPads and you got one, you don't care how much the iPad costs. You're going to be wondering why you got one and I got two. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
that
That's
makes sense, but
basically
that's not what you said. That's what I'm saying.
that's what I was trying to say. That's why I apologize.
Okay. I
So understanding achieved.
I believe so.
That was kind of amazing, actually, to bear with. That was kind of impressive to bear witness to. So you used the term fellow Americans, Ataru. So a little bit more about yourself. What do you mean, fellow Americans? Like,
So my tribalism tends to end at America. Look, you guys could probably tell I'm definitely whole America, all that kind of shit. But my tribalism tends to end in America. I'm Black Puerto Rican, so I've been called all sorts of things, all sorts of names by all sorts of people.
Samesies. Okay.
And honestly, because I've served in the military, I was a military brat. I've been around all different people, man. I've stationed in Germany for 5 years as well, so I've seen how they get treated over there. And at the end of the day, I just care about whether you're a productive member of society or not. I don't really care what your sexual orientation has nothing to do with your ability to help make this country better. You know what I mean? Like, Conscious, when you was dropping your resume last night, I was like, yeah, that's the most. You and Reckless, I was like, man, these are the only two dudes actually being masculine around here. And the other straight girls were just straight up. I don't know if you saw me, bro. I was like, man, y'all embarrassing me right now. y'all are
I didn't know that they embarrassed so many of y'all. Arshawn is like disgusted with me right now. He want to be a full lesbian at this point. Like he ain't even like he done. I didn't. I mean, I know we always discussed it as same gender loving people, but it was interesting when it bled over to even our cis hetero peers are like, what the fuck?
Yeah. So, like, I have an interesting journey. I don't want to get down the rabbit hole, but for example, right, I'll share. A lot of people stay vague and they stay in the shallow pool. So I like giving real examples for people to criticize, but at least know it's real. I know for a fact that I have a bias and a discrimination internally because when I see two men kissing, it makes me uncomfortable. I also know that inherently makes me a hypocrite because when I see two girls kissing, it doesn't bother me whatsoever. And so what the thing is that I'm aware enough to know that at the end of the day, my uncomfortableness or my feelings should not be legislated. There's no law saying that my feelings is protected under law. At the end of the day, if I see two men kissing, that doesn't violate my rights in any way, shape, or form. So I can just, not look. You know what I mean? That's not, it doesn't violate my rights. So you're a consenting adult, you dress how you want, as long as you pay your taxes, you don't commit crimes, and you show up for your family. I don't care what you do. I don't care who you look like. You know what I mean? Like, and
yeah. What do you think would happen with that piece of you that kind of has that knee-jerk response when you see it represented in men? Like if you were to have a child, do you think that part of you would be aroused more in terms of whatever that knee-jerk is would probably be a bit more personified if it came through your children or somebody more closer to home to you?
I'm to be perfectly fair, because I don't have a son, I have no idea. I have two daughters, 14 and 12, and I know that if they happen to like another girl, it just wouldn't bother me. Unfortunately, CTV, I don't know how to answer that question because I don't have a son.
Okay. And an additional question, you said that it wouldn't bother you if they liked the women, but what if they were more on the stud side and liked the women? Would you?
I would blame myself. I would blame myself, man, because my oldest daughter's a gearhead like me, man. This X5N, we've been working on the together, so I'd be like, oh, that's my fault. Oh well.
That's what I'm saying. Like, most men don't have an issue with their daughters being lesbians unless their daughters are like studs. Then they're like, oh, I failed. Like, it's like, then that's when they have an issue.
Yeah, sometimes it's a problem because you're like, okay, it's cool that's you're my little mini me, but I don't need you talking like you keep your shoulders up and you're ready to fight people left and right. Like, can we dial that back a little bit? But for example, I know for a fact that this might sound weird, but if I had a son and he turned out to be gay, I'd be like, well, you're still going to show up for your family, right? Because your sexual orientation, yes, it's going to be something to get over with, but your sexual orientation means nothing to me as far as your value as a citizen, as a human being, right? It's what you do. So, for example, look at my family right now, and I'm married to my wife. I got 2 kids. Let's say I had a son. He's married. He shows up. He got 2 kids. Is he all of a sudden not masculine because who he's married to is another man? He's still providing for the household, right? He's still putting food on the table, right? He's still showing up for his kids in the games when it matters, right? He's still got a shoulder for his husband to
He's in
cry on.
He's in the military.
You know, he's in the
Serving the
military. So
country.
what part of that is masculine?
That's
Right?
what I'm saying though.
Yeah.
That,
So
that
even
that's
if he
what I'm
was more
saying because
feminine,
when it comes to when men when quote unquote open-minded men, when it comes to their children, if their son is gay, as long as he's masculine, they're okay. If their son is feminine, they're not okay. When it
right?
comes to open-minded men, when it comes to their lesbian daughters, they're okay. If she presents as masculine, it's not okay. So that's what we're trying to figure out, like why that is.
So naturally, men, CTV, you know this too. For whatever reason, man, when it's just men being around men, we just start analyzing each other in a group as, okay, who's a potential threat? And so even with the women who are more like stud based, well, since you're acting masculine, men are gonna analyze you like you're a threat, like you're a dude. You know what I mean? And then now the other flip side to that, Presley, is the insecurities, because what ends up happening is that straight men are insecure about the more feminine men in the LBGT community, because that's where they start feeling like, oh my God, this dude's checking me out. Oh, he's gonna fucking hit on me. That's where you get all this like dumb rhetoric coming from. That's more the insecurity aspect. But when you have a masculine woman, like a stud, or even like a masculine transgender, well, now we're analyzing you like you're another dude, and that's just normal society.
Okay, so the gay.
May I ask a question?
So the effeminate gay men are looked at as a threat, and everybody else on the masculine sphere, even if they are same gender loving or even a trans man, etc., are looked at as a peer.
Yep.
Okay. Interesting.
Now, obviously, that varies as general, you know what I mean? But in general, yeah, I would agree. That's an accurate statement.
Now, you said earlier that you're cool, CTV. Wouldn't it be cooler to have me as a son, Tyrus? Can you imagine?
Man. Yeah, because then I ain't gonna
waking up
get
to
my
me at the
eyebrows
breakfast
threaded.
table.
Yo, they I don't know if y'all ever seen me before, man, but they always roast me on there because I get my eyebrows threaded, and so they call me like a metrosexual, and they get mad at me because I'm like, well, I've been getting my eyebrows threaded since I was 18, and your crush still want to date me before they date y'all. You know what I mean? So it's like
That's just Dominican. Like, come on.
it's just, but it's just yeah, I think you'd be cool to barbecue, have a beer with, and everything, man.
But if I kiss my boyfriend, it'll be like CTV.
Hell yeah. I wouldn't have a problem, man. I mean, it wouldn't be different than my girls roasting me all the time. So, cool.
Okay. Okay. So, Pat got a question for you, but one more question before I let her ask you a question. So, because all the other men have gotten asked this, Rashawn got asked this, man, Joe got asked this. I got to ask you this. You seem to be a healthy, sane person. What attracts you, healthy men, to the toxicity of the sectors y'all kind of like swim in? Like, how have y'all gotten? How have y'all landed on the shores of the manosphere? Is it because it's male space, so it's going to attract you anyway, or?
No, for me specifically, is because I'm not healthy. I'm broken. I'm on 4 different medications. I got to take Adderall, fluoxetine, sleep med, anxiety, and then another sleep med, because if I don't take any of my medications, then I still act like I'm in Iraq, and I could be up all night like I'm running convoys at night. So I'm really broken. The thing is that I'm just aware or conscious. I've traveled and everything, so I got experience to lean back on. You gotta remember, man, most people in this country don't even have a passport. Less than 30% of American people have ever traveled outside of their country. God knows how many people has actually left their state, right? So the thing is that for me specifically, I've always been an outcast. Like growing up being mixed, I wasn't white, so I can't hang out with the white people. I didn't speak, even though I'm Black Puerto Rican, I'm American as fuck, so I don't speak Spanish, so the Latinos don't mess with me. And then every time, and because I'm weird and I'm techno, everybody's like, well, you're not really Black, you're mixed. So I've always just existed in the ether, bro. That's why I'm always like, I'm just American, dog. I'm just me.
But dude, like I I literally go through that, but because I'm a woman, I have to fucking suck it up. And even though I get upset when people come at me for that, it's like you can't make that like an excuse, bro. Like you really can't.
Yeah, and it's just how people handle adversity. Like for example, so to answer the first part, the reason why I got motivated CTV to do this a few months ago, hop on panels, is because a lot of my men, period, are really down. As you know, the suicide numbers are up, domestic violence, all kind of violence is up. Just, I mean, for God's sake, y'all see it on social media. We got these dudes acting like GTA now is don't even represent America factually anymore. It used to be a running joke on America. Now it's the fictional version. And so it's like, you know, I'm looking at these guys, I'm looking at the birth rates declining, I'm looking at all these different things. And so I was motivated months ago to just try to have a conversation with these dudes and just tell them like, yo, it's not doom and gloom out here. It's okay. Like, but it's hard.
But like you have like privilege, and I completely understand what you're going through when it comes down to like the PTSD and all that other stuff. And I literally like I completely understand. Oh, I can't say I understand because I've never been through PTSD when it comes to war and violence and all that other stuff.
If you marry that man, you gonna know exactly what the hell PTSD is.
No, but what I'm saying, but what I'm saying is you have privilege, and when you say things like, "Oh, like I was bullied because like I'm," you know what I'm saying? Like it just comes off as like white people claiming reverse racism, and it can rub people the wrong way. You feel me? Like,
oh well, sure, but I mean, we're just all just sharing our experience. Like for example, when I go through my therapy, one of the reasons why I tell people all the time with my military experience, I don't say this for a thank you for I don't want that shit. I don't use my veterans discount everywhere though. I say these things because I want as many people avoiding the shit I did. You get what I mean? And right now in the civilian world, especially with our young men and the LBGT community, you guys are dealing with the kind of PTSD and trauma I didn't even experience, and I went to war. That I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, but that's a huge problem. Like I know what I signed up for. And so when I go to therapy and we get these booklets, the reason why I'm always really looking down at my PTSD is because they also put the trauma of like sex victims. And so when you see the questionnaires, there's like, after the incident, did you feel like you no longer had control over your own body? And I'm sitting here going, what? I've never felt like I've always had the choice, but that's what rape victims go through. That's what sexual assault victims go through. Like when something that traumatizing happens, you feel like you no longer have agency over your own body. I will never know what that feels like. You get what I mean? So a lot of times I have a lot of empathy for a lot of people because for things like that.
That is powerful. So that's a big part of the discussions. My talking points around men is the detachment from empathy, and you just kind of really showed why empathy is really, really necessary. And
yeah, because let's be clear, CTV. Like as much as I know the military is not perfect, but let's be clear, the shit I did in the military, let's be clear, I volunteered for it, right? And at the end of the day, we all know there's going to be some blockbuster movie about the war with big ass explosions. It's all going to look cool and everything like that. You can't do that about sexual assault victims. You can't do that about rape victims. You can't do that about gay people who literally get killed for no other reason than they exist. I mean, for God's sakes, we got men out here deleting women because they ain't respond to their texts.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's like the issues that I thought I was dealing with, I was like, well, okay, you know, I did this for the country. I'm cool, whatever. You guys, my people are dealing with trauma that should not be normalized in our country, in our everyday society. That's really bad, man.
Let me ask you a question. Like, so with your and I agree with your but I empathize with you as well. And I have uncles who came back from Vietnam and all of that. Like, would you, considering what it costed you, would you still encourage the military? Do you think that it is a place for human beings? I mean, we know that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because if I never joined the military, I wouldn't personally actively talk to 3 people that I know who gone through the whole thing. Like my homeboy from when I was stationed in Oklahoma before I got out, she was just lesbian, and then throughout the whole thing, I even donated to her stuff and everything. Now she's broke. Now I call him broski. You know what I mean? Like I'm actually kind of jealous because I'm like, damn, you turned into a dude and you already more ripped than I am. Like, hold on, like slow down here. You know what I mean? It's so, but I know it's so crazy because I'm like, dang, they was really holding this internally the entire time.
Yeah.
And praying that people while we was deployed was still gonna watch they back, knowing that there's a chance they wouldn't. That they knew who they actually were. That's just crazy, man. Yeah.
May I ask what branch you're in? What branch you were in?
I was Army. I was active duty for 8 years. I joined when I was 18.
Oh, Army. Okay.
And how old are you now?
I'm moron. 35.
You're 35. Okay. Well, I don't consider you broken just because you just because you gotta regulate some things because you are complete where it matters. Like your heart is intact, your soul is intact. Yeah, you got some war rooms to
Wish
show.
the labor market felt like that, bro. Every time you go to an interview and they look at my resume and they go, "Oh, thank you for your service," you're like, "Great." Another employee who thinks we're just all a bunch of broken ass puppies. Like I really hate it, bro. You know what I mean? No. I'm saying you guys are saying that, but the labor market does.
No, I
think
think
say that I don't have PTSD, but I do have trauma and went to therapy for trauma. And I take quite a few of the same meds as you, and you and I are not broken. Don't think about yourself like that. And it's so important that you're talking about this on such a big platform because there's so many men who are so removed from this self-reflection and empathy, and just normalizing therapy for men, I think is just so important because we are seeing these deficits. That's why the manosphere exists. There's a lack of identity and self-reflection. And I think you're doing so much more than you're giving yourself credit for.
I mean that's fine, but at the end of the day, I'm still going to diminish me because at the end of the day, everything that I'm dealing with, I know that I took those steps. Nobody, at least in my opinion, for most gay and transgender people, you were born like that.
But to that point, Tyrus, because I got to build you back up. If anything, that makes you an even more incredible human being because you ran toward the storm. You ran toward the burning house, and you knew that it was possible that you would be damaged or possibly lose your life. And you went forward for something that you believe was greater than yourself. And there's just no way you can take that over. You can't take that off of you.
Look, I appreciate that, guys, but the reason I'm here is so that we can let people know that guess what, CTV, you would do the same shit. If it's popping off in America, I guarantee you're gonna pick up that rifle right along with me. Leah, Presley, Rashawn, everybody on this panel. Something tells me we're not just gonna sit by. You know what I mean? If it's really popping off like that. And that's what I was talking about with the men and the software update. It's sometimes these conversations still revolve around each other, us talking about our fellow people as if they're subhuman. Like at the end of the day, CTV, however you're dressed or your sexual orientation, last time I checked, you and I mortgage is still due on the first of the month. That doesn't change. Our utility bills are still due on the first of the month. That doesn't change. Whether you got a boyfriend or girlfriend or a wife or husband, after a while they get annoying. I
still got a damn headache.
The kids are loud as hell. Like it's the same thing. Sexual orientation doesn't It doesn't mean anything to me, you know. But
And I
our
wanted
guys,
to
But see, hold on before you go. But see, most people have to hypothetically hope that they'll be the person that you now know you are. You ran toward that storm. You know what's in you now.
yeah, and I know what I got to work on because I wasn't perfect. I wasn't like this, you know what I mean? Like I had to learn.
I mean, but that's something that you would have had to do. Period. Rather military or no military, like we're all on that life path of learning, but you get to walk around this earth every day knowing that you are a fucking badass and that you know that you're that man. Like you get to know that. You get to know that I don't hypothetically have to believe that when the zombie apocalypse comes, that I hope I will pick up my AK. You picked it up.
You trying to hype me up. You trying to hype me up like I
ran no. Look, look. When I see people compliment, even in the workplace, when I see people compliment our service members, Americans are really proud of you all because y'all have done something so selfless. And I mean, and it's represented in the scriptures. What greater act of love is there than somebody who lays down their life for their friend? Like to literally put your mortality and your existence online and to know that it's possible not to come home to.
That's why I take it personal, and I've always taken it personal when you see these anti-gay laws or anti-trans law or people talking about like military service. And again, guys, the only reason I'm talking about military is because most of my adult life was in the military, and I'm a military vet. So unfortunately, that's the lane I'm familiar with.
Totally.
But that's the thing we got to understand. Like all those values, and CTV, you hit on this all the time. All those values that I said, guess what? That's not sexual orientation specific, is it? Not gender specific either. That's just about your character. You either got that or you don't. Like we forget, like in the Titanic, yeah, they let the women and children, but how many guys tried to run up in the front and say they own asses first?
Yeah.
Was that masculine? You get what I mean? And so like people have a very, especially my fellow guys, have a very warped and outdated understanding of what masculinity and leadership is, bro. And we really, that's why I like social media, because now, oh no, you get fact checked on the spot, homie.
And that's what I wanted to ask.
And then Pat.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Pat, go. I know that you were waiting. Go ahead, Pat. I'm sorry. Do you want?
It's okay. You can finish your thought. I'll wait.
Okay. I was gonna ask him because I know a lot of people that served in the military, and I know that you like mentioned your resume, but you didn't like go deep into it. Like you kind of like went on and off about it. And I know that because you were and that's why I asked you like what branch you were in because of the army, because the army just tend to get kind of like looked down on. So is that like a part of what you're going through, that the fact that you were like in the army and not like, like Navy or like Air Force and stuff like that? Like, is that like a part of like what you're going through?
No, because I probably would have went through it no matter what the branch was.
Okay.
I think so. When you're talking about the different, where's my lemon juice? Oh shit! When you're talking about the different branches of service, what you're really just talking about is the different specialties, right? So, for example, there's different. Nobody does the same job in the military.
How they're viewed. I'm talking. I was talking about how they're viewed when they come back and are looking for jobs. I was just talking about that part.
That the branch of service doesn't matter so much as what your rank was when you got out and your specific job. Like, so for example, let's say no matter what branch of service you're in, you were a drone pilot, you're a UAV pilot. Well, guess what? You could walk up into damn near any airport or military defense contractor and you're going to get a job like that. Yeah. Let's say you were infantry, no matter what branch, you would use more of a grunt. now it's going to be really hard to find a job because
That's what I was speaking to. Yeah.
what if you're infantry or let's say you're field artillery, what exactly can you transition to in the civilian world that with the skill set that you learn?
With the equivalent.
Right. Let's say you was a Patriot systems operator, right? So this is the surface to air missiles and the truck and everything. What are you gonna do when you get out the army?
Why doesn't the military make provisions for that? Like, why don't they think about that for servicemen before? I mean, like, because isn't
they do, but it's just hard. They do. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I believe it's white supremacy because when the recruiters come, they usually go to all black areas to recruit for the army because they know when they come back, they're going to be looked down upon when they come and they recruit for like the Navy and the Air Force and
I have to
things like
respectfully
that.
disagree. I have to respectfully disagree because the majority of people in the military are white Southerners.
No, yeah, white poor people and they're confused
they
and
go
dumb too.
they
That's
mainly
what
go to the rural areas to go and recruit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That when it comes to the army, they go to people who they deem like below them, and then when it comes to like upper class neighborhoods, that's where they go to recruit for the Navy and the Air Force. And I was just wondering if that has ever been
Oh, okay.
something that you guys fight against, because when the army people come back, it's hard for them. But when the Navy and the Air Force come back, it's not hard for them at all. So that's what I was like trying to
Oh,
speak
okay.
to. You know
I
what I
get what
mean?
you mean. So there's a whole bunch of even though the branches, as far as the pay goes, is the same. Obviously, as you could tell, Presley, there's a reason there's an Air Force and a Marine and a Navy and an Army. We don't all do the same things, right?
Yeah.
But the biggest difference is going to come down to not necessarily the branch, but what was your job, what was your skill set, and then more specifically your degree. So the reason why a lot of the military recruiters will go to an upper class neighborhood, a middle class neighborhood, is because those kids are more likely to go to college, and thus they're recruiting them from the Green to Gold program, right? Trying to make them officers, trying to get them recruited like ROTC, trying to get them guys to go to West Point and everything.
That's the issue.
When they go to the inner city or the rural areas, well, guess what? It's straight up grunt life. Like I was an 88 Mike, which is motor transport. My first deployment, basically what they call us was glorified IED finders, because that's what it was downrange, right? Getting hit with IEDs and shit like that. Or you're doing
fight against
infantry.
that. That's the issue. That's what I'm saying.
Why? That's the military.
I don't know if this is a personal question, and I just want to get Pat still in here too. But like, is that where the PTSD came from? Is the experience of those? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna say I was perfect before I joined the Army, but you know, my first deployment was from May 2008 to July 2009. That was a 15-month. I went when I was 20. And the hardest part about that was because I had to take R&R super early my first deployment, because my first daughter was born in September 2008. We deployed in May of 2008, so I had to take R&R early, and then spent 10 months straight in Iraq, and I could have come back until, you know, we came back. And then it sucked again because my second daughter was born, and then 5 months later I got deployed for a year again, right? And so a lot of that, there's so many factors that go into like trauma and PTSD and depression and things like that. But like the reason why I'm so open about it is because there's too many people who stay on the shallow end of the pool, and if you don't give specifics, then what are we really talking about? So like, for example, CTV, the first deployment, despite the fact that it was the longest, was actually really dope. The second deployment was a shit show, right? My homeboy got hit with an IED. We was constantly getting attacked at the convoys. I got hit with an IED. That's the main reason why I got fucking problems and shit like that. And it's crazy because it's the same thing that happened in Afghanistan, because my second deployment was during Operation New Dawn. We're pulling out of Iraq and pulling all the shit out. Well, guess what? That's when you're the most vulnerable, and that's when everybody starts attacking because they're taking pop shots on your way out. You get what I mean? And so Again, there's a lot, but I go into that to give you guys specific examples.
Yeah.
Specifically.
Let me ask you this question. Kimberly had posed, my dude. He said, you guys, because he's talking to Leah too, who has experience. I experienced I would not compare probably what I experienced to be nothing probably what you and Leah did. I went through a very bad relationship, and I had my first experience with PTSD, probably on the mildest level, which was my brain just harassed me, and I just kept having these harassing, very negative thoughts, and they would show up uncontrollably, and it would almost
did it come from a physical trauma or a mental trauma?
It was all mental and emotional. It wasn't really,
shit.
yeah, it was all mental, and I would experience it under certain it for whatever it was the shower. I don't know what happens with my body and my brain connection in the shower, but whatever it was would just, I don't know, it just triggered up that rumination, and it would just be uncontrollable, and it would just be bouts throughout the day where I would just something would eclipse me, and it would just hit. And I did not pursue any actual therapy at all, really. What I started reading a lot of, because I leaned into spirituality because that's kind of what I know. And I started reading Eckhart Tolle's A New Earth, which was really broke whatever I was experiencing from me free, because he talked about this idea that we don't have to identify with our thoughts. And I didn't realize that on some level I forgot that, and I kind of identified with the things that were in my brain. I did not separate myself from the clouds of thought that come and go in my head. But so I started kind of using that idea to combat the rumination, and it was really hard at first, and it took a very long time before I could see the results of it. But I started, whenever I would start to ruminate, I would literally just force myself to disassociate from what was in my head. I would force myself to just let it move through, to just not identify it. It's not you. This is not your thought, etc. This is just atmospheric, whatever. It'll pass. Just, I would think about something else in its place. I would try to go to a very good, positive place. I would try to focus on something that I really love, something that I love to the point that brings me tears of joy. I would counteract in that way. And probably after about 3 months, I just woke up one day and it just wasn't there anymore. It was just all gone. I never ruminated again. I never had, it was just gone. Whatever that bondage was just cleared. And so
whatever process you went through clearly helped. Not saying it was perfect, but obviously it clearly helped, right?
I could look, and thank God it did, because if I would have had to, it would have got worse before it got bad. Before it got better. If something didn't give.
Can I ask you a personal question, CTV?
Yes.
Your everyday, when you step outside and you're yourself every day. Honestly, I don't know where you stay at, but do you feel like an active threat or some sort of paranoia simply because of
I do
your appearance?
Every day.
What's it? Can you describe it?
Yes. I live in a state of vulnerability every single day. There's not one day over the past, let me see, I'm 37, over almost 20 years now. There's not one day that I have left my home without the thought that I
real quick, because I'm cool with my masculinity. You look really good for 37, man. You don't look your age at all. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So for almost 30 years, there hasn't been one day that I've left my house where I was not aware of death. I think about death probably more often than other people do, because I'm just aware of the stupidity. So I literally carry my Beretta in my backpack every day. That's what I literally carry. And I don't like that I feel that way. I don't like that experiences remind me that I am not safe in this society, but I have accepted that it's the price of, as you said, now I know what I'm getting myself into now. Like, I've made an active choice to be who I am. So the world is gonna have to deal with it. And maybe one day there will be a day where I won't come home. But I've made peace with that. And
see, that's why I consider you more brave than what I did, because at the end of the day, bro, I was rolling around in armored vehicles with big ass fucking guns. You're literally living in America where people will hunt you down simply because of your sexual orientation and treat you like a trophy after they kill you. I don't know what that's like. I understand that in 2023, me as a Black Puerto Rican male is not on the highest totem pole anymore when it comes to discrimination in this country. It's like LGBT, women, illegals, Muslims, Jews, and I'm like, somewhere down here.
Yeah, it's very weird going like I could be downtown on one block. Oh my God, man, you're fucking cool, dude. Like, I love you. The next block, you fucking freak. Like, it's like the fluctuation of energies that you are bombarded with is very wild. The ebb and flows you have to, and you never get. I don't think you ever get used to it. Like
have you gotten comfortable with it though?
No. I'm still like I'm very like, if I'm speaking honestly, like I carry because I am uncomfortable every day. Not in me, but in the system. I am like so aware that I am unwelcomed, and
you better practice every single right you have, bro. You better practice every single right you have.
And this is why I stay on my people. I stay on I stay on my people's heads about don't be naive, don't let your guard down. Yes, live your life, but be aware that you're not welcome, but live your life and do what you need to do, but be aware that you are a lamb in a lion's den, and that may keep you safer than you think someday. That may be something that will get you back home. So it's no regrets. Like, I'm wide open in the life experience. I mean, I'm prepared to come. I'm prepared to go. It just is what it is. Like, I'm going to live my life, and I'm going to go down fighting if somebody tries to take that from me. But I am prepared to go, but I'm not ready to go, but I'm prepared to go.
Bro, you and I actually have so much in common, man, because that's crazy. Because, like, a similar story, like, I actually had when I first got out the Army, I was dealing with one of the things that I fucked up the most. This was such a dumb decision. Was I tried to time getting out the Army and going straight into full-time school, because I'm like, okay, I got to go straight into college because it's rough out here, and I didn't actually give myself any time to actually decompress. And by the way, I just, because my wife is German, all my kids were born in Germany, and so I gotta move. I'm moving my entire family over to the States, trying to go to school, trying to get out the Army at the same time. That was my fault for just being like unprepared for that kind of reality. And I actually had to give up my AR-15 because out of mental health. Yeah. It's because my wife had to check me because 2:00 in the morning I'd be standing there talking to myself. Like, one of the most traumatizing things I ever experienced myself was I'm going down the apartment back when I lived in this apartment, right? I would be talking to myself, and I go all the way down the elevator, and then CTV, I got in the passenger side of my own car and buckled up because I was expecting the person I was talking to start driving.
Wow.
There was nobody there. And then I was like, okay, I need to take this shit seriously. I can't just suck this mental health up. I got to go see somebody. You know what I mean?
Wow. And
So,
I mean, but look at the capacity for you to like be self-aware to even like make that decision and to be strong enough to do that. Because a lot of people can't even recalibrate in that way or be like, okay, I need to take some extra steps here. So,
but I'm lucky because I got wife and kids and a support system.
Yeah.
Think about how many people don't have that. And they gotta try to figure that shit out on their own. Man.
That's what I think about. Yep. How many people don't? So in a lot of ways, we are very, very lucky. Now, so I'll ask you because Kimberly said on the screen, you guys ever considered hypnosis treatment as an alternative to meds? Have you or Leah or anybody else on the panel ever like how do y'all feel about that as a form of therapy? Hypnosis. Do you think it'd be effective as it relates to PTSD?
Leah, you want to tackle that first?
I think you're on mute, boo.
You're on mute, Leah.
I don't have PTSD, so I couldn't speak to if it would work for that. I mean, it definitely could be effective from what I understand about hypnosis. I haven't looked into it myself, so.
Kimberly, the thing again for civilians, it might be easier to try the hypnosis treatment or some sort of alternative medication. I would be open to it. The problem is it's such a danger because since we're already on prescription drugs, if you try to, typically the hypnosis treatment will only work once your system's cleared out of, because right, like because a lot of people don't tell you this, but when you start taking mental health meds, like you got to start taking like fluoxetine and everything. The first 6 to 8 weeks is really messes with your body because it's altering your chemical. You got a chemical imbalance and it's trying to alter that. So you start sweating at the palms a little bit more. Your nose starts getting water beads and everything like that. And so with hypnosis, because it's such a mental thing, it's really hard to do that if you're already on mental health prescription drugs because you're already in a different mental state, essentially.
Wow.
What I wanted to. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Before you say that, but let me finally get Pat in here at least once. Pat, are you still there, love?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I know you had wanted to I think ask something or etc. But you got the floor.
I'm telling you, it's a challenge to keep up and because the conversation it moves in so many amazing ways as you're listening. So it's just like after your original thought, it's just like, oh, but I got something with that, So it's a little trying to keep up. But I am enjoying the conversation so far. Good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's almost like I don't know where to start because after is your name Tarus?
Tarus.
I'm sorry. After you're speaking,
Tarus is a gangsta ass fucking name, Tarus.
Yeah.
It's like a sword slinging ninja. Tarus.
Yeah.
Right. That sounds like an anime kind of.
Yeah, it's just my my last name backwards, and my homeboys gave it to me because they love my first name too. My last name is Sarat, and it's just backwards.
Perfect. So because I've been listening for a couple hours, and when I started in the whole conversation was on patriarchy and such, and then he offered his military enlightenment from his personal experience, and what he was saying about how when he said it just made me smile because I was thinking it like you guys are sharing similar experiences with different stories. So that became very interesting to hear as well. And I kind of
to
feel
arrive at the same place from different paths.
I don't want to feel like I'm taking the conversation backwards, but I had to sit here a little while. But I mean, I'm trying to just try to group all my thoughts together and make it kind of come to one as to where we are now. But when we're personally, when I think about the parts that we play societally, woman, man, male, female, however, as everyone's talking, I mean, it's a tale as old as time. Especially, it sounded like some men were offended about your use of patriarchy and things of the sort. But it's all, in my opinion, from the beginning to establish a hierarchy. in our world, to put things in its proper place, who's going to be in charge of this and who plays their specified roles. It doesn't entirely offend me, because if that's the system that has been in place. But what I think is magnificent is that we do have an evolving world, women evolving their roles more than just domestically. And because we also have to have the ability to survive if we don't have that additional spouse in the household, because some women weren't taking position because, oh, anything you can do, I can do better. What if my husband died? What if we separated? I still have to provide for my family. All women don't get the luxury, or even men, of spousal support. So then how do we survive in our day-to-day life without having to risk my life prostituting or whatever, stealing, whatever people do to survive. And like I had made in the comments hours ago, like even the voice of women, men talk about there's no patriarchy, but how does it exist? But I was just mentioning much earlier in the chat that I believe it wasn't just until the 60s that women couldn't even open up their own accounts, their own personal accounts. And then someone else had mentioned, it was like, they were like, yeah, they couldn't do it without a husband or a father or something. So the world is not as progressive as sometimes people like to make it seem. But I do think, as I was going to say, is that the amazing thing is that the internet, the World Wide Web, sometimes it's a disaster, but sometimes having all these voices collectively to add our input, to put a more of a voice and a visual to the I can't think of the word, but to just everyone's plight. I'll say that. I can't think of the word, but it's showing how we are all oppressed in our own way, and how we all now will demand to be respected, how we will all collectively come together to to say we're no longer going to take this or that anymore. So as far as the patriarchy conversation, it very much so has existed, and I do not believe that it's going to go away. But the only thing that women can do is, as we have always done, is to continue to stand for what is ours. Because even in, if you bring the race into it, even Black men still have a voice, even though they say, well, we still have that same fight. But a Black man's voice is still stronger, and sometimes that there is a step up just because of the patriarchy in general. But that's just my
Hey,
thoughts.
Pat, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
Oh, and nice to meet you, by the way.
Likewise.
Would you agree with me that in general, most people wouldn't care about a patriarchy or matriarchy as long as we just got good leadership?
Potentially.
Because would we really care whether or not it's a patriarchy if we had a functioning society?
Potentially. I can't
Will
say
we
that
care?
it
Will
would.
we care if it's a matriarchy if we had a functioning society?
I think that men would care.
I mean, that's why I said potentially, because I mean, if there was some big erasure and you started completely did a reset, it's a possibility. Who knows? But I mean, even in a reset, if there's still these lingering past things, it still may or may not work out for us. But
Not even a
ideally,
reset, just actually fixing the shit that's wrong.
Oh, I think definitely patriarchy would probably have to definitely just kind of
just die.
Yeah, it has to go away, because I think the trust.
Oh, y'all gotta enlighten me on that. I want to hear
The trust is ruined at this point. It'll have to merge with something else, not just fully.
Yeah, because it's also, I mean, because it's inbranded and embedded so deeply, and it's ingratiated in bloodlines, and even the poorest man still is going to have patriarchy. So I can't say.
So
Even towards women too. Like I've even heard from my neighbor, speaking to my neighbor the other day, a woman, she even said, I would never vote for a female president. And my jaw dropped. I said, why? And she said, because we're too emotional. And I looked at her and I said, really? And she said, yeah. And I couldn't believe she said that. But she fully said that with her chest out proudly. She said, we're too emotional. I would never want a female president. But that's what
we've
some people
literally had men in this.
That's what
in
we
the
call
history
men. Yeah.
of our planet
The mammies.
start entire wars because somebody smashed the wrong chick. We are so emotional, and we will go to war over the dumbest reasons. Like I've
You don't think
never
Trump
got
is
the whole.
emotional?
That's the point. Like I'm agreeing with you. Like this idea that somehow men in leadership roles are just going to be level-headed. Where in human history do we have a consistent example of that?
Trump was emotional. You couldn't tweet about him without him getting on his Twitter going crazy.
Right.
He was one of the most emotional presidents in history.
But I think it's just an exchange of the words, because women, we can acknowledge that we can be emotional and hormonal, but that is just a curse of being a woman. That's just our biology.
That's
But
why the
on
fight is
men,
the software update.
their biology is just their testosterone and their pride and ego. That's simply, to me, the difference, but it's still the same.
A lack of education, because unfortunately, like when you say emotional, that's not gender specific. Everybody on this panel knows that's not gender specific, right? Like Trump's emotional. If you guys are football fans, what do we call them? Diva wide receivers, because they're emotional as hell, right? And so it's like emotional is not a gender specific thing. Leadership is not a gender specific thing or a sexual orientation thing. And so, Pat, that's what I'm saying. Like guys, especially us guys, we need the software update, because you see too much intertwining between what we consider biological and inherent and what's really just a social context.
But that is what voice is like now today. That's why I said it's amazing that we have the ability to stand up to interject and bring those changes, because the way that it has been, it's just, like I said, it's just been indoctrinated basically over time. It's not even that young in the 50s or 40s, little babies didn't wake up out of their crib and say, I am the rule of the world. Like, it had to be brought up in that young man to say that I'm going to be the dominant one in my relationship, or I'm going to go out here and take over, corporation. Like, it's something that you're trained. So it's the ability to begin to adapt a new way of thinking, or that the way that it was in past times is where we are evolved. It doesn't have to be that way. It shouldn't have to be that way. So we do have to break down those ancient ways, break those hieroglyphs and burn the scrolls. You know what I mean? So
I
it's
100%
important.
agree.
It's
That's why I love Reckless and CTV going to BM and all these other places, because that's the same thing I do when I hop on these white supremacist panels. Guess what? We all talk about all these nasty cycles, or echo chambers. Well, how do you break an echo chamber if you avoid it? You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
Unfortunately, it takes a lot of people to deal with some real insults, because that's the only way people are going to learn, is if they experience it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm Pat, what you said, I'm a perfect example, because again, when I was 18, I was straight up caveman mentality. This was a lifelong process.
Right. And I am I'm enamored by what you're saying, and I am enjoying. I hate that sometimes I get caught. I don't get into the live right away, but with my work schedule, it's sometimes impossible. But
Real
just
life.
being able to hear you, in your point of view, because it's important for you to share that, because you're an older man now, to continue to pass that down. It's important, excuse me, and to lend your voice in these large spaces, because in some arenas we call it, well, you're just a simp, or you're just trying to pander. No, it's just I don't have to subscribe to your caveman thinking. So it's good to hear your voice.
But here's the problem, Pat. It's good to hear my voice on maybe a place like this.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, what Reckless and CTV go through is the same crap I go through as a straight male. And my issue is that the comment section turns me into Vlad the Impaler, because then I start popping off and about, because it's like, for me, I love it. And this is really toxic, by the way, because it almost reminds me of like I'm back into deployment. But I love reading the comment section where these dudes make fun of me, threading my eyebrows, or they call me like the Walmart Andrew Tate and all kind of fucking light skinned dudes and shit like that. And I love it. You know what I mean? I'm like, okay, that's cool. But guess what? They need the seed needs to be planted somehow.
Absolutely.
You gotta put it in the back of these people's heads, or they'll never know.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Arshawn says, "Leave them niggas dumb." He said, leave that hit alone. But I'm kind of with you. Like, I insert, like, it's kind of like a form of evangelizing. I'm just like, if we're not, like, that's where the light needs to be. Like, that's where because all of us who got it. And it kind of goes back to like what Christ said, like, yeah, you Christians, like, we can go live off on an island somewhere and love each other, but what's the point of that? Like, the point of, like, we all got it. We were given this gift of love to go give it to those who don't. Like, we go give it to those who don't have it. And yes, that and I also respect people like Arshawn and those who are just like, I love y'all, but y'all not gonna cost me my mental health. Y'all not gonna cost me my sanity. Like, I'm not letting y'all cost me my hat. Like, I respect those people who, like, not a first responder either. But I definitely know that it's a job that's necessary, probably under rewarded, but
no, it needs to be done, because some of these dudes need to be told about themselves. Like,
for sure.
Like, I be telling these guys all the time, I'm like, yo, stop talking about masculinity. You motherfuckers can't even show up to the house, bro. Like, your girl wants you to show up when they dog died, or their parent died. They want you there at the funeral. You can't even fucking do that. You know what I mean? Like I be trying to tell my guys, like, the standard for us single dudes is really fucking low. And it's like, women don't have, like, I be trying to tell these guys, I'm like, guys, even you dudes who just stay in the home and play video games all day, women love you because at least they know where you at. Some of you dudes can't even do that. Y'all still running the streets and you got everything taken care of and everything, because these guys, unfortunately, CTV, there's too many of these masculine men who want the title and the respect of being a leader without the resume that says they qualified to be treated like one.
Absolutely, yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep, and that's what we got into on that panel. It's a lot of kings who want crowns but don't have no nations and ain't interested in building none. You just want the equity that comes with being in the position, but you don't really have what it takes to really fulfill the position. And yeah, it's like it's all of that part. And I just find it wild that it's wild to me. It's
we just gotta find a better way to get the solutions out, because some of these dudes are just never going to.
It's probably to Arshawn's point. It's probably to Arshawn's point that we all gonna have to overcome dealing in the slums. We're gonna have to really start working with those who want to work with us and stop going back so far that into the slums to educate, and really just start actually working with those who are working with us and start building that world with them. Because I'm gonna be honest, like, and I was just telling Reckless, I was like, look, I go through pockets of having these conversations because sometimes I realize participating in these conversations hardens my heart, and I don't want to feel like that. And constantly combating with the difficult and the resistant makes me feel a way about certain people, and it makes me feel a way about men that I don't want to feel, and it makes me lose sight of the reality that there are people out here who are really actively changing the world and who are really actively working toward making things better. But when you constantly rendezvous with those who have deep resistances and ignorances and have made up minds, it really can consume your brain and kind of leave you in this place of frustration and almost hate, and then you just find yourself wanting to throw the baby out with the damn bathwater. So I have to literally like be incremental in how much I show up in certain spaces so that I don't lose myself entirely.
I am the same. I'm dealing with the same exact thing you are. When a few months ago, this when I first started just hopping on people's just random panels, just trying to talk to people, and it gets exhausting because it gets to the point where it's like, okay, do you guys got solutions or is this just grievance, right? And then but CTV, I don't know what your political leanings are. I'm definitely more liberal leaning. However, I take a Republican mentality when it comes to these panels. Mm-hmm. And what I mean by that is, as much as I vote left and vote for Democrats, you know what I always respect about Republicans? They'll go behind enemy lines, any platform, anywhere, because they always know someone's listening. Mm-hmm. Someone's going to hear that voice and go, damn, you got a good point.
Puff, puff, give, Presley. Puff, puff, give.
Yeah, yes, I was over there saying the prayer.
That dude, the blunt, baby.
Bless you, honey.
Are you okay?
No, I'm sorry. I thought I was on mute. Actually, I didn't even realize that my mic was on.
I'm just glad you're okay.
Thank you.
See, that's why she don't want to live with no man, because she don't want him hearing none of that. She don't want none of that.
I guess for me, like, because I want to make sure that nobody feels like, nah, you don't need to be out in the streets and you don't need to be a full-time activist, right? But I guess for me, my question for this panel too, especially because again, I'm a guest. What would you think I can do to maybe do a little bit more instead of just, running head first into the fucking deep end?
What you can do a little more in turn.
Just speaking up for my fellow Americans, man. Like at the end of the day, I know it sounds cheesy, but I just view you guys as my fellow neighbors, man.
I think you're already doing what needs to be done. You spread love, you spread truth, you have righteous confrontation with the bullshit.
I don't know if you see me on other panels, bro. I don't know if you call that love.
I haven't, because I'm just getting kind of like really acclimated to the. Are you in you talking about like the panels on the Black Man Unfiltered platform? No.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna be searching you out now to see the shadow side of Tyrus, because I know it's there. But I think
you're gonna think you're talking to a different person, bro. I promise you.
But look, and we all got that, because I was telling Andrew, I was like, damn, people saw like kind of the sophisticated version of me, and then like this panel showed the trap house side of my ass. Like it's so like that duality is there, but it's necessary, and I love it. And I don't think I used to be super complicated in what I think the world took, but I'm gonna be honest. I had an edible experience and I've already told the story, and I ain't even gonna tell it again because it'll just be too time consuming. But I had an experience on edibles back in August of last year in Atlantic City, and it changed my entire life. And I'm just back to being a hippie. All we need is love. And to be honest, I appreciate all forms of it. I don't think it's measurable. I don't think nobody has to get out here and be some damn wide superhero and save millions of people. Just like any act of damn love on any fucking level, micro, macro, just working to be a decent human being and trying your best to either stay out of people's way or to figure out how to help those people. It's just I just appreciate anybody who's trying in any way, shape, or form. So everything that any of y'all are doing, whether that's speaking on panels and forums, educating people, whether that's in your own everyday lives, working to be more self-aware or as self-aware, or to be more selfless or given a compassionate, Like all of that shit is just a part of what it's going to take, and it's not something that is about size or a proportion. It's just you just give the proportion that you have, and as long as you're doing that, then you are doing.
So, in your opinion, what do you think? I hate saying community because again, I think all you guys are in my community. I don't know, but your culture, your community. What do you think, conversation wise, that maybe you guys could do better, if there's something?
I can answer that.
Okay.
One thing, because as you're speaking, that because lately I heard another. It was a great panel, but unfortunately, it led to more argument than solution. And what I personally do to continue to stay in the forefront is to dispel any evil undertones, any improper notions, anything, that's just like if people say, oh, black people just like watermelon and dancing. You want to dispel those things that they put around us. I seen a video which was very disheartening, and it was Sam Smith, and I'll just mention it because he's a celebrity. He's viral. The whole world is watching. He was walking through a crowd wherever he was, and so some lady took it upon herself to yell out, "Oh, Sam Smith is evil. He's a pedophile. He wants our boys." Like, it was something to that effect. And that really broke my heart because sometimes that is literally what people can think of us. And I spoke on, I believe it was yesterday's panel. People have an unfortunate idea that we want children. When I sit down with my sister, because as I spoke, my family is very religious. I mean, my mother is a pastor, for crying out loud. My sister is a pastor. I know, right? And so when I speak to them, I let them know, like, we're not out here stealing small children. We're not out here chasing after the heterosexual population. And because sometimes they believe that. And I'm like, sometimes you all flatter yourselves. We're just living our everyday life. If we walk into a room and you happen to be in our same space, we don't automatically just look you up and down like you're some T-bone steak. I can acknowledge a beautiful woman because I myself am a lesbian. And if I see a woman, I think she's beautiful, I keep it to myself. I don't have to tell her because, like what Conscious is saying, when you walk out into this world, you are conscious that you are different, especially if your appearance is different. And my appearance will totally lead a female to believe that I'm a stud. I just have a tomboy appearance. I'm not a stud. I'm very feminine. But before you open up your mouth, people are visualized. They see a visual. So I don't speak because I don't want to offend, anyone. I don't want to offend the young lady. Oh, she probably just trying to get underneath. No, because ironically, women are mostly offended if you don't take interest. On the contrary to men, if men see feminine, heterosexual men, when they see feminine men, they're going to assume that the feminine man wants them, which is it's not the case. So just dispelling these notions that we're out here just having orgies and we don't want productive lives, we don't have families, that we don't have structure. So it's just important to continue to educate. And if I hear any of that speaking around me, I snuff it out. I politely invite myself to the table, and I respectfully say my piece, and I don't have to give a history and generations and 40 years ago. I just politely say, please do not view us as predators, as animals. We are humans, that we are simply just living our lives like the next person. We're no different from you. And as you said, if there's a war, we're all going to pick up the gun because we all want to protect our home front.
Yeah.
So we're all.
That's why you guys got to be very hostile with these keyboard warriors, because I promise you, a lot of these dudes who like talking tough, especially down on the LBGT, if some shit pop off, they'd be in the basement, the first one in the basement with the women and children. As a matter of fact, it'll probably just be the children because the women will be out there banging. You know what I mean? It's a lot of these dudes, man. What we're having too is a lot of men today don't know how to handle the word no. They don't know how to handle rejection. They don't know how to handle adversity. They don't know how to handle stressful situations. And then you were brought up in an environment where we feel like we're entitled to a certain lifestyle. We're entitled, like we're taught, especially as men, like, yo, you're allowed to go and try to own whatever the fuck you want. You got to work hard for it, but you can own everything you want.
Yeah.
No,
Can I answer your question,
you
Charles?
cannot own it. Oh yeah.
So
nice to meet you, Levon.
Levon, yeah, nice to meet you too. So when you said before, what can you do better, or coming into these communities, I'd like to answer that question. I would say exactly what you did when you first came in here. You know, when you came in here and you asked a question and you listened. That's exactly what people should be doing. You know, you had your question about the LGBT community and you listened. A lot of people don't do that. They will come in and they will have their questions and then they don't want to listen. You guys got to a resolve because you were able to ask your questions. You didn't do it in a disrespectful manner. You had your questions. You were a little confused about it and you had it answered. You didn't disrespect anybody here. You didn't ask a question in a demeaning way. There were no undertones with your question, but you were able to ask it without saying anything rude to anybody, and you were able to listen, which is more important, and learn something. Pressed it.
Lamar, that's funny that you say that because I talk to you guys the same way I talk at BM, and it turns into a shit show. Like it's World War II. And I talk the same way that I'm talking to you now.
And that goes back to the second part of your question. You said, how can we do better? And we can do better by not getting sometimes so defensive or being better teachers. Because sometimes it is our job to teach and educate others who may not understand, because ignorance is not always evil. It comes from not knowing. So someone may not know how to address somebody, not necessarily being evil, but they may not understand. So us as gay people, because we are sometimes traumatized, because sometimes we are having to be defensive, as Conscious was trying to explain so eloquently earlier, we have to be aware of our surroundings, because we don't know sometimes if we might be attacked on the street just because of the way we look. You know, I was just yelled at the other day for having a girl book bag. That's what some guy in his car was yelling at me. He was like, "Look at you with your girl book bag." And I was just listening to my headphones, just walking down the street, minding my business. And he was screaming out on the car, "Look at you with your girl book bag." I was doing nothing, but I had to be prepared, you know, because he might have, I don't know.
LeVon, I got a question, because I actually really agree with you, because I've always felt like it's just a universal principle for human beings. Like when your reality is challenged, you're going to be naturally defensive about it.
Yeah.
Like no matter what your opinion is. So when I'm trying to have the conversation, or when I'm trying to learn, never mind when I get into, you know, normal arguments with whoever, but like when I'm in this sort of space and I'm having a conversation with you guys, what are some of the things I should be aware of that is highly defensive, that could make me say something that's highly defensive without me like intentionally doing that?
Well, if somebody checks you, be able to take a step back and says something like, "You don't understand," or something like that, then maybe be like, "Oh, okay, maybe I don't understand." You know, like even for me, I have male privilege. So if a woman tells me, "Hold on, Levon, you don't understand because you're not a woman," I might have to say, "Oh, snap, okay. I may think this way, but at the end of the day, she's right. I don't understand that. And I never will because I'm a woman. So let me just back off and accept what she says because she's right. I will never understand that because I do have male privilege. So let me just take her word for it and understand that this is something that I may never understand. And let me just hear her out."
So can I make a suggestion just for, I don't want to say the whole community, but at least CTV, Javon, can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
CTV, remember how last night when it got so heated that you had to drop your resume? I think what would help is when we make sure that when you start the panels, try to make sure that the panelist or the host does the introductions and drop y'all resumes. Like, let them know that regardless of my sexual orientation, I am a productive member of society, while some of you straight males are currently sitting at your mom's house. So drop your resume so they already know where the bar is set from the jump. Because if you get into the tit for tat and you drop your resume in the heat of the moment, like CTV, nobody's really listening, and at that point, we all lose because we're arguing on the internet. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna tell you why I oftentimes don't even like even having the resume conversation, because I also feel like I'm having to convince people of my humanity, and that also feels dehumanizing. Like I'm having to like play into respectability politics and say this is why you should love me, or this is why you should respect me, and so oftentimes I don't even leave there either, because I'm just like, my whole thing is we're people. Like everybody is human. Like every man, meaning mankind, is.
But as you see, uniquely American, everything's about image. And this is why I said, like, my journey, CTV, has been trying to upload a social media version of who I am in real life. So I tell the truth about myself, because I figured we got people who dox and everything. So guess what? You're going to find out if I'm lying or not anyway, right? Like, and this a panel a couple of days ago, these clowns, Trey and one of his homeboys, doxed me, and the IP address, they was getting all heated, and they made me look good. You want to know why? Because they was like, "Oh, Tyrese stunting in his $150,000 condo."
Hey man.
Yeah, bitch. Thanks for making me look good. I got a mortgage in my fucking name. You just boosted me. Now you know that's my resume. Like people like, that's why I said, like, it's necessary, because there's people who just like to talk, and then there's people who like to practice what they preach. And unfortunately in America, it's all about image. It's all about that resume. So guess what? That's why I got the BMW X5 parked in the fucking garage. No, I actually know how to get this. Yeah, I do talk about my mortgage. Yeah, I'm in the garage. Guess what? It's my fucking garage, because I pay for this shit. You know what I mean? A lot of y'all talking in your closet, or your fucking your mom's room, your fucking the basement or whatever. I know it smells like ass in there. There ain't been a girl that got into that room in months. You know what I mean?
Somebody.
You know what masculinity is, and at the end, and that's why I say you need to drop the resume, man, because.
But it's not even a resume. It's like I'm just a human being.
Bro,
But
I
then
am
also,
too. But guess what? I get called up.
Then they were saying he dropped out of the male.
Yeah, like I said, all that.
Yeah,
but to Tyru's point though is like he's saying that if we would have opened with that, then it would have changed the tone of things, rather than when you insert it as a defense, then it's like it's all a wash at that point. But
because now people
I don't think they would have cared either way though, Tyrus. I think
but the standard would have been set. You want it on record.
No,
you want it on record out the gate.
It moved the goalpost.
Yes.
Because they don't reach that, and they're the masculine men.
But see, that's the problem. As a masculine man, you see what, like, oh, I know you wasn't on the panel, but that's what happened. They tried to dox me, tried to do the IP address, make all them threats, and they stopped posting on the chat. You know why? Because they just made me look like a G, like a top fucking G, like a real one. You know what I mean?
But that's
so it's
the
like,
thing. Like when it comes to masculine and feminine, the point we try to make here is that a lot of people in this world don't respect femininity. And so even though Conscious is a man and is androgynous, because he presents more feminine, when he drops his resume, it's not going to be respected the same way. If I drop my resume and what I do, people are not going to respect it. They're going to say, "Oh, I don't care. We don't care about that. Submit, be a woman, be feminine."
I
Or
agree,
if
but
it's
what
like
you're doing is you're telling the order. You're already setting the standard for who you are. You got to realize, like, and I'm speaking from, but I'm speaking at this from a perspective of, remember, you guys are going into a hyper masculine environment. You are going behind enemy lines, which means, right, that's their essentially backyard, if you will. So you got to be able to operate if you want to survive and actually make progress in those sort of environments, you got to be able to actually break through. And one of the ways that hyper masculine men, we judge like credibility in your resume and whether your opinion is valuable. Do you actually got anything that proves you practice what you preach? And so that's why you set the standard, even if you don't want to, because I wish we didn't live in a world where we have to do that. But unfortunately, we do.
Anytime I drop my resume, I lose. Whenever I drop my resume, I lose because then it's you are a black woman, you are masculine, and you're the reason that the black family is ruined.
Sister and brother Tyros, may I jump in and say something
It doesn't
really
work
quick?
for us.
Yes. Hey, sis. Hey, boo. Grand
Hello,
Rising.
hello, great shaman, and the rest of you beautiful people on this panel who are raising awareness.
Hi.
Brother Tyros, I pray I'm saying your name right, and if I am, please charge it to my
If Tyrus is a problem, you can just call me my real name, Reggie. Reggie's fine.
Okay, brother Tyrus, I'll make myself say it right. As you can see from my avatar, I'm a bald-headed black woman, and I love to dress in large clothes because it's comfortable and it makes me feel feminine. I had she was a reverend. I had her, and I've always dressed that way. I've had her, and this is going somewhere. She told me, Michelle, people will treat you based on how you dress. So if you want respect from men, you have to dress in a certain way. And this is a reverend who she did the long hair, she did the long nails, she did what she called, as Great Shaman was saying earlier, respectability politics. She dressed according to what she considered feminine standards, and her husband was still caught molesting younger girls. So what you're saying, brother Tyra, that there's no such thing as a image that's going to earn. There's no such thing as a there's no clothing that says respect me, because even when I do follow along with the lines, if you already got it in your head that you feel some sort of way about females or about same gender loving men or very beautiful feminine presenting men such as the Great Shaman and Elder Reckless, you got that in you anyway. So us trying to align ourselves with the so-called image, and a lot of us, if you want,
ma'am, I have to really correct you because I actually agree with everything you said, but just to clarify, I was talking specifically on hopping on panels, not changing how you dress in real life. Like I would never tell you to do that. You know what I mean? I was talking about like when we go on panels and to these hyper masculine things, that these kind of panels that are always kind of bashing women. I was just talking about how to maneuver strategically on the panel.
But all of that comes with how you, brother Tyrus. I understood your point, but all of that lines up with how you look when you enter the room, because toxic men who have that mindset, they're even before you can even drop a paper resume on what you do. When you enter the room and they see you, they're already formatting ideas about you.
Ma'am, you can't pay the image thing no mind. Remember, these dudes are doing their podcasts in their fucking closet, so don't pay that any mind. These dudes are in somebody else's Wi-Fi complaining about women. Like, don't. If you let the image thing get to you, you gave them the psychological warfare with. You know what I mean? Like yes. Guys, with guys, we naturally, like, ask any of the guys on the panel, we naturally just insult each other in normal conversation to keep the conversation going. Right? So the moment you show any sort of vulnerability in the conversation on the panel, such as image, that's the moment everybody's just going to focus on that, because they're just trying to get under your skin. They don't want to hear anything you have to say. But there's so many things that if you just let it frustrates men when they try to take a shot and you just ignore that shit and you just keep it moving. Then it's like, damn, this dude ain't bothered by that crap. Now I actually got to sit here and listen because I didn't get the reaction I want.
And it's almost, but to me, what's happening, y'all? This is IG.
Hey, IG.
Hi.
What's happening, baby? What's happening, panel? You know, when I listened, I listened to like the first 3 hours, and I had to have a deep conversation with my brother, my roommate that's here. But the whole time I was listening to it, it just made me say this, and this is kind of dark, but it's it made me listen to why I said this is why white men feel that they're superior than black men. The whole time while they were talking about how they're this system, and even with Information Man, when he was talking about historical context, okay, if you had all of these things, we need to go back to this. How did you having your own family, tribes in Africa, none of those things prevented you from being psychologically, physically outwitted? So it's just like I can't do this thing with his cis hetero black men no more to where I don't give a damn about how many muscles you have. I don't give a damn about how big your dick is. I don't give a damn about how much of your athleticism is. All your athleticism has done at this point is just be used to exploit and to be used to be commercialized to make men of no to limited color more profitable. It was just one of those things that really made me see like, wait a minute, holding a child to you is feminine. I said the difference is between these men of limited to no color from many different nations. I'm stuffing up, y'all. Excuse me. The only difference is that they take their emotionalism that they feel for their children and use it to motivate them to go out there and conquer. They don't sit there and take their emotions, and their emotions cause them to go on a world tour of domination. The image of how that's why we see straight hair and all these things as a standard, because they put the standard of what it is for the women from their community to be represented and to be on high. So how it's like all of these things that they were saying really made me shame as a black man. I'm saying this as a same gender lover. It really showed why this is why white people have the entitlement of feeling that they're superior. Because we're out here, you're sitting up here worrying about fucking images and how symbolism is presented to you. Meanwhile, there was no, and I'm so glad Brother Bennett mentioned about the Million Man March. It was nothing but a large fucking cookout. It was, if you don't have no psychological, that whole panel did not really even dive into one thing of psychological strategism, one thing about political science, except a couple of people. Your masculinity, obviously, at this point, is more than just brawn. And for Black American men, the only thing that they can do so they can feel like a man. That's why I had to be in a household. Yeah, they know that they can't step outside their household. That's why they want black women and queer people to submit to them. They know they can't feel like a king. Or no, that's why I don't go around calling these niggas no fucking kings and gods. Where's your kingdom? Where's your kingdom? They know the only way that they can feel like that is to impose a watered down, bootleg, broke back ass mountain version of white male patriarchy. And the difference between men of limited to no color is they have paternalism with their patriarchy. I have the exception of it was just so bizarre to listen to men who are talking about masculinity and being a male and being a ruler complain of their excuses, and their context was nothing but, well, someone did this, someone did this. And I kept just, bitch, I was throwing bowls in the chat. I was even windmilling. I'm like, okay, how many times have you had yourself thrown over? How many times have you been through one system through the after? That means you failed. You no longer get to lead, nigga. That means that if you are in this position in the bottom, that means you have fucking failed. You no longer have the right to demand leadership. You no longer have the right to demand submission. I am over these black fucking straight so-called men that want to pretend that they're kings and gods only in your household, bitch. But when you go out to that job, though, you will never talk to a white man. See, I buck up to jobs all the time, baby, and move right the fuck on. I don't do the same attitude y'all hear me on this panel. When it comes time to have it, I have it in public. I don't just do this on social media. 9 times out of 10, the men that's on that panel, they only can do that here. They only can do it in this space. So it just really made me, and when being conscious and reckless, when I first, start fucking with them a few months ago, this is why there will never be black unification. That's why I don't believe in black unity. I don't believe in black unity at all. Because when we look at these type of situations, when it's time to have this conversation, it was just, they kept moving the goalposts. They kept moving when something would fail them and you would debunk, okay, well, it's this, that, and the third. I really, really, listening to them made me feel like this is why. And to talk about the image, I want to rant. I'm about to just be quiet for a second.
I love it, honey. Keep on ranting.
They don't
Keep on
give a
ranting.
fuck. They don't give a fuck about. Here's the thing: what gags me, I'm like, bitch, you talk about image. You know the fact as a black man, because I'm a big burly ass nigga, I have to be pathologized because of your violence. See, you don't think about how me as the same gender lover, even if I'm a masculine presenting man, you don't see how your image of you being a criminal, you up there being a thug, you don't see how the fuck that affects me, and bitch, you have to worry about some boots, bitch. You got to worry about some boots.
You better talk that shit, IG.
You got the nerve to worry about some boots, bitch. When I go places, I'm going to jobs and talk politely and didn't use my New Orleans accent and everything. And bitches were afraid of me when I stood my hand to shake their hand. Oh, you shake my hand too hard. You should, like, you understand, because of you fuck niggas, I have a target on my fucking back. As a masculine dressing man, when I go places, I have a stereotype on my back. No, I don't want to be associated. I'm instilling verification. And I hope that their Yahshua, that their Jesus come get these motherfuckers.
And the plane crashed and burned. On that note.
Hey, IG.
What's happening, baby? I just
Do they ever consider that, IG, their image, and what that, and the witch hunt that has led upon all of the black men?
Oh,
what about that?
Yeah, it really was just like, it's the delusions of grandeur for me. It's just like, you're really going to sit up here and like you're trying. That's why we have what happens in this house stays in this house. Because the only way that you can really feel like you're in charge of something is in the household where the white man allows you to be, bitch. That's the only place that the white man is going to, and I'm saying allow, because that's the position that you're in. How can you say all of these things when we were in antiquity? I mean, no disrespect to my African or my indigenous ancestors either. But there has to come a time where you have to be like, okay, what was it about? What psychologically strategism? What is it about Caucasoids' spirituality and psychological way of thinking of things to where they were able to outwit you? Because one thing my father, who was born 1926, would tell me all the time, son, who actually had a father, he said, son, you cannot disillusion yourself to cope. Disillusion yourself to cope with the reality will cause you to perpetuate your reality.
I'm gonna really have to push back on some of this narrative with the history. Look, I get you guys' plight, but at the end of the day, you're conflating things that aren't specifically
but
black.
Let me ask you the
It's an
question. Here's the
American
thing.
thing.
You can get I know history very well. I'm gonna go here with you. How, when you're talking about all of the histories of yesteryear and yestermillennia, right? All of the things when you were saying you were this great and that great, you still was psychologically and physically outwitted. Because quiet is kept, sweetheart. White men aren't scared of y'all. White men aren't intimidated about you physically. And what does that mean if you think that you, because I'm tired of hearing that, oh, we're so much superior. We're so much superior physically. How so? Because if you were that superior, you wouldn't be the ones vocalizing that you were on the bottom. Black men.
So I'm not sure how much you know about West and East African history, but
I
a lot of
know
the a lot of the
I
transit.
go know a little bit, but here's the thing. Even with that being said, Africa, the continent, is totally overly being colonized by not just white people. So even in that context, because it's not just Black American men at this point, the read is on all of us that are Negroid genophenotype. Okay,
And right, well,
the read is
it's
on
again,
all
it's
of
not a
us.
race thing.
It's I understand there's nuances of nationality and everything. Well, however, we do have we have a global, not just here in America, right? Anything that has Negroid genophenotype DNA, right, is delegated to some type of bottom. So at this point, I am
It's
not
not
going
true
to do.
whatsoever.
I'm not going to, and that's your opinion. You can say it's not true whatsoever, but it is true here in
It's not
America.
an opinion; it's a fact. It's not the bottom.
It's okay according to. Yes, we are. When it comes to that's why if you ever subscribe to ADOS or Breaking Brown, when they get into the political education, no, financially when it comes to things that we're going to do the whole thing about being the high value man and all of that stuff. Yes, the network of Black America is projected to be negative by the time 2050 comes around. When you look at the FBI incomes and stuff like that of 2020, we're in the billions where people, and not just in our assets are stuff like depreciated values. There's no generational wealth. There's no liquidated funds. There's no nothing that we're passing on compared to the other people that is in this country. So even according to the own temperament of the superficiality of just how much money you make that makes you a best person, the better person or the better alpha male, we're not even doing that. We're
Right.
not
So the
even
only thing
doing
I'm
that.
pushing back on is the fact that you keep trying to conflate this as a race problem. It's not. It's a Western. It's a specific Western society. Like black men are American men, white men are American men. You have to realize that some of the issues we're dealing with is not race specific. It is a uniquely American thing.
I
The reason why. No, can I speak? The reason why I said why I brought up West and East Africa is because you're only talking about one side of the argument, where the early Europeans, the Portuguese, the Spanish, the British came and violently took some people in Africa. What's also true is that a lot of African slaves were already slaves prior to and were sold off willingly by African tribes. You have to first off, we need to stop talking
Oh
about
no,
Africa as if
no,
it's
no.
one
no, you're
big
trying
ass
to.
country. It is a
I
continent
know
with
it's hold on. You're
multiple
talking to the
countries,
wrong.
with
I know.
multiple languages, right? And so no, but you're only presenting one side of it.
No,
You
I'm not.
you
I'm presenting the side. Trust me, everyone on this panel, I'm very versed the difference between culture and nationality. You don't have to go through that with me. Even with me knowing all of that, you're just because okay. If you present just from a certain regionality or from certain peoples on the continent of Africa, again, there can be exceptions. It is not the rule. It is not the rule globally. There is a rule globally, or let's say every first world country, there is a caste system, there is a color of law globally. So it isn't just exclusive to here in America. So if we're going to talk about
as
the
someone who was stationed and lived in Europe for 5 years, I can easily and factually tell
you
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 that if
were
you're a black
stationed with but
American man, you are
and
in one of the top
and
caste
as
systems in
someone
Western
who
Europe.
talks to other people, because see, your life as being stationed on a base is completely
And,
different from
married to a
like
German
it's
and being part of the
different, right?
culture.
And I also talk to
Yeah,
black people who grew up in those regions and are growing up in New
yeah.
Orleans. Your experience as a militarized American man on a on a territory, your perspective is different. When you actually talk to the people from Nigeria and from other respective black countries that they come from, they're going to tell you something totally different. They're going to tell you
Yeah, because the experience is relative.
they're
That's why
right,
the caste system
and
exists.
but that here's the thing. But that's a gross misconception because you're living there as an American, as a soldier, and you have a different outlook. You're going to have a different, and you're going to be treated differently.
An American
because
civilian
you,
living in Western Europe is still on a higher
be-
system than a Nigerian. It's
because
still on a higher system than a French person. It's still on a higher caste system than a Polish or a
because
Slovakian or a Hungarian.
Some,
come on, man.
but not the rule. Some.
You said it was at the bottom, and I'm just proving to you that that's not the case.
That's the exception.
It's not the exception. I just named like a whole bunch of different countries.
Just because you name a bunch of countries does not mean that that's the exception. Now name all of the other countries that aren't white that are in the rule. I'll wait compared to that.
Okay, so what's the caste system in Chad or Sudan or Nigeria or Congo or DRC? What's the caste system looking like there?
What is the caste systems looking like that? Well, DIC, if you're talking about Nigeria and Congo, aren't they still dealing with the same colonization? Aren't they still looking? Don't they still have more white Jesus? Don't they still deal with Christianity? Didn't they still not turn to from all of their other spiritual practices? Aren't they not influencing by any of the other things about all the other conquistadors that came there? Again, it's not a spotless. You can't have this ideal of being integrity if that part of being ruler when you don't have a spotless global.
I am pushing back on you because you keep conflating culture with race, and those are two different things. Those are not the same.
I didn't say anything about.
You was going on about Negroid and Caucasian.
I have been very clear. You just don't like the fact that because it doesn't matter regardless of the national origin, right, or the regionality, right. Those are exceptions globally to what the rule is. Globally.
How if you have that many exceptions that it doesn't really sound like it's much of a rule, right?
Okay. We're just gonna agree to disagree because I'm not gonna go.
I mean, Black American men specifically is the most #1 imported industry and commodity around the world globally. Hip hop culture led by masculine Black American men.
No,
we are
that's
the
not...
#1 in we.
Do you understand how ridiculous you sound? Talk about fucking hip hop culture as if.
That has to do with geopolitical issues. That's to deal with the global economy that we live in, global markets and stuff like that.
Black men that's killing me there. You being influenced in fucking hip hop and music and entertainer? No, bitch. Oil.
Do you understand the GDP that brings into the country?
No. I want you to be influenced in manufacturing fucking oil. I want you to be mad. I want you to be.
You know, there's more than one commodity, right? You know, there's more things than just oil.
I want you to be able to.
There's oil,
gas,
for McDonald's, computer chips,
I want
cars,
you to be able.
vehicles,
I don't give a fuck
food.
about them niggas. They're entertainers. That's the problem now. People quote Malcolm X. Oh, well, we need to not let entertain. We would. Wait, wasn't the nigga?
And they also help bring billions into the economy.
No, they don't. Oh no, they don't. And so
what's the entertainment industry worth?
No, that's stupid. Do you understand? That's our fucking problem now. You're talking about fucking entertainment. No, nigga, what Black man do you know supply the potatoes for McDonald's French fries? What Black people did you know globally provide the wheat for honey oats? What Black person that
do you not know any Black people that work in an office?
Oh my God, it's not about income. Bye. Y'all somebody else.
IG, say your ass right here, IG.
I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving, but that's the shit I'm talking about.
I'll back you up, IG.
That's girl, I gotta brush my funky ass breath and get ready for work. Come on, I'm a mute.
Okay. What I was gonna say is he was talking about. I thought that you were understanding before, but I don't think that you quite are. You're talking about the caste system and GDP, and it's like, hey, that actually differs based on your race and your culture. So for you to say that race and culture has nothing to do with the caste system and GDP, no matter where you are geographically, is cap, and you know it is.
Well, I was based on the original
ass ego, and that's the thing. I'm not gonna do with you fuck niggas. I'm tired of people tiptoeing around your stupid ass fucking ego. See, I'm a Black man too, and I don't have time to be disillusioned. See, I don't have to look at these little light stuff. Everything you said, entertainment. You know how fucking sissified the irony of that. We was on a panel yesterday where they were talking about we're not going to use celebrities. And this nigga couldn't name one fucking thing. Can you name me one fucking person, black person, that's providing a natural resource, not entertainment, not service, not labor. I'm talking about providing an actual necessity resource for a business, a world business.
Yeah, you know the
not
former
just a
the
local.
former CEO of Merck, the largest pharmaceutical company in the world, was led by a black American man. One of our most famous neurosurgeons, one of the most decorated American neurosurgeons, is Ben Carson, a black man. I got so many examples
Oh
of
my
black
God.
men who are not in the entertainment
Were
industry, who
all
are
hired,
like hold
who
on,
are in
let
a
me guess. But I think you just got a really low opinion of everybody. I just got a higher opinion of my people in
Oh no,
general
I
than
have
you
a
do,
very
man.
high opinion of my people, but it's you niggas I don't give a fuck about. So I'm being very specific. It's you
Okay.
niggas. No. So you don't know. This is my opinion of you, especially you hetero black men. I don't give a fuck if you give a fuck about how high my opinion is.
Wait, what's this got to do with my sexual orientation?
The facts and the truth of what I'm saying is that you can say, oh, it's a very high opinion. No, it's the truth. I don't give a damn that you are a CEO. Oh my God. Even being a CEO. Matter of fact, politically, oh God, that right there. There is nothing that, even with that, you didn't do. When Dr. King was assassinated and everything, there was a ball that was dropped there too. So you can't sit up here and say just because you're in a field,
Colin Powell was
in
a
a
black man
field,
who led
few
this
black
country in
men
two different war
who
campaigns.
don't bridge the wealth gap in America, who don't bridge the world wealth gap, period. You think of them fucking few CEOs here and there and a few of them, that's satire. That's just to make you feel good. You look at that and try to vicariously project that if that's the majority of black men. And I'm not going to do it with you niggas.
All right, so once again, I think you guys missed the entirety of the point. My point was brought up simply due to the fact that when it comes to the conversation about masculinity, it is not a race-specific thing. It is a gender thing. Right now, when we're talking about all men, it's not specific to black, white men, Latino men, Asian men, Middle Eastern men. American men are feeling like this. This is not a black specific thing. This is not unique to black American men.
Yes,
that is
You're
all
falling.
I'm.
yes, it
You're
is
falling
because
back into
you're
it.
you're the only ones that's having these type of conversations about my women won't let me lead because women have more rights. Y'all the
I
only
never
niggas
said
that's
that's not me, bro.
I'm
That's
not saying
I'm sorry. Who
okay,
you
just because
talking
it's
like?
not you. Here's the thing. Why are you defending the people that you say that you're the exception of? If it
I'm
don't
just having a
apply, let
conversation
it
and a
fly.
perspective.
Let it
Well, I was just
fly.
giving you a different
Let
perspective.
it fly. Let it fly. I'm not doing this thing not off because you're here, my nigga. Do you think just because you're here saying that's gonna make up the exception?
No,
No.
I'm a nobody, bro. I don't. Well,
It
I'm just
all
trying to have a
falls.
conversation, bro.
No, it just all falls down to capitalism with you. That's what I've noticed. Okay, you're talking
Well, I
about
mean,
the caste
that's not.
system and the
We're
GDP,
America.
and you talk about.
Everything is
I
about capitalism.
I understand that, but you can't come up here and make the argument that capitalism ruins everything, and then come in here and not realize how you're
Right.
ruining everything by inserting the capitalism. Is what
Right.
I'm saying.
Why? Because I'm trying to explain to you guys how the only way we're going to be able to fight the system is to play by the same rules.
What I'm saying is that the point you're trying to get across, or what I'm hearing is that you're saying that race, nationality has nothing to do with our position in the capitalism system. That's what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is, so again, when we're talking about black men and a masculinity, I cannot ignore the fact that I also see white men in the same country who've been wearing dresses.
No,
Latino men who've been
that's
wearing dresses. So
again,
this
you're
is not
changing the
anything
point
that's
when you
Oh
specific.
my
start.
God, that's not the
Okay,
Whenever you
but
start off with capitalism, and then I'm like, you're talking about capitalism,
okay,
then you
but I
change
didn't
the
start with
point.
capitalism. I just mentioned men.
You literally mentioned the caste
Okay.
system
So
and
do you
GDP. That
okay,
is capitalism. What are you talking about?
so right now, Presley, right now is a masculinity in America a black specific issue or a men in general issue?
I will definitely answer that question after I address your first point, because your first point, let's not play around, Terus. Let's not.
I'm not the one playing around here.
You literally started off talking about
I asked you a direct
you
question.
I will answer that, but I will
Can you
answer
please?
your first
Okay.
question first to prevent you from moving the goalpost. Okay? I will definitely answer your second question, but I'm not going to allow you to move the goalpost to not address what you said before. What you said before was that capitalism and race and culture have nothing to do with each other when they absolutely do.
When it comes into the context of a masculinity, it doesn't, because a masculinity
Wow.
is not a black men specific problem. It is a men specific problem in
No.
America, at least a perceived one. White men are complaining about being emasculated. Latino men are complaining
No, they're
about
not.
being emasculated. Yes, they
But
what?
your
Not to the
original
same.
Have you
point was
not ever heard about
capitalism
No,
and
they're
Asian? Do you
money.
not.
guys
Why
not
are
know
you
about
moving
Asian
the
American men
goalpost?
and the
No,
fact
they're
that they
not.
feel like they're not being masculine, being
No, they're
represented as
not.
masculine?
No, they're not. They're complaining about maybe how things might not be as conservative. Wait, there's a difference, nuance
No,
to this.
what?
They're
Do you
they're
know anything about your fellow Americans,
Oh,
bro?
I know plenty about my Americans, baby, and it could be
You're proving
regionality.
that you're
It
not.
could be.
You're
It could. I
proving
know
that,
plenty. I grew up very diverse. Don't even try it over here. I grew up in a very diverse environment. I trust me.
and
No,
yet you're
they're
still
not
one.
complaining, and they're not complaining. They are not complaining about the same nuances, right? Being, cause see the difference between men,
Yes, they
other
are.
men that are non-Negroid genophenotype, they're complaining about how things aren't in the way that to
Phenotype,
where.
bro. Are you a geneticist?
Okay,
Is anybody over here a
I'm not.
geneticist?
I'm not.
No, no, but I, but I,
Because
but
everything
I,
we're talking
but
about
you,
is a
No,
right?
because
no,
you know why I
You
say.
know
Hold
that,
on,
right?
I'm sorry. I say that because I understand that regardless of having dark skin, right? Genophenotype will tell you the physical characteristics, right? So that doesn't explain your nationality, that doesn't explain your culture. But even when you intersect those things, right, it still plays a role in how in every part of the globe there is a caste system, not just here in America, and things that are institutionalized and played out
So
based
what would you
off
like to
of
do about it? What is
societal.
the solution to the problem?
I'm not here to talk to discuss the parent. That's not here for me to talk about this. I'm venting, so don't try to move this goalpost for me to ask the questions. You're not going to ask
Why
the
is it a
questions like I'm
goalpost?
obligated to
I mean,
answer it.
when if I have
I'm
a
not
problem with
obligated
something,
to
I
answer that
typically
for you.
offer a
I'm not.
solution.
No, you tell me what was the. You tell me
Well, you're
what
telling
was
me
the.
what the
What was.
problem is, and I'm asking
You
you what the
tell
solution
me.
could be.
You
It's
tell me.
straightforward.
You tell me
Okay.
what is it. What is it that y'all need to do so you can we can compete with other men. You tell me what is it that cisheter, because the other men are not complaining about this. And I'm sick of y'all
Yes,
doing
they
that
are.
too. Y'all try to project just
Yes,
because
they
y'all are sitting
are.
up here whining and crying about submission and how we can't lead. These Hispanic and Asian
Yes,
men, regardless of their culture and national
they're
origin,
whining about the
these motherfuckers,
same thing.
they're complaining. They're not conflating it with them being able to lead. They're not saying that
Yes,
had
they
something to
are.
do with them. No, 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 no,
That's
no,
why
no.
these white
Those
men
are two
fetishize the
different.
Asian women because
Those
they want to
those
lead. They think these
are
white women are
different.
too A-type
Those
personalities
are
for them.
different. I don't have to break down
No,
the
it's not.
difference
It's the
between.
same thing. They feel like their women are emasculating them. Latino
Oh
men
my
feel like their
God.
women
No,
are
it's
emasculating.
just
It's
no,
an
that is just a
American
black,
thing, man.
that is just y'all niggas. That's just y'all. No,
Yes, it
nigga. It's
includes
just
Black
y'all.
American men, but it also like
No, no, they're not
no.
in the
Now it
same
doesn't
boat.
include American
They're
men.
not in the same boat as y'all. They are not in the same conquered, buck breaking plantation mentality as boat that you are in. They're not in that same boat. No, you're not going to do that. No, they are complaining about things from a different nuance, a different perspective. It's not preventing them from leading. It's not preventing them from extending and having businesses. It's not preventing them from owning resources. It's not preventing them from delegating resources, despite them complaining about how it's presented, because that's the thing too. And at least, let's say this, if they are complaining, they have somewhat, I'm not saying they have a right to complain, but they have at least something to say, well, you know what? I'm participating in patriarchy globally and across the board, not just in America. That's why Hispanics and Latinos have more respect than us. Well, first of all, they're white, and that's another story. But at least globally, people recognize them than their national origins and have antiquity on their names. Why? Because the difference of how they fought, the difference of how they weren't just totally wiped out. They weren't just totally how we are broke breaking here in America and all over the globe. So no, it's a different type of situation. So no, this is a black men's, this is a Negro genophenotype male issue here. This is not the same nuance just because you hear a white homophobe or an Asian transphobe or they're saying, well, women have this. They're not on panels. They're not anywhere else complaining about how their women won't let them lead because they have jobs now. Their women are not letting them lead because they're in strong positions now. No, nigga, that's your bang. And
You want to know how reckless and ignorant you are? I agree with everything you just said, except I said it's not a race specific problem, and you just refuse to acknowledge that.
Baby,
That's what, but it is. You can't say that
oh my
caste
God.
systems and GDP are not affected by
We're
race.
not talking about global. We're not talking about global capitalism.
You can't say
I'm talking
that.
about America. I said
Soften the
it's
blow.
uniquely American.
You're trying
There-
to
It's a
soften
web.
the
Everything
blow
is
for
happening
your
all at
ego.
once. It's not linear,
You're
guys. It doesn't
trying
happen
to
one after
soften
the other.
the
It's
blow
happening
for
all
your
at once.
ego. You're trying to soften the
What
blow.
ego? What?
You can't
panel,
say
I
it's
had
not
something.
linear, okay? You cannot say that
It's
because there
not
are
linear. Life exists
there,
in a spider web. It's not linear.
Panel, I
Everything's
had
we're
something to
happening at
talking
the
say,
about.
same
please.
time.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go
Oh
ahead.
no, don't be sorry, my sister. I had a nice time. I'm getting ready to drop down to make room for someone else. Before I go, I breathe love on all of you. Have a blessed day. I love all of you.
Have a good
Love
day.
you. Have a great day.
Bye bye.
Okay, back to you. You can't sit up here and say
Not back to
that
you.
caste and GDP systems aren't affected by race and culture. You cannot say that. There are literal
When
laws
it again,
in
I don't know how
America
many
that
different times I have to
discriminate.
make it
How
clear
can you say
that
that?
when it relates to the conversation of a masculinity, it's not relevant. When it relates to everything else, it absolutely does. But a masculinity in America is not race specific. I don't
Why
have to
are
go
you
back.
moving the
It's the
goalpost? I was
delusion.
not talking
That's
about
what they do, girl.
masculinity. I was not talking about a masculinity. I was talking about
That's
caste
what I'm
and
talking about,
GDP. No,
though.
at the beginning you said caste and GDP is not affected by race and culture. I want you to
When
address
he
that. That
when
is what
he
I
was
am
okay,
addressing.
the reason I brought up class and GDP was when he was mentioning how black men are perceived globally. That's when I started talking about the markets and everything. It is a completely separate conversation when I'm talking about a masculinity in America, because that
But
is not a capitalism problem. That is just a social problem. That is a male specific problem. That's not race related.
Exactly, but like I was
Exactly.
saying at the beginning, you weren't saying anything about a
Yes, I
masculinity.
did. You guys
You
just
were
didn't listen.
saying that race and culture have nothing to do with caste and GDP when they
I
do. And
was
then when I said
responding
that
to
they
him
don't,
at
then
the
you started talking
time
about masculinity.
because we're having these conversations in real
Okay,
time. If you want to
okay, look,
rerun the tape, then you can see exactly how I responded based on the context of a masculinity in this conversation. Those are two separate things.
okay, look, just to squash this, do you believe that race and culture has anything to do with caste and GDP?
Yes,
So why did you say that they didn't before?
I said it doesn't in the context of a masculinity. A masculinity, when it comes to race and culture, is not the same thing because we are an it's American culture. American men are feeling like we are being emasculated. That's not
Okay,
black specific. That's again, how am I the only one who can't who separates that?
No, I get that. I was separating what you were saying because you came in saying that race and culture have nothing to do with caste and GDP, and I'm saying that they do, and then you just agreed that they do. So we agree on that point. Now, when you came in with the masculinity, when you were trying to move the goalposts, I didn't
I
hear
didn't
shit you
move the
said.
goalpost.
When you
I
brought
know you. That's it,
when you
man.
brought in, are you listening to anything I'm saying?
Man, you just
Because
admitted that you didn't listen to anything I'm saying. So I mean,
Well,
I'm just giving the same thing to you right now.
because you brought up masculinity when at first you came in, you said that race and culture have nothing to do with caste and GDP,
Didn't we just clear
and then
this up?
yeah, we cleared this up, all right. So we both agree that they do. Okay, so now your point is about masculinity and emasculinity, and I want to ask you, what's your question or issue on that point? I just wanted to clear that first part up because that first part was egging me.
I thought that was the only part. That's the
Okay, well,
only part that we had a hung up on.
Okay, can we get to your question about masculinity and emasculinity since we got that
Ma'am,
first part cleared up?
I've been forgot the question or whatever I was asking. I gotta be reminded.
So does it even mean that much to you if you can forget it that quickly?
Well, I'm willing to have the conversation and just pick it up. What was the question that
Yeah,
I asked?
that's what that's what I'm asking you. What is the question that you asked about masculinity and emasculinity? If it's that important to you, you should remember it.
Man, that was like what, an hour ago?
An hour ago, this is about your life and how you live your life and how black men are seen. If an hour can make you forget about it, is it that important? Is it
Man,
really
do
an
you
issue?
understand how many topics we just went through in a
Is
short amount of time frame?
emasculinity really an issue if you can forget about it in an hour? Does emasculinity really affect you
We've
in
been
your
live
real
for
life
I
if
somehow
you can
think that
forget about it in an
I
hour?
think, see, this is the problem. You talk to me as if I don't agree with your idea about masculinity. Is like the beginning when I first hopped on here, I was in really full agreement with everybody about why straight men like me need to get the software update. And now I feel like I have to defend or I have to try to prove to you that that's my platform. Like that's what I
No,
believe.
that's
Like
not.
I feel like,
No,
you
that's
know,
not what I'm saying. You were just talking about. You said an hour ago when it was literally less than 2 minutes ago. You were talking about masculinity
okay,
and
can I clear?
emasculinity.
So
So
can
I'm
I just
saying,
clear
what is your
everything up,
point on
Presley?
that? And
Presley, can
how
I
is
just
that
clear
important?
everything up?
Let me finish my question.
I
And
think I think what
how is
he
that important if
I
you
think what
forget it
I
that
heard him
fast?
say I think what I heard him say was and correct me if I'm wrong. I think what I heard him say the masculinity and the demasculinity as far as it pertaining to that was like an American thing. Is that what you were saying?
Yes. And
Okay.
when the brother before me was talking about the global stuff and the phenotypes, with that's when he was bringing up the caste system. That's when I mentioned GDP, import, export, entertainment, stuff like that. That's a whole separate conversation. You get what I mean? Like those are two different things.
So why conflate the two? Why put them in the same
Because he
conversation?
conflated the two, and I was trying to help him separate it.
Okay, well, let's move on to your other part of the conversation, which is masculinity. What was your actual question about that? Because you seem to have forgotten and needed somebody to remind you, even though it's so important in your
Well,
everyday
yeah,
life.
it's not important in my everyday life. My masculinity is secure. I feel again. I said my issue isn't masculinity. My issue is my men are our men are committing suicide at astronomical rates. The violence is up in astronomical rates. Men are dropping out of the workforce at astronomical rates, and they're blaming the wrong people. It's not the LBGT's fault. It's not women's fault. It's not immigrants or illegals or whoever they're trying to fault. And so I'm trying to have this conversation about how we can help give these men the software update of what it means to be a man today. Because we got a lot of males, but we don't have a lot of masculine males because the term masculine needs to be updated.
Okay, so what exactly is your question then?
I just asked you, what can we do? What can guys like me do or us together do to help educate our men when we hop on these panels.
Actually defend the people who you guys are claiming that you want to protect. Actually listen to the people that you claim you want to protect. You can start there.
Man, that you understand how vague that is? Like, I
How
could
is
ask
that
anybody
vague?
else that. Because I already do that. I'm asking a more specific structural thing. Give me something that I can make an outline and I can go, okay, the next time these dudes talk about masculinity, I could be like, look, this is what people are trying to say masculinity in 2023 is, right? Hey, show up for your family. Make sure you're a productive member of society. Make sure you pay your bills on time. Make sure you learn some financial literacy. It does not matter if you're a man married to a man married to a trans woman or trans man, whatever your sexual
I didn't
orientation
speak
is,
about
if you're the
sexual
leader,
orientation. Why are you bringing that into this again?
man,
You're
you should know, man. Yeah,
You got it
again,
down,
you
But
just
all
Tyrone.
those
asked me,
things, though, are
man,
not just masculine.
you just asked me a question or example of how. I'm telling you just an example of how. Basically, give me something, an outline like that I can take and learn. So when I hop on panels, I can help practice that and be a better spokesman when I do this. You keep
oh,
thinking I'm trying to debate you. I'm asking for advice.
okay.
I
Well,
have a suggestion.
okay. I'll go after you.
Yes.
I have a suggestion, bro.
Yes, Kimberly.
I think just teach everybody to be an individual. Don't be a follower. Set your own trend. Be a trailblazer. You know.
So how
You
would
ain't
you
in no
explain?
com-
Thank you, because now I can actually ask questions based on that. So if you were having a conversation, like say on a panel, and somebody said, okay, break that down for me. I agree that the first things first is individually. So like what do you do to make sure that you consider yourself productive? You know what I mean?
freedom of expression. That
But
I have
that
the freedom that I have the liberty to go through every emotion that the human experience has to offer, and to have the confidence that I can express every one of those feelings in a safe environment.
okay, but that's a little bit dangerous. I agree with the part with you saying that you should be able to express every emotion and that you should be able to express yourself in a safe space. I completely agree with
And
that.
mining should is not saying it's going to happen.
I know, but
We're talking hypotheticals as a question, as an
exactly.
approach. So
And what
that
I'm
would be
saying
my
is
suggestion.
that there's a dangerous part of your hypothetical approach, because when you generalize and you say be a free thinker, be a trailblazer, don't think what these other people think, that could be twisted in so many ways, because
Yeah,
then
but
there are
here's the thing that's pure. You are. See, you have to
okay.
be confident. But see here, okay. For one, you have to let somebody express their full idea before you respond. And then that will probably help your next question. You know what
No,
I'm
you
saying?
did.
I'm not, what I'm saying is it's hard to get a complete thought when you know what I'm saying?
No, but I
So
did
what
listen to your complete
okay.
thought.
Okay,
And
honey.
and that's why I said I agreed with half of it, with you should be able to express every emotion, you should be able to have a safe space. I did listen to all of your thought. I waited until you were done speaking before my response. I said that with your response there's a dangerous part of it. There's a good part of it and there's a dangerous part of it. And the dangerous part of it is saying that you should just like trailblaze, because a lot of men take that and they twist that to be like, oh well, these women want respect. I'm a trailblazer. I don't think they deserve respect. I got a mind of
No,
my own
that
type
you're
type
taking in the
thing.
wrong context, sweetheart. Like for
No, I'm not your sweetheart. Don't do that.
well, okay.
Presley, stop being
Well,
Presley.
whoever you are. What you're taking completely what I'm saying out of context. Okay. Tell me one thing in this world that's for sure. You're saying everything is dangerous. What's for sure? What's one belief system, one idea, one theory in life that's for sure?
I didn't say
Hey,
everything
my
was
bad,
dangerous, but
Kimberly.
to answer your
You said, hey,
question,
the first
taxes
thing
and
you
death.
said, Kimberly, you said locally, right? Start locally. I just want to write this down. Like you said, start locally, right, Kimberly? Like internally.
Yeah, with yourself. Yeah, I agree. And what I'm saying, what I'm trying to express is there's no greater power than love. Love is dangerous. Love is dangerous. Okay. When you choose to love somebody, that's an investment. You always don't get a quick return on your investment, but that doesn't stop you from loving. Okay.
Love,
Things in life are risky. Love is dangerous. Every life is an experience, but you cannot live your life based on fear.
You
No,
know what?
I agree with
You
that.
know
What
what
I
you
disagree
know what
with
I'm
is
saying?
giving out dangerous advice
So
to young
what
men.
I'm
That's
saying,
what
what
I.
I'm suggesting is nothing is more pure than knowing yourself, honey. Or I'm
So
sorry, you're
give.
not a honey.
Yeah, I was gonna. I was
Than
gonna say that.
knowing
I'm glad you caught
yourself.
it.
You know what I mean? So what I'm saying is if you can't even look inside yourself or have the ability or the space to look inside yourself and evaluate those deep, dark yourself, honey, yourself.
What does that have to do with anything we
That
were
has
talking about?
everything to do with what we're
And
talking about. The
again,
dude,
I'm not
the guy
interested.
asked me a question, first of all. He asked me a question. So
And
literally,
then you
I'm
asked
supposed to
me a
be talking to
question.
him. You know what I'm
You
saying?
asked
If you
me a
really want to be
question.
technical, the guy Toros asked me a question. He's taking notes, and it's hard for him to take notes when you're trolling.
I'm not trolling. You literally asked me a question as well, and I said I agree with half of
No,
what
I'm
you
talking.
said.
Okay.
I don't agree with you giving out dangerous advice to young men. That is what I
Tell me what did I
disagree with.
ask you?
You literally, oh my God.
Tell me
All right,
what.
hey,
Tell me
Kimberly.
what question did I ask you?
You
Hey,
said,
Kimberly,
you
I'm
literally
gonna
said,
cut in, guys.
sweetie, how could, you literally said, sweetie, how is what I'm saying dangerous? That's what you asked me. And that is what I'm trying to respond to.
All right, hey, Kimberly, real quick. So I'm gonna cut in. How do you think? What do you think is the best way for us when we're having a conversation with some of these, I guess, hyper masculine males, if you will? It's weird saying that. How do you think it's the best way we can go about
Fragilely masculine.
Bro,
separating, helping them
I'm
separate
gonna
sexual
try to
orientation?
explain it, and I hope I'm not interrupted, bro. Because I come with all love, bro, and I think that's the weapon to everything. You can't beat love. You can have all the evil intent you want, but it won't work. Not if I love you. There's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do about it if I love. You see right there how people are ready to jump in. That love cannot. I'm telling you, when you love somebody, you can do more than you can knock down any wall. You can make people feel uncomfortable when you love them. When they hate you. When people have internal conflict. When people like hippies like me talk, they don't want to hear that shit. But let me tell you something, bro. The world needs a big old hug and a big old band-aid. And the best way that you can love the world is by loving yourself.
Hell yeah, I
And
need
the
a hug
best
sometimes,
way
man.
that you love yourself is to get to know yourself, to get to know your vices, your habits.
But can I say,
you know what I mean? The deep, dark shadow work.
Well, okay, so
And even hold on.
Can I jump in really quick?
Hold on. Who just said that?
Oh, that was me.
Who's me? I can't see nobody.
Spirit Mouse.
Oh, hey, Spirit Mouse. Okay. So let me bring some order super quick. I forgot we got some new folk in the house. Okay, so for one, Tyrus, you do not mean that, because when we was giving you a big old smooch on your cheek, you got so uncomfortable and said, "Y'all trying to size me up? Get up off me! Let me go! Get me up out this grip! I don't want nothing to be part of it." So yes, and who offered love as the antidote to start? I was King Love before Kimmy got up here. I said,
You sure
all we
was.
need is
I
love.
recognize that.
All we need is everything. So thank you for doubling down, Kimberly, and put the period on.
Hey man, don't nobody like me though. I don't know why.
That's not what I said. All I said was you were giving.
Hold on, wait a minute. Presley, hold it. Hold that. Just hold it. Hold it. Because see, Tyrus, I have to. You've been officially hazed into the Conscious Crew palace because Presley is the channel's vacuum. So, you know, you have just officially been inducted into the
Oh, I
Conscious.
got jumped in. All right, that's
Yeah,
cool.
you got beat in. So, okay, I want to let IG jump in here super quick and say what he was about to say, and then I want to get Spirit Mouse in here.
And I appreciate, and I'm, I did come in a little hot because it's just like,
I appreciate it too, bro. That's dope. I like you
coming. It's nothing personal against.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to throw any insults. It's just, but see, that's the thing too. That's what happens. And I did hear a conversation because me as a black man, I have been so much more affected by what heterosexual black men do. I've had to deal with so many stereotypes and stuff like that based off of the image that don't have nothing to do with no boots and no gay shit. The more that has been more what affects my image as a black man more than anything, and it's just mind-boggling to me because I have so many heterosexual male friends and associates of different nationalities and regionalities and all that. You heard me? Is that when we have conversations about masculinity and what it means to be a man, it is a totally different spectrum. And then when I observe and look at the way that despite the indigenous people from the Central Americas and the Caribbean islands, despite them having to deal with the Spanish and the Dutch conquistadors, right? There is still a certain system that the way that they put themselves in place, the men did. And I can't sit here and vicariously live through the exceptions of celebrities, through certain politicians. I can't do that. So when I look at
IG, I want to apologize to you because at the end of the day, I understand now, just like right now, that even though I've dealt with racism and identity as American, unfortunately, you actually have another level. You got to deal with your sexual orientation, and that's not something that I've ever had to deal with. You know what I mean? So you got multiple things, way more. You got way more, I guess, multi-universes that you got to deal with than I do. And so, my bad, bro.
No, and I mean, I appreciate you didn't even have to apologize for me, but I do appreciate the sentiment, honestly. It's one of those things to where when we get to talking, especially about masculinity, it's like all these other stereotypes. It's like the majority of my friendships, my meaningful, heartfelt, loving relationships with men haven't been linked to homosexuality. It's been linked to the other parts of masculinity, like men like Conscious and stuff like that, and men who don't often go with these type of ideals, and they're heterosexual men. So that's why when I hear not you, but like with the panel last night, I came in this bitch on already. You heard me? I came in here hot because it's just like
Yeah, it was crazy, man.
the image thing of what is presented for us. And I'm gonna say this about love. I do think that love, but we have to ask this too. So was it?
Oh
no!
IG, you done blanked out.
Was it love? Was it love that gave people the ability to want to say, "Hey, I want to go out here and conquer"? Is it love that the white man has for his white woman and children that makes him say that regardless of how inhuman, insensitive, and dehumanizing it is, I'm going to make sure that who I love the most is always on top? And if that's the case, because there's other sides of love too. Love isn't just all fluffy and light. No, love will make you go out and shoot somebody in the damn face. Love will make you go somewhere and infiltrate and move around and get behind enemy minds and to fuck some shit up. Love will make you go ahead and prevent yourself from being conquered. See, because if you love your folks so much, if you love people enough, it would be the thing to motivate you to do something about it. So I'm for the love and the whole healing and stuff like that. But just like how people have, who have Christian beliefs, they have the body of Christ and they want to say the arms and the legs. Okay, some of us need to be filter some shit. We need to be the kidneys, the bowels. Some of us have to be the arteries. And it's a function of body. Your body has to filter very toxic and poisonous things that come in contact. So I think we just have to, as Black men, we need to give that sensitivity, that light and fluffy, yes, that love. But at the same time, love is heavy. Love will make you raise your child when you don't, you and a woman don't no longer in a relationship. Love will make you fight back. So I'm going to try to land my plane here. I thank y'all so much because I'm already late for my plantation. And I'm going to holler at y'all later. But I appreciate you, Conscious, so much.
I
brother.
love you. I love you. I love you, chat.
Baby.
You better come and fuck it up you better fuck it up every time, god damn it.
Yeah.
You better tear it the fuck down. Okay?
I'm ready to burn it all down, bitch.
Burn it motherfucker down. Burn this bitch down, baby.
I'm ready to burn it all down. Because I say these things strongly, the majority, and here's the thing. The way that you just heard me talk, the irony is I tell people all the time, the majority of my friends, the people that are my loved ones, are Black people. They're heterosexual Black men. But even then, here's the thing. The Black people that's around me that are Black men and women, they are affected by the same things from the majority of other Black people too. So I can't sit here and sugarcoat it. So yeah, what I'm saying I don't see myself low, but I'm not going to keep doing this thing where it's annoying me at this. It's sad for us to keep saying how superior we are. Oh, we're genetically superior. Then why are you here? Just being physically strong is not enough. It is not just because you recognize and I'm going to say this, y'all might not like it. Just because you recognize where someone has been superior to you in ways doesn't necessarily make you inferior in every way. You have to recognize where someone's superiority has best you. You have to study to show yourself approval. You have to study your enemy. You can't, if you want to have this fantasy land where, white men they're afraid of us and they're afraid. Okay, at this point, white men has kicked our ass so long enough. If the fear is what caused them to colonize and come in there and take over, then we should be scared as fuck and go out there and do something to change it. And I'll holler at y'all later.
All right, baby. And that was IG for those of you who don't know, baby. That was motherfucking IG. I want to get Spirit Mouse in here before I say. No, I'm just gonna get Spirit Mouse in here. I'm gonna get Spirit Mouse in here. Welcome to the platform, Spirit Mouse. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you all hear me?
All right, yes, we can hear you.
Hi there. So I guess I would identify myself in a lot of ways as a classical straight Black man. Okay. Came up in the culture where life has got to be rough and tough and you got to do something to prove it. And I think where a lot of that has come from, if you grew up in the 90s, if you grew up in the 2000s, I feel like a lot of our issues have come from this, this digital society, this computerized society, and these lingering elements of the industrial society, all these machines pushed upon us. Because when all that stuff started taking the place of our hands and our efforts and our abilities, we started as Black men, and this is not just Black men, it's men all across the board, but we're going to just focus on Black men. We as Black men started losing our identities. We started losing our rites of passage. We started losing the value of what's really important to us. And that's where we're at now. We're swinging around wildly because we know we should be doing something physical. We know that we should be wrangling some cattle. We know that we should be herding some goats. We know that we should be protecting some people who need to gather water. But no, we got to sit around and we got to look at TVs all day. We got to sit around. We got to punch shit in on computers all day just to make money and then throw money at stuff so we can be more entertained. And a lot of us are going crazy because of it. A lot of us are sick of this stuff. And I understand, that old traditional way for some people, it might be looked at as oppressive. That old traditional way, it might be looked at as outdated, but there's a lot of us, we're still clinging to that. And because people don't want to acknowledge that, people want to just poo-poo that, or people want to look at us like being savages for thinking like that, or outdated, and just push them to the side. It's like, well, where is our voice for that? Like, where is our space for that? I know me growing up in urban Black America, I wish there were more representations of hard-hitting masculinity. Like, I don't have a problem bleeding. I just don't want to bleed on the basketball court. Like, I want to get my hand cut on some bushes or something like that, chasing an animal. I want to get my hands cut on a fish hook trying to catch fish, but it's just not enough outlets for us for that. So then what do we end up doing? We end up taking all that energy and we end up putting it right back on ourselves. We end up hunting ourselves in the street. We end up hunting ourselves in the white man's environments if we the only Black folks working at the white man's job. So unless that stuff is acknowledged, you always going to see these problems in Black men. You always going to see this misplaced aggression, because where are the rites of passage that fall in line with who we really are? We talk about stripping people of their humanity. That is people's humanity. People's humanity is to be able to go outside and build structure by hand. People's humanity is for even women, right? To be able to gather, or whatever women were doing in a particular tribe. And when you snatch that from a people, you can't expect people to act anything but crazy.
Can I respond to that?
Right. Before you do, I'm gonna jot down. So I just want to say thank you so much.
You hung out with us, child, for the whole night. You were a blessing. Thank you for your contribution to this dialogue. Please hit the motherfucking like on the next discussion too.
I will, definitely. It was great meeting everybody here.
Likewise. Have a great day.
And this is Levon for Library. He is also a content creator out here on these streets, so please follow Levon's Library. Okay, subscribe. And this is how it's spelled. Let me put them on the big screen. Okay, Levon's Library on period. All right, boo. A good morning, a good night.
Have a good day, Levon.
I'll be in the chat.
Okay, boo.
Peace.
Okay. Now, Tyrus, you wanted to respond to Spirit Mouse, I believe. So.
Yeah. Unfortunately, sir, that's some very outdated. It's okay to be outdated. I used to think exactly like that. That's how I was raised, bro. Unfortunately, I had to give myself a software update. Right? I'm a 35 years old. I'm typical millennial, bro. Guess what, man? My parents didn't really teach me financial literacy. I had to learn that by myself. My parents are Gen Xers, so they was too busy doing whatever, bro. And you know, so I had to do a lot of just learning things on my own. But at the end of the day, like, it's 2023. The whole point of technology is so that you're not running in the woods and hunting down animals anymore. I mean, that is the whole purpose of technology, right? Like you're clinging to this ideal that the people in that ideal didn't want to be in anymore. They were doing that hoping that their children didn't have to do the same crap they was doing. And you want to go back to that. That's just not smart. And so you end up glorifying the past. And guess what? I tell white conservatives this. You know why I don't think about the 1950s when a man was a man? Well, because it was also fucking Jim Crow. Also had to go to a different bathroom or ride a different bus. And by the way, I'm married to a German woman. That would have been illegal, which means I probably would have been lynched. Yeah, don't want to be in the 50s, bro. No, I don't want to be hunting in the woods in the 1700s, because most likely I'm black and Puerto Rican, which means I probably would have been a slave. I don't want to go back to those days. I like it that we got a bunch of Americans talking about they're oppressed on a brand new iPhone on someone's Wi-Fi. That's progress, bro. And we need to keep that going. Right? We just need men. Guess what? By the way, we're the ones who created the technology. We're the ones who created the internet, the social media. We built the infrastructure. It is like I can't stand men because they're American men because they just like the losers in England. You created the EU, and now you're gonna be like, oh, I don't want to be part of it anymore. Motherfucker, this is yours. This is our creation. We did this shit. We literally made it a way where we can make money playing video games on the internet, and motherfuckers still mad, still complaining, still got grievances. There's so many different ways, and the way I got enlightened is because I had to give myself that gut check. I had to really look at myself in the mirror. You want to know why? Because that unemployment sucks. Here's what people don't tell you about being 100% disabled. When you can't get a fucking job, bro, I'm so limited because I got fixed income and that literally zaps. I was 100% at 28 years old, bro. You know how much ambition that just zaps out of a man? I literally had to retrain myself about what it meant to be a productive member of society, a man, a husband. Why? Because society, the government, the VA, the labor market said, nah, bro, you too broken. Here. So now I can't make the same kind of money. I got to do the old slow investing way. I can't go out here and bang and really bang out here in the streets and get money and get a job like you guys can. There's so many fucking jobs available. So many of y'all dudes just sitting at the crib doing fucking nothing. And that's a creation of y'all. I mean, for God's sakes, everybody whining about AI, the chat robot. Men created the AI and are now mad that they created the very thing that fired their asses. They literally we literally put ourselves out of employment. I guess that's the women's fault. That's the LBGT's fault. That's the feminazis' fault. You know what I mean? Like if you want to be masculine, the first thing you got to be able to do is stop blaming other people for your problems, man. The first thing you want to do to not be outdated is that anything going on in your world, if there are a whole bunch of things that you can change, that you can individually change and have a different outcome, then that means whatever your current predicament in is no one else's fault but your own. And what I'm getting really sick and tired of is that we got continuously a bunch of straight men acting like the very emasculated men they fucking scared about. Meanwhile, I got two dudes who are part of the LGBT community showing more fucking traditional leadership last night, despite being hostile territory, literally surrounded by 6 to 8 different people holding their own. If that ain't the most masculine shit, I don't know what else. What is, bro?
So what are we classifying as masculinity?
Go
What
off,
now
Tyrone.
today?
Go off.
Can I respond back to that?
Sure.
Yeah, I'll go after you. Sorry.
Spirit Mouse.
Yeah. So the first thing that I want to point out is, yes, we have advanced technologically, but a lot of those technological advancements have proven to be destructive to our planet. So when we talk about how we're progressive more than our ancestors did know how to live within the limits of their environment without destroying it. And that is very important when we talk about looking at what they did versus look at what we do today. A lot of these machines, yes, they do make things easy, but we're also not moving our bodies, which is increasing things
Sir,
like disease.
Sir, that is recorded history. Those same people in the generations that you're talking about literally created the equipment to make it easier. They were not trying to live off the land. They were trying to get access.
Well, now this is the thing. Now I did let you speak. It wasn't
yes,
all.
Sir, but you're saying wrong information.
It wasn't everybody that created this technology. Everybody doesn't have access to create computers. So when you say that all men did this, this was a collection of men from a particular culture. And also, I also kept saying too earlier, a lot of this has to do with snatching away rites of passage of people's culture. It's fine if Black American people decided upon themselves to develop these computers for themselves, to develop all these cars, to develop all this other technology, but that's not what happened. What happened
Actually,
was we would now hold on. We were in
uh,
our land and we had our own path of development. We had technology, we had irrigation, but it was according to our standards. We
And we
were
had
the
wars and massacres and murders and
I'm
religious
not,
fights.
and I'm not saying that that's perfect, but it was our home. It was what we were used to. You keep trying to wait a minute, hold on. You keep trying to dismiss the snatching away from somebody's home. That's just like saying, okay, well, somebody from the hood, yeah, they may be around gangbangers, but they may be more safe in the hood around gangbangers than they would be in high white society because they're home, they're comfortable, they know what to look out for, they know where the dangers are at. And that's not something that you can just dismiss in the psychology of our people. And it's not just something that affects us Black men who are straight. It's something that affects all Black men. I'll be honest, I'm not particularly educated about sexualities of Black people, you know, and through the histories of our development from Africa to now. But I will say, no matter what your sexuality was, you still had your rites of passage. You were still communally developing among your own people. You were not spending a lot of time being sedentary. You weren't developing all these modern day diseases that you're developing because somebody else decided that you have to progress according to their standard.
Yes, and
I
that's
mean,
what leaders do.
hold on.
They adapt and evolve, and they help other people adapt and evolve to society. Because society is always changing. Society is not stagnant. It's not. It's always moving. It's like immigration. There's always bodies and
But there's
clothes and
no such
and
thing as
people.
a universal society, though. Humans are tribal by nature. There's no such thing as
Yes,
a universal one society. That's where the problem comes in. What one person's vision of tribe and society is not the same as somebody else. The only reason why we as Black people say this is how things are be and it's not going back the other way is because somebody has captured us. Somebody has brought
hold
us
on,
here.
sir. You
And
said it's always been like this, but then saying that that our ancestors made this perfect peace and was living off the land.
I didn't
That's
say that
complete
our
statement, sir.
ancestors were living anything perfect. I said it was our home. It was what we were used to. It's fine if our ancestors weren't living a perfect life. We probably, when our ancestors were alive, they debated amongst each other, but they were debating amongst each other about their life in their home. And that means something. We're over here in a foreign home, in a foreign land, debating about our position in a foreign class system.
And that's
And what
where
is
we
the
disagree because
and
my
what do you think
history.
that does to our psychology as a people?
Well,
okay.
that's the fundamental. No, I got to respond. I'm sorry, Presley. This is where we fundamentally disagree, and this is where you guys probably start. Uh, we start seeing a gap in political ideology or historical ideology, because my history starts in 1776 when our ancestors declared that all men were created equal while simultaneously having another set of ancestors in bondage. You see, I don't care what happened past 1776 because there was a bunch of different countries and a bunch of different tribes and a bunch of different ways that the transatlantic slave went to. It wasn't just America, it was the Caribbeans, it was South America, blah, blah, blah. You get what I mean? Guess what? I'm American. My ancestors helped build this country. So guess what, bro? I don't care what's going on in Africa as it relates to social issues domestically in America. I care about geopolitical issues, but I'm American. This is my goddamn home, bro. This is my country. You know what I mean? So you keep trying to self-segregate yourself, and I'm not going to do that.
Well,
Like
I
this
don't.
is why
Well,
I
this is
look
the
at
thing.
everybody like, how are you
This is the thing.
productive, bro? I
I
don't
don't.
do that.
I don't self-segregate myself because, as you said, you live in Germany. I live here in America. I live here
No,
in
I
the city.
lived
Wait, no,
in.
no,
I
hold
was
on.
stationed in Germany. I'm
Hold on.
American
You're
too.
talking
I'm right here
about.
in Ohio, bro.
You said what?
I'm here, right here, Cleveland, Ohio, bro. This is where I'm from.
I'm just saying you've been talking about living in Germany and stuff.
Yeah, in the military is stationed there.
Okay, but as I'm saying though, I'm not living anywhere else other than a black person in the United States of America, and so I don't have to self-segregate. I mean, you want to talk about knowing this country, knowing 1776, a lot of the laws were segregated laws. And these laws have affected economic policies that are in this country. I mean, in some ways,
Absolutely.
no. It kind of
Yeah.
goes back to what this the other individual was saying earlier. How can you separate economics and race? How can you? Yes, black people did have a hand in building this country, but a lot of it was a forced hand. We did not come over and no, hold on. And you're
my
trying to
issue with
separate
my
how
issue
can you
with black
separate the
men is that
history of this country's development from Africa when they took Africans
that's
build
my
this
issue with black
country?
men. That's my issue with black men. That's my
Well,
issue
no,
with
because your
Latino men.
issue
No.
with black men seems like you don't want to
My
hear the
issue
history of black
here.
men, but the
No, my
history
issue
of
is that
we
you
were
won't
in
accept
no,
your history.
sir. We
No,
were in
that's my problem. You
Africa
won't
and
accept
we
the
were
proud
taken
history we
to
have right here
different
in America,
countries
what our
all
ancestors
around
built.
the America.
You always talking about Africa and all. I'm not from there, bro. I'm not. I'm American.
Okay, well, so
I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, bro. My mom was born and raised
and guess
Bronx,
what?
New
My
York,
father's
Puerto
from
Rican. Like,
Cleveland,
dog, I'm
Ohio
American
too,
as
and
fuck,
he
dog.
still knows he
I
descends
don't
from the
speak an
African
African
slave.
language. I got all the respect in the world for them, but I don't speak an African dialect. I don't live
I
in
don't speak
Africa.
an
I don't
African
practice the
dialect
religion,
either, but I
right?
know
So
that
I
I
gotta
come
be
from
worried about
Africa.
America, bro. You know
Okay,
what I mean?
guys,
And
guess
so
what? Just for both of you guys' point, I just wanted to neutralize a point that both of you had about the invention of technology and things. Dr. Shirley Jackson actually worked for IBM, and she's the reason that we have smartphones. She's the reason that we have touch tone phones. She's the reason why we have fax machines and a bunch of
that's
other
dope.
technology. But guess what? Because she was a black woman, she invented all of this stuff and had to give her plans over to the engineers at IBM for them to create it. So when y'all say that, oh, white men created all this technology and all this other stuff, no, a black woman did, but she had to give over everything that she researched and invented over to engineers at IBM. Okay,
And see,
so it's
President,
like
you're gonna have to
she's the
force that down our
reason.
throats because I need to know that.
Yeah,
I need to know
she's
those things because that actually brings why I'm enlightened better. Because I learned about the NASA thing from the movie. I was like, wait, hold up.
yeah, no,
Black
and
women were
Shirley
out here
Jackson,
doing. They
and
was
let me
math in the math.
And let me finish though. She's the reason for the touch tone phone, the fax machine, fiber optic, which means Wi Fi. She's the reason that we have Wi Fi, you guys. And she's the reason behind caller ID when that was a thing. Okay, but because she was a black woman, she had to sell everything that she invented over to IBM, to other scientists. So let's just get that straight. I just wanted to speak on that part.
Yeah, and I'm glad you did. Again, that's important because we don't give enough people from all sort of demographics real props in this country and real credit. And that's part of deprogramming and re-educating us with factual knowledge. You know what I mean? And so the thing is that when I speak about these issues, when I speak about societal issues, I'm speaking from a purely domestic perspective, right? I don't conflate the two with global politics, right? And at the end of the day, I'm speaking from an American culture perspective. And right now, men in general are going through the same things. Yes, black men have always been going through certain things, but right now, the LBGT community is probably the most targeted. And that's something I just don't have to worry about. You know what I mean? From a day to day basis, right? But just because I don't have to worry about that doesn't mean I can just ignore all the other problems. And people need to understand that masculinity isn't that image, bro. And that's why I keep telling you, Spirit, you got to have that software update, because right now, being masculine or masculinity is not gender specific. It has nothing to do with sexual orientation. Bro, can you just like, and I mean you metaphorically, but can you just show up to the house? Can you actually just like take care of your kids? Can you like stop cheating on your wife? Can you just like be at home, be a father? Like, I don't call myself a wolf, bro. I call myself a lion. You know why? Because lions do the hunting where they solo dolo, but the moment they get their pride, what they do? Grow the mane, defend the territory. Wife still hunting. Yeah, I'm unemployed, but you know what? I pay for my wife's education. Now she a RN, BSN. You know how much money we pulling in? Invest in financial literacy. Like the thing that makes you masculine is self-discipline, or the things that make you a leader. I think sometimes masculine is not even the word, just things that make you a leader, because how many women are able to lead the household and they're married to another woman? Is a man automatically not masculine just because he's married to another man, but he leads the household, he's the breadwinner? Last time I checked, if that man, regardless of his sexual orientation, is making 85K a year, paying all the bills and doing his thing, he's masculine. Right? If that lesbian woman is out here being the breadwinner, doing whatever, taking care of whatever, she's a leader. However
So
you want to do
can
is
I say
interchangeable.
that's why I asked. I don't know if it was not heard, and as I'm saying, it's a lot of voices to keep up with the conversation. But when you're making points like that, are we now looking to redefine what societal roles are? Is that what we kind of need to? Is that the mark we need to reach now? Is that what you're expressing?
Yeah, the software update. We need to,
Okay.
right now, we are dealing with, Pat, we are in 2023, and we are still dealing with 1950s level thought process in this country.
Well, what does that look like, Matt, for men? Since since you two are speaking on a masculine level, what would
Right.
that look for ideally for men?
So the first thing we have to do is deprogram out of what I consider very anti-American, which is this rugged individualism that was really indoctrinated in our country during the Reagan eras, which simultaneously coincided with the fact that most of our labor was shipped overseas, right? So first and foremost, we got to get out of this anti-American notion of rugged individualism, because the only way we're getting out of these problems is if we get out together. The only way we're gonna get these solutions going is together. Nobody in this fucking country does anything by themselves like that. That is just absolutely false. Second thing is we need to have an update in our public education system, because the reality is we need to start with our children. That means we need to put shop back into our system. We need to find a way to bring STEM more into the elementary, like little coding programs and things like that, into our core curriculum early on. Because if you look at our children's education, and especially compared to the global rankings, it is getting worse and worse and worse. We are a so-called first world country, and yet we are in the 20s when it comes to science and education. We literally, so we gotta do things to make sure we're properly educating our children. And then in the meantime, we got to make sure we're voting and making sure that we keep that balance, keep that separation between capitalism and the government, because we got to remember that government exists to regulate the free market. But right now, the free market is using the government as a way to weaponize the federal laws against individual Americans, and that's ass backwards. So we got to get back on the same page.
Okay, and I'm not sure where you live, but I'm like I'm a big
He lives in
part of.
Ohio.
Okay, okay. I'm not sure of the education system out there, but the education system from where I am, it does incorporate a lot of STEM and a lot of shop. So I'm not sure if that's like a regional thing.
Right. So, well, you have to understand that a lot of the school districts are funded by property tax. This is why you see so much disparity between uh, lifespan, health, income. You see the disparities between zip code to zip code. This is why this is the major reason why people try to move to the suburbs because they're trying to move to a neighborhood with a good school district. This is why the whole black people get money and leave the hood. Why? Because black people get money and they want to be in a better school district for their children.
Can I
Right?
jump out the
And so,
window real fast?
so we got to fix that system because that's causing a massive imbalance that disproportionately affects Black Americans in the urban environment.
Like literally, I've had to learn like STEM because of my niece, and I'm just like, that's why I was just like, wait, there's no STEM being taught, and I'm sorry for whoever I talked over. My bad. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I was just asking. I'm gonna say something that could be widely unpopular. So it's gonna probably seem like I'm jumping out the window because if we're speaking of redefining and changing people's outlooks and yada yada yada, I am under the just looking at how the world is changing, the evolution of society as a whole, largely scientifically. I do, because when we have these conversations about the threats of masculinity, femininity, I do believe that there is something more sinister beneath it, but I believe that it's coming under the guise of that there's some gay agenda, that there's some trans takeover, that there's some need for the LGBT community to ingratiate ourselves into children's programming and this and that. Because I do believe that across time, man has had this eager notion to create, to understand the mind of God, to understand where we come from, to understand creation. What is the God particle? What is this or that? And sometimes I think a lot of these confusions come, which somehow funnels into our community because of man's curiosity. So somehow I'm thinking that there is an agenda, but it's not by our community, but it's getting mangled up. And it's like we're almost getting blamed for the fallout is because man's desire to, well, if we can create man, or we can put a baby in a bubble and meddle with their gender, we can take out these chromosomes and do this and that. Do I sound weird? Is it?
No,
Ever thought about that?
No,
I don't want to sound crazy, and I don't want to take the whole conversation left. But sometimes I feel like, because I know Miss Barbara, when Miss Barbara talks, a lot of people give her shit. But when she talks about the government, as far as why are they pushing for trans people to get surgeries? I don't agree with her when she speaks on they shouldn't be cutting their bodies, because when a person is brave enough to stand in their truth and say, this is who I am and I'm at war with myself, and for me to feel whole, this is what I personally will do for my own mental health, not to flaunt myself, but it's for my mental health, for me to feel whole in my own person. I do believe there is such an agenda. Globally, I do believe in this, and I don't believe it potentially started out as entirely bad, because I always tell, sometimes our family will sit and have, like, we'll call it our tin hat conspiracy theory conversations. Man has always had a desire for the unknown, or how did this, we have, if you believe in the Bible that's written, the Tower of Babel. They want to figure out the stars. Let's go to the moon. Let's go. So I feel like that sometimes when these things happen, it now with us having being in the information age, it's bringing such an awakening. But I believe that when these things are tampered with, because for us it's pure, it's genuine, it's who we are from birth. But I feel like sometimes, like, there's these mad scientists who kind of get in the way of it, and I don't know. I don't want to seem like I'm
that's facts.
going too far off on a tangent.
World War II, that's not Nazi scientists, to be exact.
Yeah, Kimberly,
So
you know about the fact that we recruited Nazi scientists to help build the fucking nuclear bomb.
you already
You know
know
what
I
I mean?
know,
It's
brother.
like, yeah.
You already know I know.
Yeah.
So
So
Pat,
Pat,
let me
I
just
actually.
tell
Oh,
you,
go ahead.
Pat, you man, I never heard it broke down like that, and I appreciate your outtake. I have nothing to say. I'm just impressed by this panel that was excellently worded. I would like to maybe dare to go further that it seems like there's a little bit of exploitation going on with our brothers and sisters in that community. That's like in the 70s with the black woman in the exploitation movies. And seems like it seems like there's some exploitation going on along with the agenda, man. So
As far as
I
what,
think
how do you? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just want clarification. Like, how do
as far as
you feel
what
like people are?
Pat was just saying with government, with the government, with certain things that might be maybe a little too inappropriate, maybe for kids to determine, or you
What
know what I mean,
people do you
certain
feel are being exploited? Is what I was
the
trying to ask.
LGTB community,
How do you
or
feel that way?
Well, I can
based
say
on okay.
I can say
Would Pat,
how
would you like to jump back in? Because I'm not going to do that.
okay,
I'm just
I'll be quick.
asking a question.
Okay.
I'm just saying how I arrived at this is because again, there is I wish that I could use like another example to reel it in, because I'm just saying like there I absorb a lot of social media. I love podcasts. I love YouTube. I love Instagram. I absorb a lot of documentaries. I absorb a lot of information. I always tell my family sometimes it feels useless because it hasn't made me a billionaire yet. But just when I process things mentally, and when I'm looking at the divisiveness, when we're having these conversations, and when I mention it, like let's just say something on a global scale, like and I always refer to celebrity because that's something that's fully always in our mind's eye, like we're always looking at TV, so and so. So we can take something like again, like Sam Smith, we can look at Little Nas X, we can look at Bad Bunny, we can look at all these things that people are going to identify more than the neighbor that's across the street. They're going to take these visuals that we have and say, okay, this is what the LGBT community is. Certainly not us, but also man's eagerness to replicate everything from creation, because you have people, I don't believe that God created this, or how is it possible that God could have created that? How did they create the pyramids? How did these things come to materialize? So it's always been innate in man to figure out things. But what I'm saying is somewhere um something got crossed in the fires. So it gets muddy because you have what we see visually and what
Hey,
is actually our reality.
hey,
That's
Pat, can I ask you a question really quick?
sure.
You brought up Sam Smith, Lil Nas X, and also Bad Bunny. And you were coming off the heels of what someone else said. Do you think that those three artists are being exploited? Am I hearing you wrong, or
No, I don't believe they're being exploited, but I'm just trying to give an example of something that we see on a global level. So
uh,
if I can say, okay, there are those who believe I am born. I'm just saying this is from the outside perspective.
mhm.
If so, let's go searching for it. Let's go study it. Let's break it down. Just like I said, they can now, if we want to create humans instead of something like, oh, we can create organs. Creating organs or prosthetic or prostheses and things, it was all for great causes, but there is always a way that things could turn into a sinister thing, depending on whose hands it is in. So I'm just saying that that's how
So do
things
you
could happen
believe
in our
that?
community.
So do you believe that those three artists, two black, no, one white, one black, and one Latino? Do you believe that that's what's happening there?
No, not explicitly with those examples.
But do you believe that that's happening at all?
Do I believe it? It's a
Yeah, that's
Hello?
yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. I do believe that there is an agenda. I just don't believe that the agenda belongs to our community.
Okay, and then do you also whose background is
I
that?
know, that's what I
Lord,
was saying hello for. There's a
I don't
crackling.
know.
Aromas into, I think.
But I also wanted to ask that when it comes to masculine presenting women, a lot of you guys have a reputation for aligning with misogyny to fit in with a bunch of misogynistic men. Do you believe that that's true on any level?
No, not personally. And when I'm using those men as an example, because on a global level, people are saying that these are pawns or puppets to be used to bring on like the apocalypse of the gay agenda. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying, just because I use men, I'm not erring towards misogyny. But I'm just saying there are people that we can all identify, people that we see on a big stage on the world. So when this is paraded globally, it and it's broken down into households. Oh, they're trying to start making, because men are now, they want to be more comfortable in dresses and makeup and displaying and flaunting their homosexuality on the world stage, which we're just living our lives. It's nothing outside of that, in my opinion. That's the way I view it.
Yeah, I was just
Is
I
my
guess I
mic
was just
still
trying to
doing
figure
feedback?
out like why you brought up those examples, like what point you were trying to get across with those examples. That's all I was trying to figure out. I know that you're saying that, like you don't believe that they're like a part of like the agenda or whatever, but you brought up those three specific names who are very polarizing names, and I just wanted to know like the
Yes,
reason
and that's
why.
exactly why, because they are very polarizing. That's why I would bring those guys up.
No, but
Exactly.
I was saying to what point were you trying to make is what I'm trying to
About
get to.
and
I'm sorry.
about a gay agenda, because when these it was Taros and the other guy, not Kimberly, but the other guy, and they're just speaking specifically on it what it sounded like, which I was asking my question. So why are we speaking on protecting masculinity as a whole? Like,
Spirit
it,
mouse.
okay, yes, him. So it was just making me wonder, because it's like we're not challenging masculinity. I don't challenge women's femininity. So we don't have an agenda to just, we don't walk out our house like, who are we going to target today and try to turn them gay or turn someone lesbian. That's my point.
How you doing, panel? Did I were you still making your point, Miss Pat? I didn't want to cut you off.
I finished. You can continue.
I just want to say this before I'm waiting for my ride. And this one thing I just want to bring to a point, right? Was that I heard on that panel yesterday that they kept saying how, well, we don't, when we were bringing up white men and stuff like that, well, man, but that's not our culture, and them doing all type of weird stuff. I want to just make this a point too, and then I meant to say that when I got on my rip earlier. Those men that you're saying that have these unconventional expressions and homoerotics and weird behaviors, that's still not stopping them from being head patriarchs, though. White homosexuals being trans, white, or gender non-binary, that is not preventing them from being the top dogs of patriarchy. So it's so interesting and fascinating to me, because when we was having that conversation, they kept conflating masculinity with homosexuality as being the weakness or a detriment to masculinity. But at the same time, we're complaining about LGBTQ, which me, Conscious and Reckless, have said this is the trans Karen cockabrad that is making these laws. See, we understand that regardless of sexuality,
there isn't this natural solidarity with them, just because how we all like to have sex. The racism and the power of law still plays in the role. And the gag is white heterosexual men, white gender and queer men have the ability to impose their will on every person of the black community, regardless of your gender or sexual expression, gender expression or sexuality. So I just wanted to kind of point that out, even within the history. See, because white men are very open about their practices engaging of homosexuality. They don't have to be ashamed of that, because at the end of the day, they're still on top. That's what that movie 300 and the Spartans and all of that was based off. It's a known fact. So when I look at that, I said, well, maybe, and I'm just being facetious when I say this, I said, maybe you niggas need to learn how to suck a dick and deal with that energy, because sucking dick on the battlefield did not stop these men from being great. Having these feminine or unconventional, what you call, practices did not prevent them from instituting masculinity and patriarchy. So I just really, really wanted to just, say that it's so interesting when it just comes to us. Black men conflate that, and the other men, regardless of heterosexual white men might not liking it, it doesn't hurt them the same way, because they understand, well, even the white gay man is going to be above any black person. Any white trans woman or trans man, they understand that the color of law is still going to work in their favor. It doesn't prevent their image, regardless of how much, because see, they don't care that cis hetero black men are saying what they're saying, that's weird. Nigga, I still got you by the balls and your wife by the coochie. I still get to determine how you're educated and how you eat and live. So the fact that you think it's weird or strange or whatever, perhaps, I'm not telling you to engage in homosexuality for that reason. Again, it's kind of halfway facetious comment when I'm saying this, but maybe you should probably explore that, because white men being openly sexually and gender fluid has not prevented them from dominating. Now I'm about to catch this lift, y'all. I'm gonna be listening. Once again, I appreciate you, Conscious, Reckless.
Yeah,
I'm so glad. I'm
knock
so
the fuck out.
Yeah, I'm so glad that we come into contact. It's that I was just telling my brother that I was talking to last night, that Scorpio energy is real. And see, y'all, how y'all just heard me go off? That's the
Scorpios in the
feminine.
house.
I'm a Virgo myself, but that's from my mother. See, my father nurtured my feminine side, not by saying you need to act like this. He understood that my feminine energy, because we are Seminole blood, so we have the two-spirited belief and spiritual systems. He would, when my mother died when I was 6, whenever my spirit would rise up, because see, my father didn't cuss all loud and stuff like that. My dad didn't talk like that at all. The part of me that's assertive, that what you just heard, that part comes from my feminine. What y'all just heard me go off like that, that assertiveness, that's the feminine side of my energy. Because I observed that femininity, and I'm so over this thing too, with us socializing femininity to just submission, and it's not. There are so many facets of femininity that includes strength and power, and not because of you're being used. So most people gotta, I'm glad my father was in touch with the part of him that is from the Americas. He didn't see that as a shameful thing or as a weakness, because that was part of your antiquity. That's part of what makes you who you are. So feminine energy is not a weakness. It is not a thing for just submission. Okay, so white men showing these unconventional things, even among their own systems, is so interesting. They didn't give a fuck. Okay, we might have set the standard, but if I want to do something differently, bitch, I'm just gonna do it differently. And I know, because I instituted things in a way to where, well, you can say what the fuck you want to say about it, but what are you gonna do to stop me? See, black people only have this conversation. We only can impose homophobia and transphobia on other black people. See, we will not dare. See, cis hetero black people know. Oh no, I can't try that with a Latino or Hispanic person of a different culture than Asian. because it's not that you just totally globally hate homophobia and transphobia. No, you only do that because you're allowed in closer proximity to black and gay trans. You're not out here complaining about white men, and they're the ones that are making the laws in the alphabet soup community. So I just want to just point that out. White gay people, them being feminine, flamboyant, has not stopped them from dominating the masculine, cis, hetero black asses. Y'all have a good day.
You too, IG,
Thank
and
you,
thank
IG.
you.
Nice meeting you,
And
IG.
And
And
also, I
y'all,
wanted to bring up another Black History point, guys.
hold on for a minute.
This soup. Okay.
I'm gonna go after this, Presley, but I definitely have to get to bed. So we're going to make everybody's thoughts the last thoughts because I am slipping away into oblivion. I did want to say, and I'm gonna start with a Presley. To Pat's point, my brain is done, so I'm not gonna be able to really like go in and slay on this thought, but I will pick it up in the next conversation that we have connected to this. I believe there is an agenda too, because every genuine movement is like hijacked by some alternative movement. Like it's co-opted by something.
Yeah.
Like, like women's equality literally was a black grassroots issue and movement that was hijacked by their white counterparts. Like, same with same gender loving started off as melanated and then it was co-opted by the majority. As it relates to like the trans issue, I have a feeling that the shadow agenda that's going to co-opt the trans movement and usher in like this new age is going to be connected to transhumanism, which is a whole nother type of discussion. But I think that that's the darker force that is kind of on the bandwagon of the trans issue. And transhumanism is a whole interesting type of humanistic narcissistic philosophy that I think kills all. I think transhumanism itself and the integration of it literally will destroy divine connection altogether. I think it locks man into that materiality altogether, and I think that it's going to come wrapped in a very beautiful bow. But I think that certain movements are I don't even want to fuck it up, so I'm just gonna leave it there. Presley, introduce your point, and then everybody just kind of like give your last, and then we're fucking out. I thought you were sleep reckless, but you in the goddamn chat. I thought you was not the fuck out. But anyway, go ahead, Presley.
Okay. What I was gonna say is, also, like, I feel like a lot of the time, like, Black men like look to us to do everything for them, and I haven't seen it celebrated as much. There is a new Black History thing that all Black men should be celebrating. This is the first Super Bowl in the history of the NFL that there were two Black quarterbacks, because usually the NFL doesn't give Black men the role of quarterback because they feel that they're dumb. And quarterback has to make all kinds of decisions and everything. And even your favorite podcaster, Joe Rogan, said it himself. When a mixed guy came on his podcast, he said, "Oh my God, you're mixed. You have the body of a Black man and the brain of a white man. You'd be a perfect quarterback." And so they see quarterbacks as the brain of the team. And this is the first time in NFL history that there has been two Black quarterbacks, because they never like, it's very, very rare that a Black man is a quarterback. It's very rare. And I don't see y'all celebrating it. I don't instead why aren't y'all celebrating that instead of shitting on women and gay people? I don't get it.
Jordan Peele said that it was going to be some sunken place brain surgery, mixed bodies, hype, body snatching shit going on. It's about to get off the chain in this new coming age. We about to see.
No,
We
but
about to
I was
see.
wondering why black men aren't celebrating that this is the first time in NFL history that there's been 2 black quarterbacks, because y'all have been kept from being quarterbacks because they believe that black men are too stupid to be the role of a quarterback in football. Like, why aren't y'all talking about that?
Same reason black men don't talk about a lot of other stuff. But thank you for that, Presley. Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here
Alright.
tonight. I love you, and that is a great
Alright,
point.
later.
Black men, why are y'all not celebrating the 2 first quarterbacks? Aaliyah, any final thoughts, love?
My brain is fried too, so honestly, I don't know. But
Well,
I
thank
want
you
to
for
say,
hanging on for loyalty's sake.
of course, I want to say congratulations to Reckless Logic
Yeah.
and the King for tearing them up
Oh,
as you
geez.
should. If you're a part of the sunken place, I'm praying for you. There's a
Yeah.
better way. There's a better way.
Yes.
Thank you for all of the love in the chat, and
Shout out your IG, Leah, so some of the Conscious crew members can follow you. And I'm gonna be hitting you up. I got questions for you too. I gotta get into your life. I gotta what's going on with Leah? I'm gonna have to we gotta get
me
to some
and you,
things.
Scorpio, twinning them.
That.
Okay. So my IG is Leah ATL, LEAH ATL. And it was so great seeing you guys. Hopefully I'll see you soon.
When did you find the channel, Leah?
I think I found your channel when the Aries Spears and Tiffany Haddish thing started.
Wow, really?
Yeah, and then I started to really tap into it, and then I was like, "Oh, I'm getting my life."
Oh, that's dope. Oh my god, that's so dope. Okay, I'm gonna post Leah's put your Instagram in the back chat so I can post it in the thing, because I think it's so many messages in there now. It's kind of I can scroll up actually. Oh no, I see it. I got it.
Yes, I watch Woman King. Okay.
Okay. Well, I will be live. We're gonna be doing some back-to-back lives on Sunday, so y'all better be ready. And then we're probably gonna revisit a more serious discussion like this one. In the next weeks. In the next week, but we're gonna get into some goofy shit on Sunday. So y'all just be in the building. But thank you, boo. Good morning and good night, and can't wait to see you again. And I'm gonna hit you in your DMs.
Okay. All right.
All right, babe. That was Leah. You guys, her Instagram is in the chat here. Subscribe and follow Leah on Insta. My. Why do God make all the good men straight? I'm sick of it. But my Kimberly, I'm so happy to Kimberly. You are such a phantom of the opera. I'm so glad you finally emailed me. So now I get to summon you on my altar at my demand. Get in there.
I told you I would. I told you I would eventually, man. I've been praying.
How you
for
been
you.
doing for one? How's everything been going?
I've been great, man.
Been great.
I'm set to retire this year, so I'm just chilling.
Congratulations!
Oh, you're so secretive, Kimberly. See, I'm about to get in your business privately. See what the hell you got going on.
That's why I ain't been hitting you up, boy. Cause you, even when we don't talk, bro, I just feel your spirit, bro. Like I was telling you earlier, man, your energy is magnetic, bro.
It's powerful. Well, I'm gonna be hitting your ass. I'll probably hit you and Ellie up after I get some damn rest because my eyeballs about to fall out of my damn head. But I'm so glad you came up here, Kimberly. You are such a dope, amazing, loving hippie, and
you too, brother. You're such a beautiful brother, man.
In this world, man, you are amazing. We gonna get situated. So
I'm a hopeless romantic, Conscious.
I know. How are you single? Why hasn't some lady just snatched you up? Are you over there?
Well, I did. I mean, I got a friend, but we just chilling.
Okay, y'all in this just chilling shit. Just chilling.
Yup.
Okay, just chilling. Do you have any final thoughts for the people before we wrap up, or?
No, man. I figured I'll let you and Pat just say my points. It felt like when I was talking, my energy just brought out the argument. The arguments
Don't
in
even
people.
blame yourself. Presley has a special type of dark power, as you see. It even tucked on Tyrus. Okay, like she just
But I like it. I mean,
bro.
I like it.
I thought it was cool.
I like it. You know, it was just the first impression. I was like, whoa.
Presley is Presley. She presses. She just got that. She just got that anointing on that thing. She can clank. She can just latch
I
in.
got
Stick your teeth
you. I
in. Like,
got you. I dig it.
yeah.
I dig it. I dig
All
it.
right.
But yeah, man. Your point and Pat's point is pretty
Thank
much
you.
where I'm at. It's pretty much where I'm at.
All right. Well, all love. I probably want to bring y'all all back for part 2 of this conversation about the next level of things. So I'll be reaching out to you before the day is out. You stay safe, Kimberly. Love you to death.
You too, man. Love you.
Have a good one,
Appreciate
Kimberly.
you.
You too,
Good
sweetheart.
morning and
Bye.
good night, Kim. That was Kim, you guys. Of course, we have Taru, our new conscious crew members who've been hazed in officially. He got hazed in by IG, got hazed in by Presley, hazed them all in. It gets going, it gets deep. I really appreciate you being here, Taru. You are a breath of fresh air. You are an amazing human being, and you have an incredible brain. And I'm so happy that I got introduced to the Black Man Unfiltered so that I could come into contact with a energy and a force like you. Everything.
And here I thought I was the privileged one, man, because again, you got amazing energy. I was the one who came and hit you up, hopped on your panel. You graciously invited me, man. This was really great.
I hope
really
you hit
enjoyed it, man.
every panel that you feel inspired to. Any panel you want to get it crunk on and you want to jump into, you are welcome here. This is your second home. I'm looking forward to getting to know you. I'm gonna definitely hit you up on IG as well. I followed you earlier. Do you want to shout up? You are not a content creator yet, right? Not yet.
I'm just here, bro.
Are you? Well, you know,
That's
the thing. You were talking about kind of like you. Why haven't you? Should you can make money doing this? It is. I mean, it's so much opportunity.
So people have a hard time with my moral code. But I'll give it to
people.
I'll give it to you, CTV. I see that my men are down. They lonely. They want to be in relationships. But there's a lot of grifters, so I feel like I can't create a channel because I become the very problem. I don't want to try to make money trying to uplift my men. That's just something I felt obligated. Like an American, I know it's cheesy, guys, but just like as an American, I felt obligated to help my people out. You know, like that's why I talk to you. That's why I talk to everybody. Like I don't like. But the whole point I think for everybody is we got all these different labels. We're supposed to get up here so that we could go fucking turn up against the goddamn man together. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to get at.
I totally understand. I came on here with that free love shit too until motherfuckers got on my nerve and I realized, oh, this the balance. Getting paid is balance for the motherfucking headache. So
yeah,
no,
it
comes full circle. Okay. Yeah, but I wouldn't give a damn whether you monetize your platform or not. You are a voice that needs to be out here. You have a calling, you have a life experience, you have something that you're called to and the people that you're called to, and you need to be out here in this world, and you need to be in spaces that you also can control and not be like subjected to like ignorant motherfuckers who can just like toss you
I don't
around.
agree, CTV, because that takes the fun out of it. Again, I like going behind enemy lines. I like going down rabbit holes. I like exploring
you like the ruckus.
University. And by the way, and that's a real big thing too. There's already enough Black men, Black women, anybody that got this content out, but especially my Black men and women, that why don't I just hop on your platform that you've already started and help, you know, just be on here. I don't have to create my own because now we competition.
Yeah, well, ain't nothing wrong with that. And I think you should continue to do exactly what you're doing when you was asking for like what can you do to just make it better. Continue to just whip ass, piss these niggas off, get all up in their motherfucking face, dry their ass crazy to the point that they want to drag you, roast your cruiser. If they want to do all that to you, you're doing something right, Tyrus. Okay, so you just
Yeah.
continue to
But
get up.
it's weird, man, because sometimes it hypes me up, man. It like I know you know what it feels like. It's like, oh, I'm gonna keep it going. Let's see how high we can get. It's not good. It's not good.
Well, thank you for being here, Tyrus. I'm gonna keep y'all posted on when we do this again. I'm gonna hit you on Instagram as well before the day is out. So you have a lovely day and make sure your ass is
You guys have a
subscribed.
good one. Absolutely. You guys have a great one. Peace.
All right. That is Tyrus, my pet. Final thoughts, darling. Okay, you was bringing the heat. Okay, I love your energy. I love when you up here and you is giving it, honey. Any social medias that you have that you want people to follow, and any final thoughts?
No, believe it or not, like I mean, I am active on social media, but just on a family connection type of level. So none to promote. But thanks once again for having me. It's always a pleasure. Thank you for hearing me out.
And bring your ass back, okay? Because I'm gonna be whenever I create the watch page, I always put it on the community wall. So if you don't get a notification, then just keep checking that wall, or just hit me up on IG, and I'll love to like intentionally set and coordinate some up, because I wanna tap more into that conversation that me, you, and Kim was getting into about this other agenda that seems to be in the background of it all.
Yes, I do believe that it does exist, and I believe it's gonna come closer and closer to affecting our children in a way of I think it sparked for me once they try to put pedophilia under the umbrella. So I believe they're shucking and jiving to doing things that and it's not just our own community that gets targeted. It's others too. But since this is the panel that we are discussing, this is just why I want to shed the light. And I hope that it wasn't offensive or not taken off like I was just trying to change the whole panel, the topic. But it's just something that has been deep within me, and it's something that I just hope would, even if not well received, be kind of just open up your mind to see that we're not each other's enemy. Sometimes we have a larger enemy that is trying to play up things in the background that make it appear and makes us at war with ourselves. So that's all. But I do thank you for hearing me out. It's been a long morning for you, and I was happy that I was able to tune in and participate. Lots of great information from everyone that partake into the live this morning.
Yes, and thank you for contributing. Thank you too. Have a great morning and a great day. That was our Pat, you guys. Yes, can you believe I've been live streaming since 9:30. We went over to the Black Man Unfiltered at 9:30 and been on the internet since. God damn it, it's now 7:30 a.m. My Rumors and Tea chat on Instagram, coming to YouTube as well. Thank you for being here. Thank you for holding it down, honey. Came swinging and banging. Was over there holding down the live chat on Black Man Unfiltered and everything. And so, any final thoughts that you have, love?
Overall, I just need the Black man to take accountability through action. Just stop. I mean, just stop. Like, it's you. It's no one else. It's you. You want change to happen? Get up off your ass and do what you have to do. Otherwise, stop complaining. Grow the fuck up and stop complaining. And it's just that simple, Conscious. They're gonna always be agendas, but I don't want to keep giving them excuses. And passes. Like, it's really sad. It's really, really sad, and it is what it is. But good job.
Like I said, the country will give it up, honey. We can be civil. Oh, we can thug it out. It's like
I would never in my life.
you want. We do
Yo,
it
I would
all,
never
baby.
go listen, conscious. If I didn't love you and reckless, I would like. I don't fool with the manosphere. Like it's. I've actually lived that life, already. We live it every day. But then to come on social media and have to engage in that, I can't do it. I thought it was going to be a productive conversation, and it wasn't. But I realized that now that was the agenda, not to have a productive.
That was the agenda. That part.
That was the agenda.
That part
All
rules
right,
it. Okay, boo. A good morning and good night. I will see y'all on Sunday for sure.
all right, boo.
All right, babes. That was our rumors and tea, you guys. And then there was me. I love you all. This has been a very incredible day. I want to shout out to the Black Men Unfiltered. While it was definitely barbershop talk, this was like having a conversation about emasculation and then it's second and third cousins, homosexuality and queerness and all of that in a barbershop, honey, because it would have got just this damn crunk in a barbershop, baby. Okay. like nobody holding back, all hands on deck. It's Black men spaces period are very fraternity like in this way. It's very much so a boys club, testosterone heightened, it's a dick swinging contest, massive egos in the room. So when you get kind of a less regulated, more kind of free flowing form between men, the energies are definitely going to get very, very explosive. But despite there being straight thugging for 4 hours over there, it is a space that I do appreciate. And y'all know that me and Reckless, honey, like we ain't never scared, baby. Okay, we run toward the damn storm, baby, and y'all were right there, honey, windmilling and having our backs the whole way through. So I really love y'all for showing up today and representing, honey, and y'all just putting the TV emojis and spam in the chat and just holding it down. I was getting my whole life off of y'all. Y'all was like my spinach, honey. I was like, look at the kingdom, girl. The kingdom is kingdoming, honey. I was living for it. So I just want to thank y'all, and I want to thank y'all for helping me to create something like this. People used to talk so much shit about, Consciouztv doing all those damn panels all night long. Da, da, da. Yes, because I don't consider this just my platform. It's a platform for the people. It's a platform for Black women. It's a platform for queer people. It's a platform for Black men. It's community. Like it's us. It's for us. So I will continue to do what I need to do, and y'all are working with me in tandem so we can continue to expand our reach and continue to do amazing things. 2023 has been a crazy ass year so far, but I am very happy about the way things are going, and it's going to be an interesting road going forward. Shout out to Mandrell as well, who is doing really great work and he's evolving himself, and it's really amazing to fucking see. Really, 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 really incredible change. So I love y'all. Let me go out of here and get into my damn pillow because I am so over it. I will see y'all Sunday. If y'all see me, y'all might see me before then, if something pops off, but y'all will definitely see me Sunday night. I already created all of the watch pages for what we're going to be getting into on Sunday, so make sure that you got your notifications set and your reminders and all that good jazz. And shout out to all of my contributors. My phone is completely dead right now, so if I missed anybody, shout out to my boo Miss Holly, who always hits me on the PayPal, all my PayPal contributors, all of my Cash App contributors. I love you guys. You guys know all information is in the description box. Thumbs up on your way out and all of that good jazz. And I will see you guys on Sunday. Good morning and good night.